أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, Your Excellency, wife of the Vice President, Hajiya Nana Shatima, permit me at this junction to stand on the very well-established protocol. The protocol list is definitely long, and I would not want to find myself making some costly error. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our young farmers, like the farmers will say, no farmer, no nation. So when I say no farmer, I want our Young Farmers Club to say no nation. No farmer, no nation. I've not heard that. No farmer, no nation. Thank you very much. Today marks yet another history-making day in our pursuit of actualizing the renewed hope agenda of our dear and visionary President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to make Nigeria food secure and prosperous through agricultural growth and development. I am honored and humbled to welcome you all to the official launch of the Young Farmers Club Nigeria. I am particularly elated to witness the coming to life of a passionate aspiration of our dear and esteemed mother of the nation, Her Excellency, Distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, ma'am. At a personal level, it was not a surprise to some of us that this is actually happening today. The love of family, values and order, good and healthy diet, gastronomy, as mommy will always want to call it, are at the heart and embodiment of our dear First Lady. Typical of her, if it's good for me and my family, the nation must enjoy it. Thank you very much. Therefore, the best starting point is to catch them young. And the Young Farmers Club is reborn and rejuvenated under the Renewed Hope initiative of the First Lady. Thank you for making it clear and plain that we've all missed what we have missed over the years. Thank you for returning us back to basics. Indeed, your vision, energy, consistent focus is what we are all gathered here to unveil to our nation as the Young Farmers Club. We are gathered here in unity with the sole purpose to bring about a reorientation of the mindset of our vibrant and hardworking youths towards agriculture by catching them young. The launch of the Young Farmers Club, Nigeria, by the Office of the First Lady at this crucial time is a clear demonstration of what collaboration and partnership between government agencies and non-governmental organizations such as the Renewed Hope Initiative can propel if properly and honestly pursued, as in this case. With a growing population, which is said to be over 400 million by 2050, Nigeria must begin the process of rebuilding our aging agricultural sector by recruiting the youthful population starting early at the primary and secondary school levels. Presently, very few young people are interested in agriculture as a course and future career. It is therefore imperative that we should come up with initiatives such as this to encourage our teeming youth to embrace agriculture as a profession early in their life, therefore catching them young. Invariably, this has the potential of eventually providing replacements to the aging farmer population that has become a source of worry and concern with respect to effective agricultural development. The year 2050, midpoint of the 21st century, is fast becoming familiar yardstick, the point at which the world's population will peak, or the target date for economies to adapt to net zero carbon. But what about agriculture? More specifically, what about those who work in agriculture? Who are the farmers of tomorrow? If a typical career in farming lasts 45 to 50 years, then over the next 15 years, around 1/3 of farmers currently in Nigeria will retire from the land. Thus, by 2050, less than 30 years hence, a majority of today's farmland will be in the hands of someone new. These farmers of tomorrow will be taken to an awesome responsibility as the steady rise in world population creates an unprecedented demand for food. So who will typically be our farmer and who will produce the food? The recent federal government policy, which focuses on vocational education and the development or attainment of the SDGs, definitely aligns with what we are doing here today. Therefore, the Young Farmers Club is aimed at helping members to achieve the following objectives: to acquire better farming skills and practices, homemaking and rural community development, informal training in agriculture, improvement in social and recreational activities. Therefore, on this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are here to unveil and unleash
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security. Young farmers, did you hear what he said? He said you are very important and that if you do not start to farm, we are going to go hungry in some years to come. Did you understand that? So do you think you are important? Fantastic. A round of applause for yourselves. Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman of the Renewed Hope Initiative, Senator Oluremi Tinubu CON, Her Excellency, wife of the Vice President, Hajia Nana Shatima, may I at this time recognize Mrs. Zara Buhari Indimi, representing Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Buhari, former First Lady. You're welcome. And all the protocols that have been established before. Thank you very much. Now we proceed to the most symbolic, one of the most symbolic moments of this event today, the official induction ceremony of our young farmers. At this moment, I would kindly ask the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, to please come to the podium. Thank you very much. As I ask all our 240 inductees to stand as they are administered the pledge of induction by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you so much. Okay, great.
Yeah, I think they can take their seat for the moment. I just want to crave the indulgence of Her Excellency that I have a small speech to read. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu CON, the mother of the nation, Your Excellency, the wife of the Vice President, Hajia Nana Shatima, Your Excellencies, former First Ladies here present, Your Excellency, the wife of the Right Honorable Speaker, and the wife of the Deputy Senate President, Your Excellencies, First Ladies of Governors of State, members of the National Assembly here present, my colleague, the Honorable Minister of State, my brother, Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi CON, and honorable ministers here present, and of course, wives of the honorable ministers here present, cannot forget you. Members of the Renewed Hope Initiative, Your Excellency, permit me from this point forward to stand on the existing protocol, but I will start by saying, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and most importantly, our young and aspiring farmers. It gives me great pleasure to stand before you today at these momentous occasions, the official induction of the Young Farmers Club in our primary and secondary schools across the nation. This initiative marks a significant milestone in our ongoing efforts to empower the next generation of agricultural leaders and innovators. But before we proceed, Your Excellency, permit me and allow me to express my deepest condolences to you as the mother of the nation during these challenging times following the recent flooding in Borno and other parts of the nation. This disaster has tragically led to loss of lives and resulted in substantial property damage amounting to billions of naira. As mother of the nation, your steadfast commitment to the humanitarian efforts is truly commendable. Your compassion for these affected reflects your belief that everyone deserves care and support. I would like to personally convey my gratitude for the tireless work you have done in assisting our fellow citizens in need. Please know that my thoughts are with you and all those impacted by this calamity. Through the Young Farmers Club, we are not only introducing agricultural education at an early age, but also instilling a sense of responsibility towards an environment. Today, we are nurturing a passion for farming among our youth, a passion that is crucial for ensuring the sustainability of our food supply for years to come. I would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to the First Lady for her unwavering commitment to the Renewed Hope initiative, which plays a vital role in supporting our Young Farmers Club. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the wife of the Vice President, who serves as the National Vice Chairman of the Renewed Hope initiative, for her invaluable contributions. Together, we aspire to inspire creativity and dedication among our young farmers through impactful programs like these. Additionally, I want to reassure Her Excellency and the Renewed Hope initiative of the Ministry's full support for the success of this program and other initiatives spearheaded by the Office of the First Lady and the First Lady herself, such as the Every Home a Garden competition. We're excited about the positive impact these efforts will have on our communities and future of our youth in agriculture. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security acknowledges the vast potential of our youth, which is why we have made significant investments in programs aimed at empowering and training young individuals. Initiatives like the Greener Hope Agricultural Productivity Program and the National Greenhouse Farming Initiative equipped our youth with modern farming techniques and addressed the urgent need to mitigate the effects of climate change, a major factor contributing to the recent flooding in Borno State and across the nation. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, our teaming and vibrant youth, the National Greenhouse Farming Initiative, promotes innovative practices such as soilless farming, aquaponics, and vertical farming, all designed to reduce the impacts of climate change and minimize crop losses. We have also developed comprehensive training programs to teach our youth to harness technology, such as training drone flight operators and pilots, and to conduct critical farming operations that include aerial spraying of chemicals and digital mapping of farms. Furthermore, we are collaborating with the private sector to establish mechanization centers where we will train our youth in the use of modern farming equipment for precision farming. These efforts aim to empower the next generation while building resilience against future agricultural challenges. As we embark on this journey, I encourage each of you, our young inductees, to embrace this opportunity, the opportunity of the renewed hope in agriculture as contained in His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR's Renew Hope agenda. You are the future of our agricultural community, and you have the power to foster sustainability and growth to our farming practices. Together, we will cultivate a deep bond with the land and contribute to the well-being of our nation. Let us unite in our mission to inspire and empower our youth in agriculture. As we induct you into the Young Farmers Club today, remember that you are not just members of an organization, you are stewards of our agriculture. And this event is a testament to our national anthem, where we count this as gain and to hand on to our children a banner without stain. Now I call and invite our new Young Farmers Club members to step forward or rise up as we formally welcome you into this esteemed club. Please raise your hand as you stand and repeat after me. Young farmers, can you rise up, please? And raise your hand. Repeat after me. I pledge to honor and promote sustainable farming practices, to respect our land and resources, and to inspire others to join me in cultivating a brighter future for agriculture. By the authority vested, it's okay, you can sit down now. Your Excellency, by the authority vested in me and on behalf of Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu CON, the Minister of State for Ministerial Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, as well as the entire Nigerian agricultural family, I extend this recognition to you. In acknowledgement of your unwavering dedication to achieving a hunger-free Nigeria through the renewed hope agenda for food security of the current administration, we have full confidence that you will continue to uphold and promote the values of food security. As you embrace the opportunities that lie ahead, may you lead with integrity and contribute positively to your communities and nation at large. Therefore, I, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, hereby induct you as members of the Young Farmers Club of Nigeria. Congratulations, and we look forward to witnessing your continued success and impactful contribution. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity.
Congratulations indeed, 240 of you inducted today. I want us to remind ourselves about the value of agriculture in shaping not just our future, but also education. How many of us know that popular song, Iwekiko? Inductees? Yay! Please rise as we remind ourselves through that song how important agriculture is to our society, our future, and learning. Please rise and let's have Iwekiko. Please feel free to dance along if you would like. I remember singing it. Right. Let's go. Ko, laisi eko, ati ada, ko ipe o, ko ipe o. You don't look excited, that's just inducted. Laisi eko, ati ada, ko ipe o, ko ipe o. Ẹni kò ṣiṣẹ́, a máa jalè. Kíkọ́ láìsí ẹ̀kọ́ àti àdá, kò ì pé o, kò ì pé o. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A round of applause for yourselves. I thought it was very important that we remind ourselves of the importance of agriculture and learning. That song, for the non-Yoruba speakers who don't understand it, basically speaks to the importance of having agriculture and working hard as well as learning. So it encompasses everything. Ladies and gentlemen, I did see as we were dancing to Electoral, the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy walk in. Mr. Wale Edun, thank you so much for being here. And you see how important agriculture is to even Mr. President. His Excellency President Bola Tinubu takes very important cognizance of food security for our nation, that he has 2 ministers for agriculture and food security. A round of applause for our president. And now to the moment we have all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to welcome Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the National Chairman of the Renewed Hope Initiative, and the Grand Matron of the Young Farmers Club in Nigeria, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we all be seated, please? Don't give me wahala. The wife of the Vice President, Her Excellency, Hajia Nana Shetima, and also the Vice Chairman of Renewed Hope Initiative, former First Ladies, representatives of former First Ladies that are here, and I particularly recognize Mrs. Zara Buhari Ndimi for representing her mother here today. She was here yesterday, and thank you so much. Our best regards to your mom. Wife of the Speaker, House of Representatives, Her Excellency Hajia Fatima Tajuddin Abbas. Wife of the Deputy Senate President, Her Excellency Hajia Leila Barao. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON. Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Barrister Uju Kennedy, she was here a minute ago. And also the Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Wale Edun. And you see that agriculture is well loaded with finance, so he's here to monitor things. Thank you for coming. And the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, CON. Wife of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Her Excellency Honorable Mrs. Regina Kume, First Ladies of State and RHI State Coordinators here present, and leading their delegation is the wife of the Kwara State Governor, the Chairman of the Governor Spouses Forum, the Executive Secretary, Nigeria Christian Pilgrims Board, Bishop Stephen Adigbite. And I think I'm getting everything all mixed up now with protocol. Wives of National Assembly members, wives of honorable ministers here present, wives of service chiefs here present, the Executive Secretary, Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, Dr. Hamid Boboyi, the Deputy Executive Secretary of Universal Basic Education Commission, Professor Isiaka Kolawole, heads of government agencies and parastatals here present. Want to particularly thank the Executive Secretary of Auda Nepad, who was also here yesterday, and also Honorable Abike Dabiri. Thank you so much for all that you do. And then we also have an honorable member, the Chairman House Committee on Women Affairs, representing Lagos East, Honorable, you pardon me now. So, and the Acting President of the National Council of Women's Society, Mrs. Geraldine Etuk, the wives of service chiefs, did I recognize you? already. Protocol is tough, and my staff is just messing me up so badly, so you have to pardon me. Newly inducted members of the Young Farmers Club Nigeria for the pilot schools here present, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, the launch of the Renewed Hope Initiative Young Farmers Club Nigeria, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, awakens in me a nostalgic feeling of hard work and productivity as a noble virtue. The song we just heard essentially means that our land is known for farming. Anyone who does not work will steal, and that education without farming is incomplete. I thought we're going to, those are the songs we did while in school in those days, and we knew that farming has to be held very, very dear to our hearts. It encourages us to revive our indigenous occupation, which is farming. It is this spirit of hard work and productivity that we seek to rekindle today with the launch of the Young Farmers Club Nigeria. Thomas Jefferson, the third president of the United States of America and one of the founding fathers, once said, "Agriculture is our wisest pursuit," I quote, "because it will in the end contribute most to real wealth, good morals and happiness," unquote. Agriculture has always been the backbone of our nation. From time past, we have tilled the land with our hands and hearts, to the present, where agriculture continues to be a crucial part of our daily lives and economy. It is clear that farming is not just an occupation. It is a way of life which can create employment opportunities for a teeming young population, help diversify the economy, and put food on our tables. As I reminisce, I remember the groundnut pyramids and cotton plantations in the north, palm oil cultivation in the east, cocoa and rubber plantations in the west and the southern part of Nigeria. I believe all of these can be resuscitated and scaled up with modern techniques and mechanization. How did we get here? The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security approached us after witnessing that we have been doing what we have been doing to promote agriculture, especially for our young ones, the youth and the women folk. The ministry offered to provide an institutional framework to sustain our plans to establish a young farmers club in schools. This is just as the other social clubs that are already in existence. You know, you have Red Cross, Boy Scout, Girls Guide, and the Young Farmers Club Nigeria is going to follow this tune. This they have done by making financial provision in their budget to scale up the club rollout nationwide. The activities of the Young Farmers Club will be guided by a handbook and a farmer's pledge, which we have just witnessed in their induction ceremony. But as a teacher, the minister didn't know that we've done all our work, everything is ready. Have you given him the handbook and the membership card? Can you give the Honorable Minister a copy? Because the pledge, we are going to redo it, you know, today. I don't know whether that is right, but you know, it's best to do things accordingly. So we are going to redo it, and then you see the work we have done, and I thank you for that. The aim of the Young Farmers Club Nigeria is to catch them young by making farming more appealing to our pupils and students. We are not just teaching them how to farm, we are also nurturing a generation that will transform our agricultural landscape. imbibe modern farming techniques, and ensure that Nigeria remains self-sufficient in food production, in line with the food security drive of the administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. The Renewed Hope Initiative, RHI, is launching the Young Farmers Club Nigeria with some pilot schools in the Federal Capital Territory to kickstart the club nationwide. We have chosen 12 schools today, comprising of pupils in upper primary schools and students in junior secondary schools. Each member is proudly kitted in their club uniform and has been provided with a watering can and hoe as starter tools, with all expenses paid for by the Renewed Hope Initiative. This is to serve as a model to each interested state to follow and adopt in implementing this program. We will be providing each state with 2 samples of the uniform and the farming implements. Therefore, interested schools nationwide should register with the First Ladies of their respective states. This registration will then be channeled to the Young Farmers Club desk office at the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security offices in their various states for necessary provisions and support. The club activities are to be further supported by the respective states once the allotted resources are expended. I commend the efforts of those involved in bringing this vision to life, particularly the members of the governing board of the Renewed Hope Initiative. I want to thank Her Excellency, the wife of the Vice President, for all the support. Thank you so much. God bless you. And all the members as well. All our state First Ladies, RHI coordinators, I say thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, and the Honorable Minister for State for Agriculture, Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, CON. Thank you very much. I thank the Chairman, FCT, Universal Basic Education Board, for his efforts in identifying pilot schools. Thank you so much, Dr. Boboy. And I know we do a lot of work together, also the alternative high schools. Thank you so much for always being there. Our dedicated teachers and heads of schools, and most importantly, our young farmers, for taking up this challenge, knowing that our motto, growing the food I eat starts with me, resonates with them. I pray that the Young Farmers Club Nigeria will continue to grow in leaps and bounds, even beyond this administration. And that's why we domiciled it in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. God bless the Young Farmers Club Nigeria. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. So the Honorable Minister will come and do the pledge again before we continue with the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I apologize for the slight mix-up. So, can I ask my young farmers to please rise once again and repeat after me? I pledge to the land that God has given to me to respect it as I till, sow, and water it, to pursue my harvest with zeal, to keep a portion to replenish the field, to be diligent, grateful and conscious in the knowledge that the food I eat starts with me. So help me God. Thank you very much. You are now inducted into the Young Farmers Club of Nigeria. You may sit down.
Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. I crave the indulgence and respectfully call to the podium once again Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Grand Matron of the Young Farmers Club Nigeria, Her Excellency, Distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, and she's flanked by the wife of the Vice President, Her Excellency Hajia Nana Shetima, as well as the Ministers of Agriculture. Please be seated. Thank you very much. As she performs the symbolic presentation of the handbook, the membership cards, and farming implements to the young farmers that have been inducted today, because there are 12 pilot schools, we have just selected a few because it's a symbolic presentation. So once you hear your name, please come up to represent your school. And from the police school, Olaje S.A. Jadin. A round of applause as they come for the symbolic presentation of the handbook, the membership cards, and the farming implements. Here is the police school. And Depoa School, please, next. Depoa School, we have Enenu Joanne Joseph. Enenu Joanne Joseph from the Depoa School. Up next, I told you that the First Lady and the wife of the President did look like distinguished farmers this morning. They're explaining the farming tools to the young farmer this morning. Fantastic. The police school, thank you very much. Up next is Depoa School, and we have Enenu Joanne Joseph. I think we should be having a wake-up play at the background, just to remind us of how important this is. Thank you very much. And from Depoa School is Enenu Joanne Joseph. The young farmer. Up next, we'll have Noah School, and for Noah School, representative is Ogundele Oluwanifemi. Ogundele Oluwanifemi, please be on the standby for Noah School. Noah School. And after Noah School, please be on the standby. Junior Secondary School, Dutse Sagwari, Aisha Yunus. Aisha Yunus. Noah School, ma'am. Ogundele Oluwanifemi. The LEA Naharati Sabo Primary School, please be on the standby. Junior Secondary School, Dutse Sagwari, Aisha Yunus. LEA Naharati. Usman Hamida, and Science Primary School Aliyu Naimat. Elie Naharati is making her way. She's Usman Hamida. And finally, we have Science Primary School Aliyu Naimat. Please make your way forward very quickly. For the final symbolic presentation of the handbook, membership card, and family implement is the Science Primary School. Aliyu Naimat will be representing. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Please come for the group photograph. Okay, for photographs, Your Excellency, if you permit us. One more presentation, okay. Okay. Okay, great, thank you very much. For the continuation of the symbolic presentation to the wives of the governors and chairpersons of the Renewed Hope Initiative at the state level, may I invite Her Excellency Ambassador Professor Olufolake Abdulrazak, First Lady of Kwara State. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Thank you so much. We promised that it was going to be a concise and impactful event, and that we have delivered. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for being here today. We look forward to harvesting all the crops in your farms, young farmers. Thank you. The national anthem, please.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you very much. We wish you safe travels back to your respective destinations. Thank you. Okay. Okay, the teachers of the various schools, please wait behind to collect your family implements.
Education, they say, is the bedrock of the society. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter your status. It doesn't matter your race. It doesn't matter. What matters is your determination to make a difference in a society that is racing. Today on Against All Odds, we're bringing right to your doorstep the graduation ceremony at School for the Blind Jabi, where children with blindness have faced their challenges and are moving on without issues. Amazingly, these children are doing so well. Today, we're bringing to you everything that happened during the graduation. You will be amazed what children with blindness can do and become. Disability is not a limitation, but a new page onto a brighter future. Don't go away. Stay with us as we bring all that to your doorstep. My name is Doshima Pius Ikeravi. Grab a cup of coffee and let's do this together.
This is Against All Odds.
Welcome to an inspiring story of hope.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to Insight, everyone. I'm Nnamdi Odipo.
And I'm Elizabeth Omori. Thank you for joining us.
Indeed, it's good to have you join us this week as we discuss the Edo governorship election. We will be talking about the prevailing concerns of the people, the top issues on the ticket, voters' demographics, and how that is likely to sway the vote. We'll also examine the issues of electoral violence as well as other issues impacting the governorship election in Edo State. Elizabeth?
We will also be treating an issue of global concern, reproductive and fertility health. We will look at causes and remedies, as well as assistive technology in promoting family medicine.
Very well then, let's kickstart the program.
Whatever the issues are,
the National Assembly is constitutionally empowered to scrutinize,
however complex or intricate.
We have involved all the academia, the members of the academia. We have involved the academies.
Be it government policies or in fact any issue of public concern.
Our job is to help you gain clarity and make sense of it all.
This is not really healthy for our democracy.
There's a lot of aggrievance in terms of who has been in power longest and who becomes the governor of the state.
It's also in the quality of food being consumed.
After all, perception is insight.
And gaining understanding is also getting insight.
Let's get into the matter of the day. I mean, conscious of their rights as citizens and more so their eligibility to vote as free citizens, more than 2.6 million voters will on Saturday, September 21, go to the polls to elect the next governor of Edo State. By law, the campaigns would end 24 hours before Election Day, when, of course, the people would exercise their constitutional rights to freely choose the candidate that they deem best to lead them forward. Of course, again, at the expiration of the current Obaseki administration in Edo State. How has the electoral process been so far? Do the electorates have a strong grasp of the issues that the parties have presented so far? Do these parties' manifestos, I mean, the manifestos of this party, do they align with the people's needs? Well, I can go on and on, but let me bring in, I'm supposed to have had a panel, but right now I understand I only have one of my guests online. You know, they would help give context to some of these issues that we will be throwing up. For now, I think I have just Dr. Okunzoa Osaru online. He is a public affairs analyst. He joins us from Benin. Doc, thank you so much for joining us on Insight. Fantastic. We are expecting to have Festus Alanke, the NUJ State's chairman, join us in the course of our conversation. When he joins us, we would happily co-opt him into this conversation. Hopefully, we would, going forward until he joins us, have a robust conversation. Doc, let's just get right into it. You know, like I know, like most parts of the country, the people of Edo State, I mean, your fellow Edo people are concerned about their well-being, which, of course, has been seriously affected by the current economic hardship in the country. A recent and very quick poll that our correspondent, you know, of course, of voters that our reporters there on the ground conducted in Benin City and its environment, showed that the top issues of concern for most voters revolved around issues of ending hunger amid the rising cost of goods and services. They talked about things like insecurity, development of infrastructure, creating job opportunities, and also talked about, you know, improving access to quality health care. I would like to ask you a question on messaging and whether or not you think, you know, the contending political parties and their candidates have been able to adequately deploy messaging to effectively address some of these concerns that we've identified. Let's look, I mean, Doc, if it's possible for you to put that into some sort of context for us, of course, having an idea of party manifestos as presented by these political parties, not just the major ones, but others, and whether or not it captures or they have adequately captured the concerns of citizens in their messaging.
Well, that will be difficult to figure out. It's actually at the end of voting, when the votes are cast, you will know who's done well and who's not done very well if there are no confounding factors. So far, but in Benin City here, the two major political parties have been very, very loud and visible. Maybe the others, the 13 or 15 others, because of lack of resources or other constraints, have not been equally seen. But I do think the voters, Edo State, the voters here, citizens here, are very, very conscious politically. Just like what you have said, what your poll told you, they are very conscious of what their needs are, and it is they who will be the examiners at the end of the day. They have been listening to all the political parties. On the election day, they will return their verdict. So whoever they believe is going to serve their interests best may well be the person who will benefit from their electoral judgment. So most of the things we have to say at this point will just be a form of guessing. On the election day, when the ballot is counted, we will know who has spoken well to the voters and who has not spoken well with them.
And I agree with you completely. I agree with you entirely. I mean, with what you've said. Of course, on election day, come this weekend, though people will be marking the sheets and scoring the candidates essentially. But as part of the build-up to the exercise, of course, we know they've been talking about doing this, they will do this. And then I mentioned some of the needs of the people. I mean, in your opinion, Dr. Okonzwa, in your opinion, what do you think matters most to the people of Edo State, as it were, right now, at this point in time?
The issues you mentioned, and a lot more. Don't forget, see, occasionally history guides us. Edo State was part of Bendel. Bendel was part of the Western region at the point our country gained independence.
True.
So the temperament of people of Edo State arising from what they took from the Western region is progressive. The things that will enhance the material well-being of people are usually the concern of people of Edo State. The Second Republic that I saw, for instance, UPN, Unity Party of Nigeria, apart from the overlooming figure of Chief Abefebele Awolowo, had a program that has said that actually addressed the needs of the people. For instance, free education, free healthcare, gainful employment, integrated rural development, and so on. So, in 1979, for instance, Ambrose Ali was not terribly well known, but his party was well known, and he became governor. Of course, not terribly well known didn't mean he wasn't eminent. A professor of pathology anywhere in the world is an eminent citizen. So what I'm trying to say is that people here are very receptive to the things or to the measures that will address their needs. And this election will not be different. The political parties, yes, that is the work they are registered to do. They can canvass for votes. They can approach people, campaign to them. Just like both of us have agreed so far, it is the people, the voters, the voting public, that will eventually examine the respective political parties, especially the dominant ones, and make a choice. So healthcare, educational, the quality and quantity of education available, water supply, sanitation, all those things are issues. And it's a pity really that this time of our development, these bread and butter issues that are perennial are still what applies to the whole country. And of course, Edo is behind a few countries, but Edo is far ahead of other countries. Edo is far ahead of other states in the country on these issues, actually.
Doc, you brought an historical perspective into this discourse. I'd like to dial down on that, but then take it from the aspect of, popular participation. Of course, bringing into context the voter dynamics that you've talked about, the voter demographics, for this election, and also factoring, like you have done, the historical context, let's look at it and how the various strata of voters there in Edo State have impacted, previous elections in Edo State, and how they are likely to impact this election. Do you see how contending political parties are targeting any particular group of voters that they foresee as holding sway right now at the moment? As the trends change historically, from what we used to see in the past, and how can the parties and candidates mobilize these groups or whether they are women or whether they are young adults, or young men, to massively come out on election day and participate in the process?
Well, the young people here are very vibrant, and I'm not sure that this situation is peculiar to Edo. It's peculiar to our country, Nigeria. The young people are living here in droves as well. So I'm sure which of the parties is able to appeal to them, the ones that are remaining, will be able to get their votes. That is clear. For those who are talking about the economic condition, which is also peculiar to Edo, is widespread across the country. Any person that is able to also say Edo as a sub-national entity will do things better to rise above the national average may also get some sympathy. So these segments, of course, people want to go to school. There is a national scholarship now, or national student loan from the country. The present federal government is advancing that. Is any political party promising to do anything better for the young people who want to go to school here? So maybe that will be on that avenue of appeal. But all in all, there are so many issues. All the issues that pertain to Nigeria automatically pertain to Edo State because we are a subset of Nigeria.
Let me bring up an issue that is currently in play now, and not just something we would we already know that would also culminate in election day, but of course it's already in force. And we're talking about elections, but then, you know, elections not as war, you know, but elections as citizen engagement, you know. And this is a key issue in this election. What we have seen so far, even with, you know, a major political party opting out of signing the peace accord, you know, that was brought by the Kuku and National Peace Committee recently to Edo State there, you know, is a culmination of the increasingly difficult trend of violence or, you know, concern over violence that we've seen in our electoral process. What do you think about the level of violence that we have witnessed so far in the build-up to election day, you know, and do you anticipate that this will negatively impact participation if voters there in Edo continue to take what the security agencies are saying in terms of reassurances and assurances on protection and safety with a pinch of salt? Do you see that? How do you see all of that playing out come Saturday?
Well, apprehension about violence will affect voters' turnout. There is no doubt about that. If people don't feel confident that their voting will not cost them their life or limb, they will not come out and vote. Though we don't have a threshold for the validity of our electoral outcomes, out of the 2.6 million people who are registered to vote in Edo State, we would expect that if we can harvest, say 2 million, 1.8, that would be nice. But if it's much less, though INEC will still announce a winner, it would morally affect the legitimacy of the person who takes office. So it's in our interest that the voting public should not be deterred from voting. There is no doubt about that at all. So the issue of violence is concerning, but I don't think violence, the fear will materialize on election day. The apprehension will not come to pass.
That would be good to, I mean, that's good to know. Hopefully that the people there, the electorate, would be reassured of, you know, some of the promises being made by security agencies and come out to participate massively in this vote. Doc, I talked about dialing down on something you said earlier about, you know, political parties. You mentioned them a couple of times, and you said that's their work. I don't know if you remember the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, in 2015. You know, he gave a keynote address at the Nigerian Civil Society Conference on the 2015 elections at the time. There was something he said, you know, at that time, which remains instructive today. He said, and he pointed out quite strongly, you know, that politics is too important to be left alone to politicians, you know, to be left only to politicians alone. In light of that, how engaging and vibrant do you think the civil society has been so far in taking a constructive role in helping Edo people prepare for the forthcoming election?
Well, the civil society organizations have come under very adverse review in recent times because most of them, I'm sorry to say, are affiliates of different political parties. You ordinarily expect civil society organizations to represent the independent voters or independent citizens, to be shorn of partisanship, to actually canvass issues that probably swayed political parties here and there in terms of what they will include in their manifesto or their programs. But very often you see the civil society organizations canvassing issues to the interest of a political party. So I think that's an aberration. We need to correct that.
I mean, is that some of what you've seen play out so far? Are you saying you've seen some of that play out already in this election? I mean, of course, sure, we've seen that play out in the past.
Of course, yes. I'm right here in Benin City. Civil society organizations are swaying one way or the other. Even the media, I'm sorry to say, even the media themselves, apart from the government media doing one thing or the other.
Are you saying the media is also putting its thumb on the scale?
No. The media here too is also divided. Of course, you have apart from
now that you've mentioned it, Doc, now that you've mentioned it, I'd like to. I understand we have the NUJ State's Chairman with us, Festus Alenke. He has joined us. Do we have Festus there? Festus, I don't know at which point you joined us, but I'm not sure if you heard Dr. Okonzua there.
Yeah, I heard the last statement.
Fantastic, great. Fantastic. I'm glad you heard that. But of course, maybe we should just take that on first before I take you back, and then before we talk about the quality of the campaign so far and where we are. Very quickly, if you'd like to react to the tail part of what Dr. Okonzua said there just before you got in, before you joined us.
Just a little reaction to the aspect of the media where he talked about...
Yes, putting its thumb on the scale.
Yeah. So as far as we are concerned in Edo State, we have been doing our best. And then, a situation where all political parties look up to you. And then it's our responsibility to remain apolitical as far as this Edo State election is concerned. So in terms of division, there's no division at all as far as the Edo State media is concerned. We are doing our best towards ensure that all parties
Doc, first, sorry there. Let me just reassure Doc that we can hear him. I think he's worried if we can hear him. We can actually hear you, Doc. You're online. We can hear you. Festus, please just go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, the media in Edo State is not divided at all. As far as we are concerned with the political, we ensure that all parties are reported adequately. We ensure that of the journalistic profession, and we have been doing that. Reporters are covering all the political parties across. But sometimes too, most of the political parties usually do some write-ups, some news reads, editorials and all, and expect us to take them. So what we do in that case is to ensure that we balance the story properly. So if you are accusing somebody in the name of saying that one political party has done this or that, it's our responsibility, therefore, as journalists, to find out from the other side, to be sure that what you are saying is correct. But today, some persons see some stories online, and then they now credit it to the media. But they forgot that there are online stories, and also that of stories coming in from conventional media. So these are two different media bodies we're talking about here. You have some online that is not regulated at all. Some of them write stories, they didn't even go to the 4 walls of an institution. Some of them don't even have journalistic qualification whatsoever. But they just get on the phone, get any story, and then push it to the world. And then everybody believes, this is a story
it speaks to the impact.
Conventional media.
Yes, Festus, I was saying it speaks to the impact of new media in electioneering campaign or the electioneering process. There are positive sides, of course. There are positive sides, of course.
Yes,
please
so
go ahead.
It's not helpful at all. Some parts of the media that is unregulated, some part of the media too that seems to push any story to the public. Whatever comes to them is a story. But trained media guys, they know what to push. If you send a story to me to say political party A stole 100 billion 2 days ago or 3 days ago, it's my duty to find out, to say, this $100 billion that said was stolen, is it actually true? Then if it's true, you push the two. And then you must balance the story. But for the new media, they don't even bother at all. And that's what is happening in Edo State today. So all the parties have new media guys who are writing stories. They just push it on maybe Facebook, Twitter, wherever at all. And then maybe sometimes WhatsApp groups and all. And by the time it starts circulating, and these stories sometimes may be untrue. Many occasions they attribute it to say, oh, this is a story come from the media. But that's not true. So for us in Edo State, what we are doing here is to ensure that we go by the ethics of the journalistic profession. In Edo State, we have a committee whose responsibility it is to put any journalists who have gone foul, we try you. There's a committee for that. So everybody knows that in Edo State today, you must report correctly, you must do extensive investigation before you push out any story. Some of those other stories too, most of them too, that goes on the national papers are paid for. Sometimes they just take full page and they say, please push it. So even at that, I'm aware that they also regulate some of those information before they are made public. So to us in Edo State, We are trying to remain apolitical as far as this forthcoming election is concerned.
Dr. Sawaru, I'm not sure if you heard Festus clearly, but he's talked about, the preponderance of those he has described as social media journalists and their impact in the electioneering process and campaign so far. And he has somewhat, pushed the bulk of the fault, some of what you have explained earlier, to the doorstep of these social media journalists or practitioners, as it were, who he said are largely unregulated. And so that is why we see some of what we see. And then some analysts now say that the media is putting its thumb on the scale. Doc, do you want to quickly add something to that before I go back to Festus?
Well, I really wish I could agree with him. He should know better. And I'm not about to impugn the honesty of his views, but I couldn't agree with him at all. A very clear example, which he should know and readily admit, is the position of the public broadcasters. The public broadcasters generally serve the views of their owners and not the views of the public necessarily. And during elections that we are about to have, their broadcasting is not balanced. The NUJ chairman should know that. He should actually lament that. So it's only a thing for him to defend.
Okay.
He has
okay. Can I quickly go back to Festus there? Festus, I'm sure you heard
yes.
Doc again. I want to ask you a question on the quality of the campaign so far, and try to link that to the media creating equal opportunities for all contending parties. First, can you speak to the quality of the campaigns that we have witnessed or we have seen in Edo State, one, and link that to, the media now creating equal playing ground or equal playing field for all contending parties in this election. Is that what has played out in Edo State so far?
Okay, we have two sets of broadcasts and reporter when it comes to the media here.
No, first, can we first talk about the quality of the campaigns and what you have noticed so far in terms of their messaging?
Right now, yes. One has to do with live broadcast. When they go on live broadcast, whatever they say, there goes. Before you bring down the volume, he has already said it. And two, the one that I know that is well regulated are those that go for the news. Because if it's news, no editor can go one-sided when it comes to reporting situations, which you know. So by the time you put up a story to your editor, the editor looks at it and remove the one is controversial and allow the story to go. So, but what we actually reporting as far as news is concerned is what the people want to do if they win. And that is the story. But that Mr. S told some years ago, and the other one does not have a wife, or this one.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Cholera is a serious bacterial infection. People become sick when they eat food or drink water contaminated by the bacteria Vibrio cholerae. The symptoms are severe diarrhea, dehydration, and even death if it is not properly treated. Here is how you can keep yourself and your family safe from cholera. Drink only clean, safe water at all times. Maintain excellent hand hygiene by using water and soap to wash your hands at all times, especially before you eat or after you go to the toilet. Have access to clean water when you need it. You can use alcohol-based sanitizers.
In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere, we provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Is threatened, people will come out and defend it. I know people in this part of the country are very progressive. They are very sentient. They know what the issues are, and on election day, without molestation or hindrance, they express themselves.
You know, Doc, and I hear you.
And they will do so. Yeah.
Okay, Doc, great. I hear you clearly.
Yeah,
there's absolutely no doubt that, I mean, the Edo electorate is, or rather, are one of the most politically conscious and vibrant and active sets of electorates that we have in this country. I mean, absolutely no doubt as to their level, the level of, you know, their enlightenment and education and all of that. And, you know, it makes me wonder sometimes, you know, when an issue, you know, as critical, you know, as our leadership recruitment process comes into play, and certain elements of that process are put either at abeyance or clearly ignored. Let me bring in Festus at this point. You've heard Doc, and Doc has made allusions to a number of issues. I would like your take on, you know, something that I consider, you know, a critical aspect of this election that I want, you know, I want us to look at that, and whether or not we've seen that play out among, you know, some of the major contenders. Well, we do respect, please do not call or mention names so that we don't disrespect or seem to disrespect anyone here. I have seen some of these candidates, or maybe their proxies, you know, malign each other's character, you know, insult each other. And yeah, we're talking about the recruitment process now, and now character factors, you know, or should factor in the recruitment process. I wonder, you know, during these campaigns and the mudsliding and slinging that we've seen, I wonder how seriously that affects the voters' perception of these candidates in terms of having character capable of leading a state like Edo State that Doc has just described. You know, some have said, you know, a lot of people have said, you know, this issue of character is often overlooked as a tenet of leadership qualification in our party in Nigeria. You know, how do you see all of that playing out right now, Festus? Do you think the voter, you know, is at that level when he or she is unaffected by some of what they are seeing? Or is the issue of character inconsequential to the Edo voter?
In Edo State, for instance, we have had elections here since 1999, as far as I know. Though the one that happened in 1999, I wasn't too clear there. But since 1999, we had election in Edo State. 2003, we had election. 2007, we had election. 2012. But from 2016 to date, it has been character assassination election process. It is either one party leader or one candidate A insulting the other, and the candidate B insulting candidate A. They go back to bring issues that happened even when they were born, even when they were in the primary school. Some person will go and approve primary school results and start harassing the other, and the other will not go and bring a secondary school result and start harassing it. So these are things we have been seeing since this issue only came up since 2016 to date. We had it 2016 in Edo State, we had it 2020, and now this is 2024. To me, 2024 is even more serious. Now, instead of concentrating on what you want to do for Edo State people, they go into individual characters. They go into how they were enlisted into primary school, how they worked, and other several family issues. And that is what is playing out today. And as we speak now, Edo State voters, they are divided. Some are clapping to say, yes, you have done well, you have said it well. But some are also saying, no, this is uncalled for. This is not what we want to hear in Edo State. What we want to hear in Edo State is, how do you develop the economy? How do you build schools? How do you build roads? This is what Edo State people want to hear. But what they are hearing today is quite different. They will, out of 30 minutes campaign, they will use 5 or 10 minutes to tell people what they will do. The remaining 25 minutes insults, blackmailing statements, defamatory statements, statements that are unfounded. And this is very worrisome as far as we are concerned in this current Edo State politics. But all we are saying is they should try as much as possible to keep our state peaceful. We want to report peaceful election, but don't forget too that whatever way the election goes is new for us as journalists. If the election is peaceful, we will report election peaceful. But if it's not peaceful, there is violence, we also report violence. So whatever way it goes, it's going to be news. Starting from Friday, you know, if the election violence is going to take place, many occasions will start on Friday. We don't hope for this. That's why we're also calling on security agencies in Edo State to beef up adequate security across Edo State, starting from Thursday, if it's possible. But for us, we want to have a very peaceful, transparent, and successful election where the winner will clearly be the winner.
Well, gentlemen, I know we're out of time at the moment. I mean, there's still a lot to talk about as far as this Edo election is concerned. Dr. Osawaru, Festus there just responded to the issue of character. But if you don't mind, before we round off our conversation, Doc, it will seem like the people of the voters themselves there in Edo are now divided as to whether or not to, you know, on the issue of camps, or rather which political camp they belong. And so they are not, while some are taking the issue of character quite significant, for some it's inconsequential. Like Festus said, the last four elections in Edo State has been one of character assassination and maligning, as it were. Dr. Osawaru, is it that the Edo people at this point are immune to making the subject or the issue of character a core tenet of the leadership selection and recruitment process when it comes to election?
Well, there are other issues that come to the fore when somebody is winning or losing an election. As I said before, it's the party's, the political party system that throws up candidates. There is no independent candidates here in Nigeria. So it's the function of political party to do some kind of headhunting or to look inwards to bring out their best gladiator.
True.
So when you bring out a candidate and the party has overwhelming advantages there is nothing the average voter alone cannot do. So it's the political parties
from the political
who will
parties.
do this.
The screening begins
of course, yes.
From the, yes.
How you groom, how you do your appointments, how you select your candidate, and so on and so forth. Even the issue of internal democracy and so on. So Edo people are not indifferent to the issue of character, but on this matter they are often overruled because they are rich. Their reach is not up to the point where they can pluck things the way they want it. That is the situation, in a kind of helplessness.
I think this would be a good place to cap our conversation. Dr. Okonzua Osaweru, Public Affairs Analyst, I'd like to thank you so much for being part of this conversation. This is a going conversation. As we approach, as election day approaches, we would call on you from time to time to, come in and give your insight on this matter. I would also like to thank Festus Alenke, NUJ State Chairman, and for Edo State. I'd like to thank you as well for being part of our conversation. Gentlemen, NTA will be on ground on election day. Of course, in the days leading to the election, NTA is already on ground, but for election day proper, we will be on ground, fully on ground, and then we will be bringing Nigerians, details and, of the elections as it unfolds, face by face, stage by stage. Festus, you quickly want to say something there? Please go ahead. 60 seconds.
Yes, we're going to be in a room in the press center where we'll be connecting with all the journalists that will be in the field, and we expect that we'll be bringing a report. So NTA can dash into the press center so you can get to know what's happening.
So the NUJ would have a situation room there at the NUJ Secretariat. Fantastic. That would be great. Yeah. We would also monitor that. Gentlemen, I'd like to thank you so much for your participation in our program. Thank you so much indeed.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Omori is up next.
Infertility affects millions of people across the globe with impacts on families and society. Estimates by the World Health Organization suggest that approximately 1 in every 6 people of reproductive age worldwide experience infertility in their lifetime. How do we advance ethical practices in third-party assisted reproductive technology to rid challenges associated with reproduction and fertility to promote family health? My guest, Dr. Sunday Ono, obstetricist, gynecologist, Deda Hospital, will speak to us. Dr. Ono, nice to have you join us on Insights.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have me here this morning.
Thank you so much. Infertility is a cause of concern in the field of medicine and, of course, in society and families. Educators, in both men and women, what factors contribute to infertility?
Yes, infertility has been described, defined as inability of a couple to function after 1 year of regular and unprotected sexual intercourse. So, definition is not just arbitrary. Based on the fact that when people get together, it takes a process, to finally achieve a conception. But if that timeline is exceeded, in most cases, and sometimes depending on the age of the woman too, we can actually modify the timeline to bring it lower. There are factors that are responsible for infertility in men and in women, and before now, it's only the female folk that have been particularly in part of the world. However, it's becoming very obvious that both male and female are equally affected. Factors that affect women can be divided, those that can affect from the level of the ovary, and those that are affecting from the level of the cervix and environmental factors, as it were. So if we take them in a brief, inability to ovulate, we call them anovulatory factor. Those are the ones coming from the brain to the ovarian level. Then there are factors that affect the structural anatomy, that is tubal factor. The tubal blockage is one of the major factors that causes infertility in our own environment. And this because of high incidence of infections, and pelvic surgeries and some other factors like endometriosis and co. Now we have other factors like uterine fibroid. These are growth within the womb that can affect the reproductive function of a woman. We have factors that also at the cervical level. Some people have very tight cervix or something trying to block the cervix, as it were. Then some women have some factors within the cervix that are hostile. Irrespective of how good the sperm is or how well the woman is ovulating, whenever the sperm comes in, it's destroyed. So fertility don't get to happen. Sometimes it's just because of knowing the appropriate timing of ovulation. Simple knowing the appropriate timing of ovulation can cause a delay. You can see that there are a host of factors there, and we'll look at the male side. Most of the things that happen on the male side are targeted towards reducing or eliminating the sperm count, as it were. Over the years, the sperm count and quality have been declining. One, due to environmental factors, whatever we're eating, and sometimes genetics. It is really diagnose a male factor infertility when we do sperm count, and we'll now see that, sperm is low. But now, getting to the root cause of this thing sometimes can be difficult. Then we have issues that can deal with, that are related to the brain level, and issues that are related to the testes, issues that are related to hormones that feed the testes. So at the male level, we have different things that can happen that can cause infertility. Infection is one of them. Even trauma in terms of injury to the testes. Some people in childhood, most often in childhood, and this can also occur in adults, when the testis is twisted, and that can bring about a decay or lack of blood supply to the testis. That reduces the blood flow, and eventually some of the cells that are active within the testicular tissue.
You've talked about the clinical aspect and the anatomy of a woman and a man, but really, what has lifestyle got to do with this?
I'm coming to that. Lifestyle has a very, very major role to play in infertility, as it were. Because when we talk about lifestyle, whatever we take in, that can affect us. The use of illicit, use of drugs, hard drugs, the likes of marijuana, cocaine, and the rest, affect reproductive function. They affect the sperm function, particularly in males. Then excessive use of alcohol also have effect on male reproductive system. In women, we have what we call the polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is a syndrome that affects women that could also lead to excessive weight gain. And when there's so much of weight gain, the fat in the woman can be broken down and converted into male hormone, which we call the androgen. And this can, affect the effective functioning of the female reproductive system. So lifestyle really have a lot to play now in a reproductive function, both in male and in female.
And in female. Okay, you are a member of the Association of Fertility and Reproductive Health. What steps are taken to advance technology, assisted technology, to address issues of infertility? Because it's a global thing affecting millions of people.
We are taking both steps in order to bring advancement into fertility treatment, particularly the area of in vitro fertilization and embryo transfer. I will tell you that, not long before we started in vitro fertilization, we moved on to the advancement called the intracytoplasmic sperm injection, which came to take care of the male factor infertility. There are some men that the sperm is really very, very low, that ordinarily the conventional IVF will not be able to solve that problem. So intracytoplasmic sperm injection, which is picking a single sperm for an egg, came on board. And I will tell you that virtually all the standard clinics within the country have that technology in place. IVF practice and treatment is a continuum, is a continuous change and improvement and innovation. We're trying to collaborate with our counterparts in the developed world, to make sure that we're not lagging behind in any advancement that has come in. I will tell you now that the advancement in area of pre-implantation genetic diagnosis, this one is trying to test the embryo to make sure that it is genetically, chromosomally normal. Or in other area, there are some people who are AS, and one couple that want to marry and have children that are not SS. We also provide these services through pre-implantation genetic diagnosis to make sure that every embryo that is coming out is screened, and it's only the one that is free of the genetic element that is transferred. So, and I'll tell you that a lot of centers have been developed within the country, within our association membership, to make sure that this is done from A to Z within the country. And,
okay,
not
Dr. Onu,
samples.
I'm sorry I have to come in there. Yeah. For those willing to take advantage of the technology available, for instance, you mentioned IVF, what are the chances? And I need you to clear the air on the issue of having IVF and having twins. What are the chances?
Oh, wonderful. The issue of having IVF and having twins has been a big issue because I've been confronted severally. People will just come, even when they do not have a fertility challenge. They say, "Doctor, I've come, I want to do IVF because I want to have twins." And the truth, the fact of the matter is IVF does not guarantee twinning. And one, as an obstetrician, we do not encourage multiple gestation. That's twinning. In the developed world, it's a crime, for you to treat a woman and the woman will have twins in the course of doing IVF, unless it is one embryo you transfer and the thing is split into two, because they are trying to reduce twinning rate. The reason is there's so much complication that could arise from multiple pregnancy, and that has a lot of burden on the patient, a lot of burden on the health system, a lot of burden on the babies that are also born from twinning and triplet, because they most often will come preterm with a lot of complications. Be that as it may, here people want to celebrate twins and the rest of them. So we try to educate them that if you come in because you want twins, we discourage you professionally. If we transfer embryos, it does not mean that when pregnancy occurs that the two will implant. It could be one or the two of them, or sometimes none will implant. So it's not like a see that when you come to IVF, you're going to have twins. And one thing that is making people say, let me do IVF because I want twins, is because when they see people with twins outside that they ask them, is IVF they did. So it's now being believed that, oh, everybody with twins must have done IVF. No. Those that did IVF and have one, nobody asked them whether they did IVF or not. So it's only those that are having twins that they are asking and now believing that, oh, once you see twins, it's IVF. Thank you.
So IVF does not guarantee having twins. Okay, now, as a medical expert, would you say infertility should be regarded or treated as a disease?
Wellness has to do with mental health, financial health, everything. So infertility is actually a disease that to be treated like any other disease, so that emphasis can be given to people who have infertility. People with malaria, people with typhoid, people with, let me say, hypertension, people with this are being treated very well under the insurance scheme. But when you talk infertility, every insurance will just shy away. No, we can't cover this. No, we can't cover this. It's only few insurance I've seen in this country, and those are international insurance that have really, covered treatment like IVF. So the insurance within the nation, including NHIS, tend to shy away from treating infertility to the core. When it gets to IVF or treatment, they shy away from it. So, yeah, and it's a burden. It's a burden. So we should not leave these people alone. We should make them enjoy others can enjoy. And the whole nation will be better for it.
Dr. Sunday Ono, I want to thank you so much for joining us on Insight today. Thank you for educating us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, now and always.
Thank you very much.
And that's it on this episode of the program. Do join us same time next week for more on Insight. My name is Nnamdi Odipo.
And I'm Elizabeth Omori. We'll see you next week. Bye for now.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake.
Evacuation of trapped victims of the Maiduguri flood continues as Nigeria Air Force exterminates illegal refining sites in Rivers State. You're welcome to Panorama on the network service of the NTA, and we are live in Abuja. I am Ogochkuka Ona. More trapped victims of the flood in Maiduguri are being evacuated as the flood continues to recede. Correspondent Ilyasu Yakubu reports that the trapped victims in their numbers were seen coming out of the flooded areas. The full report will come up in our subsequent bulletins. Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari, pardon, I'm trying to go back to history, but it's okay. It's President Bola Tinubu was in Maiduguri and pledged more strategic assistance from the federal government to assuage the effects of the recent flood in Maiduguri and its environs. The president sympathized with people of the state over the disaster that has displaced thousands of residents. He suggested a national disaster relief fund to cater for victims of such situations in Nigeria. State House correspondent Musbah Odan Wahab reports.
President Bola Tinubu returned from his trips to China and the UK Sunday night. Just a few hours after his return, the president would fulfill a sense of responsibility as he proceeded to Maiduguri to see the devastating consequences of the flood stifling the rejuvenating peace of the home of peace. Though the waters have largely receded, those who suffered the effect are yet to overcome, as President Tinubu visited one of the camps housing those displaced by the disaster. They clearly felt the sense of compassion of the president. President Tinubu proceeded to the palace of Shehu of Borno, which was also overtaken by the floods. Not only has the state not witnessed flood of this magnitude, the disaster has equally truncated the rebuilding process of a state just recovering from the devastation of years of insurgency. And the traditional ruler, who appreciated the concern and support of the president, has a plea to the federal government.
My request to you is one, that is, to find out the root cause of this flooding and address appropriately so as to avoid future occurrence, as over 80% of this town has been affected by this disaster.
the magnitude of the damage we have, as it has been said by His Royal Highness, the Ishawu of Borno, we want you to look into the possibility of reconstructing this dam with new hydraulic structures that can handle natural flow of water.
President Tinubu sympathized with the people of the state, and particularly those who have suffered varying degrees of losses to the disaster. For him, the Maiduguri experience is of national concern and will be treated as such.
We, as a government, as Nigerian people, will pledge with you that we will help in the rehabilitation and resolution of problems there. It is our problem, not just your problem, not the problem of community alone.
At the Borno State Government House, President Tinubu commended the commitment and leadership quality of Governor Babagana Umara Zulum and appreciated the support of various bodies, including members of the Governors Forum and donors.
For the people of Borno, Yobe, and other affected states, I say we will pull together a very good program for Nigeria to recover from this calamity and do better in the interest of our people. I've been thinking of how do we tackle this kind of a problem, whether it's climate change or any other means. But there must be a disaster relief fund for the victims.
The president is back in the nation's capital after the one-day visit to Maiduguri. In Abuja, Musbau, then Wahab, NTA News.
In the meantime, Borno State Governor Babagana Umara Zulum has expressed gratitude to the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, for the consistent support to victims of floods in the state. This was while inspecting food distribution at the internally displaced persons camps. Correspondent Ilyasu Yakubu again reports that the agency's Director General, Zubaida Umar, was in the governor's entourage.
The deployment of resources for evacuation, search and rescue mission, as well as provision of food and non-food items to victims of flood disaster in Maiduguri by the National Emergency Management Agency has been described as unprecedented. Experts say this level of commitment must be sustained and improved upon for the well-being of all Nigerians. Governor Zulum said with the volume of intervention work done by NEMA for the upkeep of disaster victims across the country, it is obvious that the agency is overwhelmed and therefore appeal.
NEMA is overwhelmed, and therefore we are also pleading on behalf of the National Emergency Management Agency to the federal government in order to provide additional support for them so that they can carry out their functions diligently.
NTA News investigation revealed that the flood waters are gradually receding and the victims are beginning to pick up the pieces of their lives. From Maiduguri, Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
The air component of Operation Delta Safe has executed air interdiction missions in Rivers State as part of its intensified efforts to curb crude oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and economic sabotage in the Niger Delta. Deputy Director, Public Relations and Information, Group Captain Kabiru Ali indicates that the two separate missions targeted specific sites along the Imo River, including Owaza, Uzaku, Obuzo, Uswaku, and Obiaku. The air crew proceeded to conduct armed reconnaissance mission in Owaza and Uzaku, during which they identified an active illegal refining site at Uzaku and immediately engaged, resulting in the destruction of 4 tanks and 2 canoes. The second mission originally was intended to support troops northwest of Umuahia, but adverse weather conditions forced the crew to divert and conducted further air reconnaissance around the Obuzo section of the Imo River, thereby destroying 12 tanks along with several jerrycans and other equipment used by criminals around Waza, Obuzo, Uswaku, and Obiako. The NAF states it will continue to conduct air operations against the activities of oil thieves and other criminals in the Niger Delta and in support ground forces across the region. Citizens are called on to key into the efforts of security agencies to deter the activities of these economic saboteurs with a view to checking their activities. The Defense Headquarters reacts to a video in circulation alleging unjust incarceration of a naval rating Seaman Abbas Haruna for 6 years. In a statement, the Defense Headquarters assures the public that the Armed Forces of Nigeria remains committed to upholding justice, fairness, and the rule of law, noting that the military court-martial process, though meticulous, ensures fairness, equal opportunity, and justice in accordance with established military procedures and the law. In response to this allegation, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has directed an immediate investigation into the matter, and the outcome will be made public in due course. The DHQ urges the general public to exercise caution and refrain from spreading unsubstantiated information while investigation is ongoing. Now, data from the National Bureau of Statistics reveal that Nigeria's inflation rate has dropped for the second straight month this year to 32.15%. Muplan Dakok has details.
Nigeria's headline inflation rate dropped for the second consecutive month to 32.15% in August 2024 from the July 2024 inflation rate of 33.40%. The data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows that the headline inflation rate for August decreased by 1.25% when compared to the rate in July 2024. Urban inflation rate was 34.58% on year-on-year basis. Rural inflation rate was 29.95% on year-on-year basis. Food inflation rate in the month was 37.52% on a year-on-year basis. The NBS report shows that the rise in food inflation on a year-on-year basis was caused by increases in the prices of bread, maize, grains, guinea corn, yam, Irish potatoes, palm oil, vegetables, and beverages, among others. Sokoto State led as the state with the highest food inflation rate of 46.98%, and Bayelsa State recorded the slowest inflation rate.
And Panorama returns after these messages.
In a land of peace and harmony, we cherish our freedom and unity. But around the world, we've seen how protests can spiral into chaos. What starts as a peaceful protest can sometimes end in anarchy, tearing communities apart.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days.
So those who experience it will run away from it.
Let's learn from these experiences. Let's value dialogue over destruction. Together, we can build a brighter future. Let's choose unity. Let's choose peace. Join us in the Peaceful Future Initiative, because together we can make a difference.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, with undying demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we have more than destination.
We are Nigeria. destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
The Nigerian government is set to launch a comprehensive strategy to position the country as a leading player in the halal economy, targeting $1.5 billion GDP through strategic initiatives by 2027. A statement by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications, Office of the Vice President, Stanley Kwocha, says the project is part of initiatives to diversify the economy and tap into the burgeoning global halal markets, products and services that meet Islamic standards of permissibility and embodies ethics, integrity and universal values that resonate across cultures and regions. The success of Sukuk bonds and the growing appeal of Islamic banking demonstrate that halal principles are compatible with global economic standards and can benefit all Nigerians. The strategic focus on the halal economy hopefully will open up new avenues for Nigerian businesses to compete on the global stage. And now Nigeria's creative sector is a powerful engine for economic growth that is yet to be tapped, and creators of performing arts and cultural heritage in the country are calling for a marriage with the private sector to take the industry to the next level. Larry Belay says these creators are ready to walk the talk.
Nigerian arts, culture and creative industry is one of the new frontiers of generating massive economic gains in the nation's diversification drive. Yet, it remains uncharted. Ancient spectrum of impressive arts and cultural heritage turning into creative industries are of immense economic benefit to the government at the federal, state and communities, creating jobs and attracting investment.
We are not going to expect government to do everything. It doesn't quite work that way. But what we need to do is to make the private sector begin to see the creative industry as a money maker, as serious business, because that is what it is.
We are basically importing everything and we barely export anything but oil. Now, the creative sector is an export product, no doubt about that. When you think about the remittances, you're talking about a $5 billion economy per year. Imagine if you can expand that capacity for us to get more payments and to export more products from fashion, from our food, from our brands.
Taking a look at animation, for instance, Nigerian animators project this sector of creative industry will be worth about $600 million in the next 5 years and has the capacity to take in a large youthful workforce.
Nigeria has the youngest, population in the world. Or Africa has the youngest population in the world. Nigeria, obviously, with the population it has. And one of the things we're trying to get young people to do is to get into animation early, because they would make the workforce of the future.
These professionals in the creative industry are convinced that government only needs to give a nudge by providing the right environment and watch the industry grow beyond their expectations. In Lagos, Lanre Bilayi, NTA News.
Apart from heightening surveillance in search of smuggled goods, the Joint Border Patrol team. Sector 2, Southwest Zone, says its interventionist role in arresting illegal migrants is to check individuals that may threaten national security. The coordinator of the team, Mohammed Shaibu, while outlining recent efforts of the unit, pointed to the rescue of 18 victims of human trafficking as one of the many success stories justifying its operations. Michael Olaleye reports.
Keeping vigil across the borderline, the team confirmed could be tedious, but the zeal to fulfill its constitutional mandate has been the motivation. In the third quarter of the year, the coordinator said 156 illegal migrants were arrested.
11 persons refused departure, 18 trafficked in person, and 2 suspected trafficking agents who violated immigration laws and were immediately handed over to the Nigerian Immigration Service for further investigation and prosecution.
The smuggling of petrol and rice is a common practice within the team's area of responsibility. Within the period under review, goods with duty-paid value of 1.4 billion naira were seized. The solace for the team is not just found in raising demand notices of more than 25 million naira, but carrying out its operations devoid of casualty.
These groups of unpatriotic citizens will help us to contend with, as the sector has deployed intelligence to apprehend offenders. The sector is fully prepared to face the challenge ahead as we are into the last quarter of the year.
While the Joint Border Patrol Team Section 2 Southwest Zone promised to enhance collaboration and intelligence gathering, it is calling on communities around the border to sensitize their subjects on the dangers of smuggling. In Lagos, Michael Olaleye, NTA News.
From Lagos, we move to Jigawa, where the State Executive Council has approved the award of 48 roads of 835 kilometers across the 3 senatorial districts of the state. Briefing newsmen on the outcome of the State Executive Council's meeting, the Commissioners for Information, Works and Health say 316 billion naira has been approved for construction of roads and health facilities in the state. Muhammad Musa Askira has details.
48 roads were equally distributed among all the components of the state across the 3 senatorial districts. This is to provide access roads to farming communities, hospitals and educational facilities to connect cities and communities together for socio-economic developments in the state. The 48 roads comprise of 835 kilometers would be awarded at the cost of 300 billion naira, of which 10% mobilization fee amounted to 30 billion naira has been paid for immediate commencement of the construction work.
The PDA roads, we have said, then the new construction, then the township, and then the upgrading of this road are the cumulative number of kilometers that we said we are going to construct 835 kilometers in this 2024 budget by the grace of God, inshallah.
The construction of these roads will be completed between 6 months and 18 months. In Dutse, Muhammad Musa Askira, NTA News.
And from Yola comes a report that 1,000 bags of fertilizer and cash donation have been distributed to some APC members and individuals in Adamawa State. The gesture is by Senator Aishatu Dahiru Ahmed Binani to enhance agricultural production in the state. Yusuf Jika reports.
The APC governorship candidate in the 2023 election in Adamawa State, Senator Aishatu Dahiru Ahmed Binani, has been supporting APC members, groups and individuals in Adamawa State through various empowerment initiatives, as well as free distribution of food items and fertilizer to improve their livelihood. The recent distribution of 1,000 bags of fertilizer and cash donation to APC members and individuals by Senator Binani includes 430 delegates who ensure her victory during the APC primary election in Yola. Senator Aishatu Dahiru Ahmed Binani says the gesture is to ensure food security and improve livelihood of people in Adamawa State.
I have a strong feeling that, inshallah, God will not leave us just like that. We have fought our battle and we have left the rest to Him.
Some of the beneficiaries see the provision of fertilizer will assist them to have a bumper harvest.
We are thanking her very much. I will use the fertilizer in my farm. Thank you so much.
It will help them in so many ways.
In Yola, Yusuf Jika, NTA News.
Let's join Olumide Eguntola for stories trending in the sporting world.
A seminar to produce qualified fitness trainer for Nigeria is underway at the Association of National Olympic Committees in Africa, ANOCA Secretariat in Abuja Tuesday. 35 fitness trainers and participants drawn from states of the Federation are cross-fertilizing ideas at a training anchored by a group of professionals, including Dr. Adebukola Bojuwoye, an expert in sports and exercise medicine. The training, organized by the Nigerian Olympic Committee (NOC) and Sport for All Commission, ends on Friday. In basketball, Nigeria's representative to the FIBA Under-18 Afrobasket Championship, the Junior D Tigers and D Tigres, are back in the country from South Africa. The Junior D Tigres picked one of the tickets for the FIBA Under-19 World Cup scheduled for Czech Republic next year, despite losing the final gold medal match to Mali. The Nigerian girls who qualified for the World Cup after a semi-final victory over Uganda are hoping for adequate preparations ahead of the World Cup Championship next year.
We really want to bring this top home. We said that we are qualified, but still qualified. But we want to bring the top home. Because it's okay. At least next time we plan well. Come around, think at least 3 months. It's big up. Looking for players, trying to get ourselves together.
In football, Enyimba Football Club of Aba has set their eyes on securing a crucial victory in the second leg tie of the CAF Confederations Cup against Etoile Filante of Burkina Faso. Enyimba's coach Yemi Olanrewaju expressed hope of winning the second leg in Nigeria after his team put a goalless draw scoreline in Mali with an assurance of improved tactical approach to the game. With sports updates, Olumide Eguntola, NTA News.
And that's Panorama today. The production crew appreciates you. Good afternoon.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world. From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Thank you for joining us for another episode of Environment Matters. Situations can happen and become turning points in our lives and for nations. Like for Indonesia, for instance, the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami changed the mindset of the nation and made them to understand emergency plans and disaster risk reduction. It is not as if they have a perfect scenario, but for a nation like Indonesia, they are doing well. They have been rated high. So bringing it back home to Nigeria, because most times it's not about talking about the problems. Yes, some of these challenges are inevitable, but solution and our strategic plans are important. So today on Environment Matters, we'll be looking at emergency response plans and how it is key for us to have measures that are well understood. We will also be looking at the role of the media in all of this and looking at what states are doing to ensure that people are evacuated temporarily during flood hazards. So stay tuned. Radiant blue sky, a marching canvas for the graceful white clouds. With green vegetation and hills, silent observers complementing nature's magnetic allure. This view of a beach in Bali, Indonesia is a reminder of how well endowed and divine nature can be. Despite the artistic splendor, nature can strike with hazards that are ugly, devastating, and deadly, with nothing about its rage mirroring the beauty it can exude. And the hazards oftentimes can speedily turn into disasters and in magnitudes that are unprecedented. Nations the world over have tasted the unpalatable flip side of Mother Nature. Some individuals have unforgettable tales of horror and trauma. Indonesia and other nations that were affected by the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami earthquake can relate with this. The tsunami caused one of the largest disasters ever recorded in history.
Experience. That morning, I was the chief engineer at the TV station, Television Maldives. We have only one public broadcaster at that time. And normally we start work around 7:30 in the morning. And around 9:30 in the morning, just before our news bulletin at 10 o'clock, there was havoc in the station because there was water running up from the floor. Luckily, The station was built at an area which was a reclaimed land, meaning it was built about 2.5 feet high. So the water was rushing in, and I was asked the decision whether we should stop the transmitter or not, because the transmitter is on the ground floor. So we were just waiting to see how far it will go. But luckily, it didn't rise that high at that time. Unlike many other countries, by the time the wave reached us, it was not that huge. Although Maldives having low-lying islands, many of the islands are washed over completely. So we call this the wave that changed our relationship with the sea. Maldives is a country which is 90% sea, and our livelihood comes from the sea. We are very close to the sea. We feel the sea as our friend. But that event changed our relationship with the sea. It's vivid memories. I remember everything very clearly. The first news bulletin we did at 8 o'clock, we had one of the most experienced newsreaders on screen. And the news editors have given her the script. She was in the studio, reading the script, trying to inform everyone what's going on. And the moment she saw some of the footage, she broke down on the screen. So this is the kind of experience we've lived it.
Telltale signs of lessons learned are inevitable in Indonesia today, from recognized alarms, signposts, conspicuous information on evacuation routes, to important steps to take to stay safe during hazards.
Just 3 days after this event in 2004, around sometime in the evening, there was another warning of tsunami. And I remember nobody slept. Nobody slept until the morning next day. But now, even a tsunami warning comes, we sleep well because we are now informed. We know what it is. We know what to look for. This is the power of media. This is the power of creating awareness.
Early warning systems and other prevention measures can go a long way in saving lives and biodiversity. And the media have strategic roles to play.
It is very important to keep this memory alive because a lot of people in Indonesia were not even born. You are such a young nation, and the same with Africa, the same with many other countries. And we are trying to see how we, through stories of different people, we can engage them to remember and never to allow this to happen again.
We want the media to question some of the choices that we as societies are making and that are creating risk. Where do we build? Are we building in flood zones? Do we have building codes? Do we have strategies for disaster risk reduction? Do we have funding for these strategies? How are we protecting and involving those that are most at risk, like women, children, persons with disabilities, because disasters do discriminate, and we need the media to put the spotlight on those who are most vulnerable.
In Nigeria, disaster risk strategies exist, with states having structures in line with their peculiarities. Lagos State, for instance, with a fast-growing population, has strategies that include initiatives aimed at achieving a sustainable and resilient state.
We have the community safety responders, and we also have the emergency preparedness team. Now, this is an initiative that goes even beyond the Safety Commission, where so many other agencies like LASEMA, Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service, NEMA, and the like, to have a team of people in every single community that anytime an emergency occurs, they are out there to support the emergency responders. From the Safety Commission, a number of these people that are community safety responders have been trained in first aid, they've been trained in cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR. They've been trained in terms of emergency management, and this helps us.
To achieve its sustainability vision, Lagos State is adopting an inclusive approach that captures safety, ethical business practices, climate actions, community engagement, and collaboration with relevant agencies.
A testament to SDG 17. Together, we have come to the realization that the future we aspire to is not just a dream, but it is our responsibility. A responsibility that demands our unwavering commitment and our most innovative ideas. We are also exploring the importance of community engagement. After all, sustainability it's personal. Sustainability is community-based before it then becomes a state matter.
Although Lagos is a coastal state with many beaches, it has no record of any known earthquake. However, some such unfolding have affected communities and even claimed lives. Strategic plans to make the state resilient and sustainable, if well followed, will help to check perennial flooding and the effects of rising sea levels. Living in harmony with nature is important in preventing disasters. Adopting sustainable practices can foster this, including policies that promote sustainability. This is still Environment Matters. I am happy that Lagos State has structured emergency management plans and are thinking of safety. Very crucial. So let's go to Rivers State to find out the mitigation plans they have for flooding and, importantly, strategies they have to evacuate people to safer environments during flooding.
Extreme flooding brings numerous difficulties to affected communities, families, and individuals. The inevitable relocation to safer and healthier environments underscores the importance of resettlement centers, which offer more than just shelter. They provide psychosocial support and community engagement that can significantly aid recovery. In the wake of recent flooding in Nigeria, the fate of the victims and the availability of temporary relocation centers have become pressing concerns. These centers function as crucial lifelines, particularly as climate change predicts more extreme weather events.
I am now in Oyigbo local government area, and as you can see, the floods are here. The place is already flooded. This house is empty. The houses around here are all empty. They've vacated their homes for safety. So the people of Oyigbo local government are calling on the federal government, state government, and meaningful individuals to come to their aid, not just to bring palliative to them at the centers, but also to provide a lasting solution to this menace.
Use canoe to go out, those who cannot afford where to go. And when we assumed office, we look at what our predecessor did. He did extremely well by providing an IDP camp for people. We visited that camp. We discovered there was nothing in that area. We need to start again, providing place for inhabitants, separate the male and the female. Most especially, it's very expensive how to feed these people. The whole people last they recorded about 3,000 refugee or ID camp, and it costs the council a lot to feed them, to provide shelter, even medical.
Experts and authorities emphasize the importance of such facilities, citing references and statistics to illustrate their impact. One key aspect of these centers is the ability to provide a sense of community and support for individuals during their recovery process.
So many persons lost even life on it. So many houses, properties were gone. Most of them today does not even have a house today. What government did was to just give them an IDP.
Those who live in areas where the flood impacts severely,
should try to move their things now, look for alternative accommodation for the period. For those who have crops in their farmland, it's better to salvage them now.
The federal government should come to an aid and ensure that this drainage is open and linked to a major drainage that link to Imo River. You can see these are part of the things they are using to do the work, but they blocked it. They could not connect it to the main drainage. So most of the flood is also as a result of poor or wrong construction that have been done on Oyibo people, which is not too good. If these things are opened, at least in a way we can curtail the flood, despite that the topography of Oyibo is designed for that by nature, you understand? But we can curtail the flood if this major drainage are open that link up to Imo River. It will help us a lot. So we are pleading that federal government should come to our aid and open up this drainage. This one is beyond the local government.
Worst hit in River State last year was Oyigbo local government area, where severe flooding displaced over 3,000 households. Many people were settled in churches and community halls after their homes were overtaken by floods and rodents. Victims who suffered this flood last year are the same people about experiencing the same problem this year.
As at last year, because of the flood, my buildings and my fences collapsed as a result of the flooding. It was terrible. For the flood itself, when the place is, overflooded, nobody stays around there. We vacated. As we speak, I ran away from my house with my families. The flood took over my place entirely.
In the scene when they are calling me, I should come out that the flood have taken over every of my properties and my house. I fly down to this place. Behold, before I get to this place, it was too much to me. I didn't even get one thing in my house. I have 4 children with 2 maids. The day this thing happens, I thank the local government chairman that tried to give us this place to accommodate us for 1 month before I relocate to where I stay now. The flood is coming up again. We are begging the federal government, the state government to come for our aid because where I bought my land, I couldn't go there again because of the flood. It's coming up speedily now.
Caretaker Committee Chairman, Oyigbo local government area, says funding and management of resettlement centers are critical issues that require attention.
Okay, this is the area we have already provided for the IDP camp. Over here we have 3 major halls. Here we use it for the male. Then over there for the female. Then there's another one we use for the children and the pregnant women. All we need in this place is we need mattresses for the IDP camp. We need a mosquito net. We need generator. We also need to equip the medical lab to treat people. And we need food for them because here we'll be housing over 3,000 people, including children. So we need an assistance. It's not what the local government can bear alone.
The local government chairman and his team has prepared this place for the flood victims when they start coming. Last year we recorded over 3,000 families in this place that were displaced. From the horse's mouth we heard that they need a lot of things here, from food supply to beddings and other facilities that will help them take care of the people that will be coming here.
This is still environment matters. We've looked at Indonesia, Lagos, River State. Time for us to go to Anambra State. And it's a state where, when we talk about flooding, something prominent there. So what strategies do they have to ensure that we don't have loss of lives and property and that people stay safe?
Records indicate that Anambra State has since 2012 experienced severe flooding with unprecedented adverse effects in terms of displacement of people, destruction of properties and means of livelihood, with hunger and death, as 10 local government areas are prone to this annual disaster. With the prediction of yet another flooding this year by NIMET, with Anambra among the leading flood-prone states out of the 21 states, as mentioned by NIMET, that will experience severe flooding, The state government is engaging in preemptive and reactionary measures through State Emergency Management Agency and the concerned local government areas in expanding their scope in terms of resettlement centers for the would-be flood victims in the 21 holding centers across the 10 local government areas, with Obaru, Anambra East and West, as well as Ayamelum local government areas being the worst hit in the past. A visit to the 3 holding centers in Atani, Osamala, and Odepe in Obaru local government area of Anambra State showed that the halls are empty owing to the fact that the water level from the River Niger has not reached the unprecedented state.
Yeah, in 2012, when we had the most devastating flood, the then governor of Anambra State set up a committee headed by the SSG, and I was a member of that committee. We were confronted with first of all, the level of that flooding was unimagined. Nobody anticipated it. So the first problem we had is, today it is here, tomorrow is here. You don't know where it's heading to, you don't know where it will stop. So the first approach was to start evacuating people. And then the process of evacuation faced the first problem of some people refusing to be evacuated because they thought that it will soon stop. But over time, you continue pleading with them until they see that water is almost entering their mouth. Then they will start, they will accept to start coming out to the various holding centers.
Like during the flood period, I was the camp manager for Somala Ward or Somala Omunanko Ward. So in this area, we have up to 100 people staying here. At the main camp in St. Patrick Catholic Church, we have more than 300 people there. So this the situation that time, but here we have up to 100 people, and they try to assist themselves, and some of our sons and daughters outside equally assist by sending some relief material.
Paul Odenibo, the State Emergency Management Agency boss, noted that these holding centers are being fumigated in preparation for the displaced flood victims, as the state is putting finishing touches in its plans to accommodate them.
People living near the river lines and streams should not hesitate to relocate to higher grounds as soon as they notice significant rise in the water level.
Without these holding camps, where people are evacuated to, there could be disaster in all these situations. So it is very important to sustain that, tradition of creating holding camps whenever these, floods seem to be coming.
Having come from high-risk flood area, the Transition Committee Chairman of the local government area, Franklin Nwadialo, and other critical stakeholders believe that disaster preparedness and risk reduction strategies should be the watchword.
We did also appeal to NEMA and SEMA that we need more befitting holding centers so that people can have the confidence that once this natural disaster comes, they'll be able to have somewhere else to call home. So it's also an area which I've appealed to the government, and they assured us that this time around, before the flood comes, they are going to help in that direction.
Yes, it's something you're used to, but at times it doesn't come in the scale that you are used to. So we get prepared.
To dredge the River Niger, dredge River Omabala, once the rivers are deep enough to accommodate flooding, then it will this issue of every year flooding will stop.
But more reasonably, if you take a lead from Cameroon, they have a dam.
Others harped on the need for actions that will enhance psychosocial support and community engagement with the aim of aiding recovery. It is believed that achieving risk reduction in managing flood victims lies on awareness creation to the affected people.
what the world is thinking of now, solutions. They're thinking of solutions, and whether from the communities, individuals, government, we all need to work in that direction. Don't sit back and say, it doesn't concern me. Really? When disaster strikes, no one would really say, it won't affect me, so what's my business? It has a spiral effect. So we should be involved and know that it's a crucial matter that concerns all of us. So until next week, when another episode of Environment Matters comes your way, I am Jennifer Igwe. Stay safe and continue to think green.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. Time is a masterpiece. A delicate piece when we wait. A vibrant shard when we're late. A dark fragment when we're sad. A radiant tile when we're happy. An intricate pattern when we're in pain. A long, winding thread when we're bored. But time's mosaic is crafted by our hearts and our minds, not by clocks. So piece together your time wisely.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up. Former U.S. President Donald Trump is safe after what officials say was the second assassination attempt on his life in 2 months. And Zimbabwe's slow-moving stance from heavy coal-based energy reliance to green energy is affecting families in coal mining who continue to be exposed to harmful emissions. All this and much more coming up on today's Africa 54. Former U.S. President Donald Trump is safe after what the FBI says appears to be the second assassination attempt on his life in 2 months. According to the Washington Post, the man arrested in connection with the alleged Trump assassination attempt, Ryan Wesley Routh, appeared in a Florida courtroom Monday on a charge of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Americans are now facing another dramatic event in what is already a high-stakes, high-drama election. VOA's Anita Powell reports from Washington.
For the second time in 9 weeks, former President Donald Trump walked away from a would-be assassination. The latest on Sunday afternoon at his golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida, the FBI said. Unlike the previous attempt, this one did not happen on live television, like the dramatic shooting Trump survived on July 13th. That attempt wounded Trump in the ear and killed a rally attendee behind him. Days later, Trump accepted the Republican Party's presidential nomination. Officials on Sunday said Trump was not hurt.
Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation, which is leading the investigation, says it appears to be an attempted assassination. The local sheriff said the suspect fled, leaving behind an AK-47-style rifle with a scope, a GoPro camera, and 2 backpacks. Police later caught him as he sped along the main highway into a neighboring county.
The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off.
In a joint statement less than an hour after the Trump campaign announced this second attempt on Trump's life, President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris said they were being regularly briefed and said they are relieved that Trump is safe. The sheriff said that the suspect was between 300 and 500 yards, about 275 to 460 meters from Trump, hiding in shrubbery. And as Monday dawns and questions swirl in America about how this will add further uncertainty in an already tumultuous election, those simple numbers underscore a terrifying fact: that a shooter managed to get so close to Trump, comfortably within the range of an AK-47-style rifle, about 275 meters. Anita Powell, VOA News, Washington.
For more perspective on the second attempted assassination of former U.S. President Donald Trump, I'm joined live from here in Washington by Bruce Fein, an American lawyer specializing in constitutional and international law. Bruce, this is the second assassination attempt on Trump's life. What should we make of it?
Well, we don't know whether this second constituted an attempt. That's something that still needs to be proven. In my lifetime, there actually was and severely injured a presidential candidate, George Wallace, Arthur Brimmer, in Maryland, shot gun. I do not believe that this particular incident shows any necessary deficiency in the kind of protection presidential candidates have. The most well-protected official in the history of the world was Adolf Hitler. He almost was assassinated of 1944, despite the security here. It's impossible without having a police state, have you, to reduce zero. And I think that all this particular incident egregious, goes to decay culture. But I think Bruce, Mr. Trump,
I'm having a little trouble with the audio. It kind of breaking a little bit. Bruce, if you can hear me, Can you hear me, Bruce? There's a little bit of audio issues here, but still, let's try to see if this works. What would be the implications if the assassin or the two assassins succeeded?
We don't know what the implications if they succeeded. Assuming that they were successful in having this killed, certainly would be chaos in the system. So close to the election, it's hard to imagine Republicans appoint a successor in time, have a campaign, since over the last literally 8 years, the party has reduced its succession to the single individual, Donald Trump. So it's not like there's a successor waiting to pick up the torch. It would be fortunate because I think no circumstance.
Right, Bruce. I think
any election.
Right, Bruce. We're going to have to leave it there. We can barely make some of the points that you're trying to put across because of some technical issues here. Bruce Fine is an American lawyer specializing in constitutional and international law. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger are expected to soon launch new biometric passports, according to Mali's military leader, Colonel Assimi Goïta. The junta-led states are looking to solidify the alliance after splitting from regional bloc ECOWAS. For more information, I want to bring in Africa 54's Paul Ndiho, who has a special guest. Hello, Paul.
Thanks, Esther. Joining me to discuss the soon-to-be-launched biometric passport system is Modibo Dembele, Managing Editor of VOA's Bambara service. Hello, Modibo. Welcome.
Thank you.
What do you make of the latest developments in that region?
And as it is known, the Colonel Assimi Goïta, during this address, he stated that the three countries are launching soon a new biometric passport, as long as many other decisions that was made during his speech.
What should we make of this new latest development? We've seen in the past they have proposed a new currency for that the affected countries, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, but nothing has kicked off. What should we expect going forward?
And if we try to assess his speech last time, according to Colonel Assimi, right now they are working on it, and if this happens, it may potentially have a lot of effect on ECOWAS and also on WAMU, which is the West African Economic Monetary Union, when we know one of the main goals of the sub-regional organization is to create a single currency, which is called ECO, for its member state. But with the withdrawal of those countries, which is Mali, Burkina, and Niger, which is almost 60 million people, it's going to be a lot of obstacles, especially for ECOWAS to attain, and also potentially to have also an impact on the free movement of people, especially the circulation and people and the goods within the regional organization. And Paul, also what we can add to that, that's also this could also disrupt the regional security within the organization. When we know most of those countries, I wouldn't say they are not rich, but they are struggling right now to tackle especially the fight against insurgency, Al-Qaeda and other. However, if you listen to the leaders of African Alliance State, they think this is an opportunity. They are shifting. This is an alternative because they think they are open to agreement, which sooner or later we may see new organization or also new agreement. Yeah. For instance, during one of his address, Colonel Assimi was saying that the IS countries are open to sign any bilateral or agreement with any member state of the ECOWAS.
We've seen, like let's say, for example, the European Union, they're trying to unite. There's been this call for Africans to unite. But in this particular case, we are seeing these people trying to divide what has been the ECOWAS, known for bringing stability in that region. What do you make of that?
And you're right. However, if you take like the reading from those leaders, they think the sovereignty and economic independence are not met. Reason why they are really trying to put in place this new entity, which according to them is a way and a chance for them to reach the economic and especially to get the political independence from like former colonizer, if we take the case of France. And on the other side also, it could be a chance also for fragmentation when we know the economic power if it's state. So that could be also a problem. However, let's wait and see.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Thank you, Modibo.
Pleasure.
Mudibo Dembele is a managing editor of VOA's Bambara service. Back to you, Esther.
A plan by the Kenyan government to lease the country's main international airport to India's Adani Group is sparking anger among Kenyans. It's also triggered a strike by the country's aviation workers. For more analysis into the Kenya-Adani deal, I'm joined live via Skype from Nairobi by Macharia Munene, a professor of history and international relations at the United States International University in Kenya. Professor Munene, who runs the Adani Group, and what reason is the Kenyan government giving for leasing the country's main airport to a foreign company?
Well, the Adani, Gautam Adani, the owner, the head, is the one dictating almost everything. And he seems to have taken advantage of the new government in Kenya to advance some suggestions that, because the government was vulnerable, seemed to have accepted without thinking very much what the repercussions would be. The reaction to it is hostile. The Kenyans are very angry because it showed how vulnerable the president is and his team, and the detriment to the country, the image, and the potential loss of resources and income and work is immense, and the Kenyans are reacting to it in a very negative way. They're not happy at all with what has happened.
So what are the implications for Kenyan airport workers if the Adani Group does take over that work?
Well, they become subject to Adani dictates. The Adani would set the terms. Kenya, other governments or the state will have very little control on what happens in the airport. In fact, not just Jomo Kenyatta Airport, but all the airports in Kenya will come under the Adani control. Kenya will lose its sovereignty in this regard. And that's one of the reasons Kenyans are very angry at the whole thing. It shows how short-sighted the officials in Kenya were in agreeing, if they did agree to this kind of arrangement. For Adani, he's doing very well, despite his reputation worldwide of shady dealings. Seems to be getting away with it in many ways. It's just extending worldwide, and Kenya appears to be available for taking advantage of.
So, Professor,
the workers will be very angry.
Yeah. Well, I thought there was the Office of the Auditor General, where, you know, when you give such big deals to outside companies or people from outside of the country, there should be some kind of vetting about this. Should Kenyans be concerned that such a deal in a sensitive place like the international airport could potentially compromise the country's security?
Yes, Kenyans are concerned, and they should be concerned, extremely concerned, because of the insensitivity of the government to the wishes of the Kenyan, to Kenyans' interests. So it raises the question whether the government knows what Kenya's interests are, so that it can lease or give away such a strategic part of the national infrastructure. The Auditor General keeps on pointing out to malfeasance, corruption, and bad dealings. So it said there was a lot of bad dealings in this regard, which ignored Kenya's interests. And as a people, Kenyans are very angry at this betrayal, what appears like a betrayal by the government of Kenyan interest to a foreign entity like Adani, which has questionable dealings in other places. It is a very annoying situation to the Kenyans, and they are just wondering what went wrong.
Professor, quickly, is there any legal challenge to this in a court of law in Kenya? Yes, no, what's going on?
Yeah, some lawyers have gone to court to raise issues, particularly since the procedures were not followed. And even the ministers themselves have admitted that procedures were not proper. It was so secretly done that it was supposed to be a fait accompli. But now with the people complaining, with the information coming out, some people have gone to court, and we are waiting to see what the court will decide on the matter. And I think the court will reject the whole thing.
Professor Munene, many thanks for your insight. Macharia Munene is a professor of history and international relations at the United States International University in Kenya. Still to come, Zimbabwe's coal mining exposes families to harmful emissions. We'll be right back. In other news, Tito Jackson, one of the brothers who made up the famed group the Jackson 5, has died at age 70. Tito was the third of 9 Jackson children, which include global superstars Michael and sister Janet. His 3 sons announced their father's death late Sunday in a post on Instagram. The Jackson 5 produced several #1 hits in the 1970s, including ABC and I Want You Back. Guinea is handing over a plot of land to thousands of people forcibly evicted by previous governments. Some of the victims have waited for more than 25 years for compensation. Human Rights Watch says more than 20,000 were displaced when the government of former President Alpha Conde demolished several neighborhoods in Conakry between February and May 2019. And the presidential campaign season is underway in Tunisia, and many Tunisians are taking their anger to the streets to protest against what they say is the deteriorating state of the country. Hundreds of Tunisians marched peacefully on Friday, calling for an end to what they say is a police state. Zimbabwe's heavy reliance on coal-based energy is adversely affecting the health of families in coal mining regions who continue to be exposed to dirty air from coal burning. Columbus Mavunga has more.
32-year-old Tinashe Raphael Matika says he's worried about the emissions from Hwange Thermal Power Station, which burns coal to generate energy. Matika says as the coal burns, dark smoke drifts over his home less than a kilometer away, creating health hazards and risks to farming.
The ash now poses a threat not just to the human beings, the people around, also to the vegetation. It is now harder to conduct subsistence farming. The law does not mandate that these companies test the exposure of community members to the pollutants, but rather only the labor aspect is covered by the Pneumoconiosis Act.
Matsika was referring to a law that mandates that companies pay for pneumoconiosis tests, but only for its employee. Pneumoconiosis is a lung disease that is caused by breathing in dust and manifests in coughing and inflammation, doctors say. And continued exposure to the dust can lead to cancer. The Hwange Thermal Power Station is operated by the government-owned Zimbabwe Electricity Supply Authority, or ZESA. Residents near the power plant say the problem has existed for years. The Zimbabwe government has yet to respond to the concerns of the communities affected by the coal-burning energy power stations. An advocacy group known as the Greater Hwange Residents Trust has since petitioned the government to amend a 1970s law and ensure the affected people like Matika are helped. Stembin Lovu is the group's program officer.
The community of Hwange, the Ngagula community especially, is faced by air pollution, and we want people to be tested for pneumoconiosis for free and the community's relocation to a safer place with less pollution.
As the government has not responded to the petition, Tobokile Shoko, monitoring officer at the Center for Natural Resource Governance, says a solution lies in moving to clean energy.
I think we should also try and introduce the issue of solar, of using solar here in Hwange.
The Zimbabwe Electricity Supply Authority says ferrochrome mines are installing hydropower stations to produce between 350 and 400 megawatts of electricity for their use and possibly selling in surplus to the national grid. Sidin Gatam, ZESA's executive chairperson, added that 31,000 farms in the country will have solar power installed as part of efforts to move to clean energy and reduce pressure on the grid. Gata has spoken highly of the coming solar project on farms.
They use only 30, 35, at most 40% of the time they use electricity, mostly for irrigation. Now, with PV solar, the energy is coming every day for 10 hours or so. So they have an opportunity to capture this energy and sell it back to ZESA.
That would result in Zimbabwe less relying on thermal energy and reduce length power cuts, which last as long as 18 hours in some areas. Columbus Mafungam, VOA News, Wange, Zimbabwe.
Thanks, Columbus, for that report. And that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, thanks for watching.
Let's delve into the cultural significance of the Maasai shuka, an intricate textile embodying the heritage of the Maasai people in East Africa. Firstly, a brief introduction of the Maasai community. Residing in regions of Kenya and Tanzania, the Maasai are renowned for their cultural customs, vibrant beadworks, and distinctive attire. Our exploration commences with the historical origins of the Maasai shuka. Initially introduced by European traders in the 19th century, it began as conventional fabric utilized by Scottish missionaries. Over time, the Maasai ingeniously transformed it into a symbol of profound cultural identity. Taking a closer look at the Maasai shuka, one is captivated by its rich palette of colors and intricate patterns, each hue conveying symbolic meaning: red for courage, blue for vitality, and green symbolizing the land's prosperity. Zooming in on the practical applications, the Maasai shuka, initially fashioned as clothing, has evolved into a versatile accessory integral to daily life. Its utility ranges from providing warmth against mountain air to serving as an improvised carrying sling for infants. Shedding light on its cultural relevance, the Maasai shuka plays a pivotal role in ceremonial occasions. It is prominently featured in rites of passage, weddings, and spiritual gatherings, underscoring its central role in Maasai cultural expression. In the modern day, the Maasai shuka showcases remarkable diversity. Beyond its traditional uses, it has found its way into contemporary fashion markets and global markets, representing a fashion fusion of cultural heritage and modern trends. In addition to the shuka, the Maasai are renowned for their intricate beadwork. Bracelets, necklaces, and earrings adorned with colorful beads are iconic accessories contributing to the distinctive Maasai aesthetic. As we conclude our exploration of the Maasai shuka, this seemingly simple fabric emerges a profound cultural artifact reflecting the resilience and creativity of the Maasai people. Join us in our ongoing journey as we continue to explore the diverse and captivating tapestry of global cultures.
The United Republic of Tanzania is a country in East Africa, bordered by Kenya and Uganda to the north, Rwanda, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo to the west. It is also bordered by Zambia, Malawi, and Mozambique to the south, and the Indian Ocean to the east. Tanzania is a result of the unification of Tanganyika and the Zanzibar Islands. Both were independent nations before agreeing to form the United Republic of Tanzania on April 26, 1964. At about 947,303 square kilometers, Tanzania is said to be the 13th largest country in Africa and the 31st largest in the world. Dar es Salaam has been the capital of Tanzania and has long been a city of historic and commercial importance. In 1996, however, Dodoma was named the capital of Tanzania because of its favorable location at the center of the country. Although many government offices and embassies are yet to relocate to Dodoma, with some preferring the more urban and coastal Dar es Salaam. Because of this, Dar es Salaam remains the commercial and de facto capital of Tanzania, while Dodoma can best be described as the political capital of Tanzania. Tanzania has Swahili and English as its official languages. Swahili in Tanzania is a composite of several Bantu dialects and Arabic that originated along the East African coast and on the island of Zanzibar. Tanzania contains about 20% of the species of Africa's enormous warm-blooded animal population found within its over 21 national parks, spread over a zone in excess of about 42,000 square kilometers, plus a variety of game and forest reserves, including the Ngorongoro Conservation Area. Found in Tanzania is the famous Mount Kilimanjaro. It is said to be the highest mountain in Africa and the highest freestanding mountain in the world. It is also said to be only 3 degrees from the equator. Other unique features in Tanzania include the Ngorongoro crater, known to be the largest unbroken caldera in the world. It has been described as one of the greatest natural wonders of the world. Others are the Serengeti National Park, covering an area of about 5,700 square miles, equal in size to Northern Ireland. The world-famous Serengeti National Park is Tanzania's oldest park and one of the world's last great wildlife refuge. Further north is Lake Victoria on the Kenyan-Uganda-Tanzania border. This is the largest lake in Africa and is the source of the Nile River. In the west, separating Tanzania from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is Lake Tanganyika. This lake is said to be the second oldest and the second deepest lake in the world after Lake Baikal in Siberia. With the numerous national parks, reserves and conservation area, one will assume that the country's economy would depend on tourism. Well, that assumption is far from the realities in Tanzania, as agriculture is the major lifeline of the country's economy. This is so because the center of Tanzania is a large plateau with grasslands and a large mass of arable land found in most parts of the country, suitable for mass agricultural production. Now, the Tanzanian culture is a delightful mix of influences with over 120 tribes. Tanzania is one of the most culturally diverse countries in the world. From the tall, graceful Maasai warriors, the ancient ways of the Hadza Bushmen, the resourceful agricultural practice of the Wamerus, the artistic talent of the Makonde to the Chaga farmers and traders. Each of the 120 different tribes in Tanzania have their own unique and distinct ways of life, but together they're gracefully united for the promotion of nation building and the development of Tanzania. The music industry in Tanzania has evolved over the years due to the mixture of various cultures in Tanzania. Native music in Tanzania is morphing into new music, comprising a combination of the old, the new and the imported sounds and rhythms. Africa is indeed a blessed continent. Serengeti National Park and many other natural resources Tanzania is endowed with, as well as the beautiful and accommodating people of Tanzania, are evidences to this fact.
Hello and welcome to Issues of the Moment. The field of genome editing science has rapidly evolved, offering immense potential for advancing agriculture, healthcare, and environmental sustainability. However, these advancements come with significant responsibilities, especially in ensuring that the use of such powerful technologies is safe, ethical, and in compliance with the laws of our nation. As Nigeria progresses in her commitment to get involved, just as other nations, to adopt this genome editing science, mainly to achieve food security and healthcare amid other benefits, the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, is not also relenting in its commitment to build capacity and engage stakeholders who play a critical role in shaping the future of biotechnology in the country. This move is geared towards empowering policymakers and regulators with the necessary knowledge and skills to collectively ensure that genome editing technologies are used safely and ethically for the benefit of Nigerians. Genome editing science in Nigeria, how involved are policymakers and regulators, will be our focus today on the program Issues of the Moment. My name is Justin Bemunyi. My guest to talk on these issues will soon be with you after this short break. Welcome to the program. Once again, thank you so much for joining us on the program Issues of the Moment. Today our focus is on genome editing science in Nigeria, policymakers and regulators. And my guest is Professor Olalekan Akimbo. He is from the Directorate of Agriculture, Food Systems and Environmental Sustainability, NEPAD. Professor, thank you so much once again for coming to our studios to throw more light on this area of science.
Thank you so much, Ben, for having me.
Thank you. You're welcome. Genome editing science in Nigeria. First of all, what is this area of science all about? What exactly is genome editing?
Thank you. I think that's a pertinent question that needed to be answered in a layman language, and also linking it up with Nigeria. Genome editing is a science that is using information from the genetic component of an organism, the plant or animal, but to improve the deficiency that that organism is having without introducing external information, but using the information within the genome of the plant or animal or insect to improve on the capability for itself to be enhanced. Now, speaking about Nigeria, globally, Nigeria is phenomenal in science and well respected. And such regard to genome editing, there are scientists in Nigeria that have made strides and they are working on this technology within the country and outside the country. But let's focus on Nigeria, not to putting some parastatal into spotlight. However, we have 3 institutions, including university, that is doing the practical aspect of genome editing in crops that of interest to Nigeria, crop like cassava, crop like cowpea, crop like tomato, just to mention but few. And that is in the continent, in Nigeria, to be specific, there are scientists working on the technology and also specifying of focusing on the crop of interest for Nigerians.
Now, before genome editing, before we are now hearing about genome editing, we've heard about GMOs before. Now, which, you know, GMO, back in the days, we had, it was surrounded by some controversial concerns. Now, you are here as an expert, as a biotechnology expert. Can you draw the lines for us? Give us a difference between GMOs and this technology now, which is the genome editing science. What is the difference?
Thank you so much. I think let me start with the word of technophobianism. The problem with new technology is the technophobia, the fear of the unknown. That's the first thing. It's very important for us to be able to draw the line. Now, when you're talking about GMO, GMO is the introduction, it's still using the same baseline of DNA, of gene, to improve on a particular interest, either in the plant, on the animal, or any other thing. But the difference between GMO and genome medicine is that they use external insertion of the DNA to improve on a particular trait. Whereas for genome editing, there's no foreign DNA insertion. It is using the information within the genome of that particular crop of interest to improve its capability of what you want for it to be resilient or for it to improve yield. But that component of the genome is what you use, not from the outside, but from the inside of the crop.
Now, in a layman's language, I want you to bring it out. Let's say the ordinary Nigerian there who is not a scientist, who is not a biotechnician or biotechnologist, the farmer out there. Give us a very plain example, you know, maybe using a particular crop or a particular organism. How is this application or the adoption of this genome editing? Give us a plain example using any kind of crop. How is genome editing applicable?
This is the simple way. The way it's applicable is it helps to improve the productivity of a crop that is deficient in sustaining itself. Practical example, as I've mentioned, cowpea. Cowpea, the most problem that cowpea is having is the weevil. The weevil attacks cowpea, and the scientists, they have tried to do everything to stop that. They have not been able to do it. But the use of the technology, they can use the weakness in cowpea that does not allow it to be able to stand strong against weevil. When you use genome editing, the crop itself can withstand the way in which the weevils can affect it. Which, at the end of the day, we keep the cowpea to be healthy, keep the cowpea to store for a longer period, to keep the cowpea to attract more. What do you call it now? You can save it. You can store it. And when it is stored, if it is weevil free, then you are sure that when you want to sell it in the market, you get more money for it.
Now, can you tell us, apart from this, where are we headed to as a country or as a people when it comes to the benefits inherent in adopting this technology? What are we looking out for?
Thank you. I think the starting point is to commend the government. The Nigerian government have done well. How? They have established institutions that could, one, set the policy, two, do a monitoring. That is called regulation. And the first institution that have been mandated to do this is National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency. They are to set the policy and research. And the other arm of the government, the parastatal, is National Biosafety Management Agency to regulate. In regulation, you confirm whether this technology is safe, whether this technology should be accepted. When that has been passed, and there are pathways for them to come to that decision, and that pathway is if there is external insertion, like a GMO, it should be regulated. If there is none, then it should not be regulated. Now, where are we as a country? One, government has created an enabling environment for the technology to strive. And we can't take it away from Nigeria. Nigeria has set a high standard on the continent in the adoption of biotechnology. And you know, biotechnology is what is controversial. But because government has put in place regulation, government has put in place institutions that can be like a watchdog. And that is the first thing that Nigeria has done. Now, looking at the flip side of how the technology can benefit, if I get it right. Yes. You see, in talking of benefit is what is in need for me to make me better. And what is in need for Nigeria to make Nigeria better is Nigeria is an agrarian country. Prior to oil boom, all that we depend on is crop to expand, to export, to send out. Now, oil boom came. People are not out farming again. Since we are agrarian continent, we are agrarian country, this benefit can enhance our productivity. That when you plant your crop, you get more yield. You feed yourself, will not go hungry, then you can sell to meet your domestic need. And you can also do intracontinental trade, not from outside. For instance, we Nigerians, anywhere we go with our gari, anywhere. We go with our beans, anywhere. We can, if we have a good product from this technology, that's a form of trade. And as you know, the level, the quantity of cowpea that Nigeria consume, that we produce, is not sufficient for what we needed. We still take from Niger, from other neighboring countries. But with the technology, we can produce sufficient for ourselves, and we can also sell to that country.
Now, talking about concerns, our policymakers, legislators, and regulators, as well as other stakeholders, who play a critical role in shaping the future of, biotechnology in the country. What is their level of involvement in this technology adoption and, of course, application? At what level are they involved in this process?
First thing, knowledge, information. For this point, because it's at the early stage, what is important is for the three arms, the innovation, the policy, and other stakeholders, other players to come together for information sharing, for them to know what are we, where are we, who is doing what is the part of the government, the role of the government, what the role of the industry, what the role of the research institute, then who is harmonizing all these things together. And that is important, because when you mix it up, then you play a blame game. Oh, government should do this. Oh, no, research institutes are not doing this. Oh, farmers are not getting it. No, it should be an ecosystem that is organic, that government set policy, scientists, they do their research, then industry, they bring in to support a institution for them to be able to produce certified seed. Let me give you an example. I've said something in a meeting today that people are mixing grain with seed. When you produce grain is for food, seed is for planting. To get seed is the role of seed council. To get the technology is the role of research. So research brings seed to the seed council multiply to get to the farmer. But for this process to go through, there's a need for policy. So that's the role of government, to set the right policy. And already, policy creates an enabling environment for science to thrive. So when you put these puzzles together, you discover that if you don't play according to the rule of the game, regulators are there to put check. They speak for the government because they are government institutions. And government institutions don't fight themselves. If NBI may say it is safe, by constitution, they have the mandate to go through it. If it is not safe, NAFDAC should not be able to say, we have a product. That product will not get to seed council. So there should be an organic co-evolution with the technology and with the institution that government has established to oversee the technology.
We're still on concerns here. You know, some stakeholders are raising safety concerns, you know, when adopting this technology as well as regulations. Talking about health impact, environmental impact, biodiversity interference. What do you have to tell Nigerians, you know, about Africa, Nigeria, owning this technology, or let's say domesticating this technology amidst these concerns, these safety concerns?
You say, this is why I went the first round for the question of safety on the institution is to establish the pathway with the government role. When government says it's safe, government should have done the due diligence to use their scientists to get it done. That's why I went to the route of the government role and the institution that they have been established. When you're talking of the concern with other constituency, the most important thing is science is something that is repeatable. Science is when you agree to international treaty, it is your role to domesticate until you are able to verify within your country, your scientists doing them. Because you are signed to the international treaty, you're supposed to abide. Because it's a system, a country that is not working in a silo. You see the point? So when the safety concerns are coming, the question is it based on science? Is it based on technophobia? Is it based on the untested information that is not government-based, is not institutional-based, is not research-based? So when it's because there's so many information, it's a marketplace. It's the information you are looking for that you get. So for me, speaking from the science space, any technology that leaves the space of the research that the regulatory body have certified, they've gone through each stages for it to get to the production of, can I say, of certified seed. When it is safe, when the declare is safe, it is safe. We need to believe the government that put those institutions there as their representative. Then when you now want to diffuse the technophobia challenge, it's a ball game. Who is speaking to who? What is the source? Where is the information coming from? I'm telling you, if the information, there's so many information now in the marketplace of knowledge that is contradictory, but they're not science-based. We just published a paper now, Adebayo et al. 2024, in the Frontier, just this July. You can check it out. There's a separation between GMO, between genome editing, between safety concern, the benefit, and I will just make one point, or maybe 2 points in the benefit. One, the health benefit. You see, this day we accumulate a lot of chemical in our body. Why? Because the example of cowpea I've mentioned to you. Before you can get a good yield from cowpea, you spray over and over, and there's a residual settlement of those chemicals on cowpea. When you want to save it to stay for a longer time so that the weevil will not invest it, you also put chemicals. So if you don't wash it thoroughly, it comes back to your body. You eat it, and that's a problem. Now, when you now bring it back to genome editing now as a benefit, you see, because you are not introducing the chemical, you have improved it within the body, within the system of the crop. Now, the health-wise, you are not at risk of any of these challenges. That if you don't wash properly, if you don't dry properly, you get it. That's number one. Number two, biodiversity. This technology helps biodiversity in a longer way. How? If you don't spray, if you spray randomly, you kill every insect around that crop. When you kill the insect, you also affect the ecosystem. those insects feed on another insect. Other insect feed on another insect. The worm is affected. When you kill the insect will be fed on another insect. That will be transferred to that insect. When the worm wants to eat on them, that thing, because you use the chemical, it's like you use a poison to kill the rat. Anybody that eat that rat will also be killed. So it's a continuous side effect which has affected the ecosystem. But that, without using that chemical, you are helping the biodiversity to keep the system working, because they feed on themselves, they will come again. So the benefit, I just picked two. I've not gone to the yield, I've not gone to the safety, I just went only to two on your health. The other thing that you see about the benefit of the technology is, you see, we're in the generation, the millennial generation, they don't work hard, they work smart. They want result, not long time. So for you to get that result for them, then you use technology that enhance their ability to achieve result with the minimum effort.
Before I let you go, Prof, this question is very crucial. Should Nigeria and other African countries be worried about some other handful of countries? You know, there are reports that some other maybe in the some European countries may be shying away or rejecting these new technologies. What should be the position of Nigeria and Africa in this regard?
Thank you. First, I want to tell you that Nigeria should be Nigeria. Nigeria is a sovereign country. Nigerians should trust their government. Nigerians should go with international treaty that they are signed. Now, coming to the issue of worry, other things that I need to worry, I want to tell you that Nigeria is a role model as of today for the technology adoption. And Nigeria is an example for other countries that does not have the resources that Nigeria have. Nigeria have committed a lot of resources. If I can just tell you in case of human resources, for National Biosafety Management Agency, their staff strength is more than 250 as staff. In other countries, you have just 2 or 3 staffs. That's human capacity. That's human capital. That's one. So when you're talking of the fear, when you're talking of the worry, Nigeria as a sovereign nation, working with Agenda 2063, the African we want, and looking at the aspiration that they say there will be zero hunger by the year 2063, Nigeria should tread the path of technology that enhance agricultural productivity. Because if you can get it done, other countries depend on Nigeria. Directly or indirectly, there are many countries that if Nigeria gets it right, Nigeria is a trailblazer. So for me, speaking from my experience, speaking from traveling all over Africa for work, and speaking about Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, Nigeria to take the pace, the leadership. We say giant of Africa, and Nigeria has proven that. So let it maintain. Let them be a trailblazer, not going backward, but forging ahead and looking at the capacity component, looking at the research institute. Let government mainstream science, technology, and innovation. Let government invest into it. If you don't want it from outside, then let Nigeria invest in their research institute. Let Nigeria invest in the capacity. Let Nigeria in the diaspora. Let them come back home. Let them support the effort of the government. So at the end of the day, the Nigeria, not the Africa we want, the Nigeria we want, the Nigeria that drives Africa, that is the Nigeria we must advocate for.
Well, Professor Olalekun Akimbo, thank you so much once again for your time with us. Out of your very tight schedule, thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Well, this is Issues of the Moment. Genome editing science in Nigeria, policymakers and regulators has been our focus today, and my guest has been Professor Olalekun Akimbo from the Directorate of Agriculture, Food Systems and Environmental Sustainability of the African Union Development Agency, AUDA NEPAD. And this is where the program ends, and we thank you so much for being a part of it. My name is Justin Bemuyi, and we say bye for now.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Hello and welcome to the news update on NTA International. These are the trending stories at this time. I am Lami Ali. Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, has launched a Young Farmers Club for young children selected from 12 schools in the Federal Capital Territory. The induction of the 240 young farmers held at the State House Banquet Hall is to aspire young Nigerians to become great farmers, as they are advised to take farming serious and to do the nation proud, because if there is no farmer, there will be no nation. The First Lady said the land is meant for farming, and farming should be dear to hearts of all Nigerians. She also said that farming is not just an occupation, as it puts food on the table in homes. She says the Young Farmers Club will be included among other social clubs in schools. The President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has unveiled the new faces of the new college, announcing that it will be made up of 40% women. The new European Commission team will include 11 women, a 40% share of the posts, although the EU chief says there is still work to do. Despite her bid for gender parity, von der Leyen said member states put forward only 22% women candidates, and this, she says, is completely unacceptable. Now, plumes of smoke travel above Bamako after unidentified gunmen attacked a police base in the Malian capital Tuesday morning. Reports say volleys of gunfire and explosions began at around 5 in the morning, and black smoke could be seen rising from an area near the airport. A police source says after explosions carried out by unidentified armed men, the airport was temporarily closed. A number of armed rebel groups are active in the West African country, including separatists and jihadists linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group. But until now, the capital has been spared. The air components of Operation Delta Safe has executed air interdiction missions in River State as part of intensified efforts to curb crude oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and economic sabotage in the Niger Delta. The Operation Delta Safe conducted the 2 separate missions targeted at specific sites along the Imo River, including Owaza, Uzaku, Ubuzo, Oswaku, and Obiaku. The aircrew proceeded to conduct armed reconnaissance mission in Owaza and Uzaku, during which they identified an active illegal refining site at Uzaku and immediately engaged, resulting in the destruction of 4 tanks and 2 canoes. And that's it on the news updates at this time on NTA International. We thank you for watching. I'm Lami Ali. Do stay tuned.
Race to Dennis Ozadibe Government House, GRA Benin City, enters the home straight. Contestants and last-minute scramble for undecided voters. Election management bodies, security agencies, and other stakeholders warn against subversive elements. And also on political update today, Interparty Advisory Council, IPAC, tells political parties that charity begins at home if elections are expected to capture the imagination of the citizenry. We have these and more on our lineup. I'm Fisai Ogunfui. Welcome. The Interparty Advisory Council, IPAC, is urging stakeholders in the September 21 governorship election in Edo State to adhere to the principles of democracy, respect to the rights of others, and prioritize the interests of the Edo people. As the council strives towards deepening democracy, this was at the stakeholders' engagement and voter sensitization media briefing ahead of the poll.
This exercise is targeted towards a peaceful, transparent, and inclusive upcoming election.
The need to ensure that the September 21 governorship election in Edo State is conducted in line with the rules of the game is the major reason for this gathering. To the electorate, they must discharge their civic responsibility in accordance with the law, while INEC and the security agencies are charged to remain neutral and impartial by providing a level playing field for all political parties and candidates.
Everybody is free to express his consent, but we will look at it and advise where we can. We will take it to the appropriate authority.
Representatives of political parties and other stakeholders expressed commitment to deepening the nation's democracy.
With about less than 4 days to the Edo State governorship election, the political scene witnessed some twists and turns and realignments in the course of the week. Good luck, Ediani brings us the latest.
After the PDP caucus meeting, the party leadership in Edo State commended the Inspector General of Police, IGP, for his commitment to a peaceful, free and fair election on Saturday, September 21 governorship election. They also gave an update on the signing of the peace accord.
We want to particularly appreciate the statement issued by the Inspector General of Police, making commitment to support the peace process to ensure that there's a level playing field. We're also pleased with the preparations of INEC. All those people have been detained. If they are granted bail, then we'll consider signing the peace accord.
The governorship candidate of the Action Alliance, AA, Prince Tom Isego Hiokoje, has stepped down his governorship ambition for the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Senator Monday Okpebholo, saying he believes in his economic recovery policies, which align with his party's ideology.
Senator Okpebholo embodies this kind of quiet leadership.
He may not dazzle crowds with flashy speeches, but he is strategic. He looks at the bigger picture. This collaboration is not just to win election. The collaboration is to deliver real change.
More voices from various political camps have been speaking on their preparedness and expectations of the election.
Every hand, every mind, every structure, every action, every plan, every dedication has been put into the bag, and we are very confident that we'll get victory.
The clock is ticking for all concerned as we get ever closer to the D-Day. That is the Edo governorship election billed for Saturday, the 21st of September 2024. The key stakeholders like INEC and security agencies have already expressed their readiness. Many may say that the most important stakeholders are the political parties fielding the candidates in the contest. Joining us is the National Organizing Secretary of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, Egbiola Martins. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me this afternoon in your studio.
All right, let's start like this. How ready are your members to play the game by the rules on Saturday?
We're very well prepared, and to a rather preparedness was why we're in Edo State to reach out to all critical stakeholders that are involved in the electoral process. And we've gotten assurances. We've also been able to address some concerns that are within our capacity to address. And the ones that are meant for other stakeholders, we've channeled them appropriately. And we are very, very much confident that the election in Edo State come 21st this Saturday.
Can you give us an idea of what you're talking about, the ones that you have addressed and the ones that you have channeled to other stakeholders?
Okay, yeah, like some of those, basically that of the PDP. One of the reasons why they said they didn't want to sign the peace accord was on account of some of their members that have been arrested, hence accusing the security agencies of being partial. We've channeled that we're with the Commissioner of Police. We expressed this concern, and they said everything is being looked into, and whatever has got nothing to do, that has got to do with crime, will be addressed as crime. The ones that are seen to be political will be adequately addressed. And they've given us assurances that no innocent person will be unduly detained, and that those who have got questions to answer will be charged to court. And I think that is also is something that we are happy that all the critical stakeholders are coming with this kind of disposition of being neutral. And that is what is very, very encouraging for the
What is
politics.
the position of your organization, the council, in terms of PDP, which incidentally is the incumbent power right there in Edo State, not being a part of the peace accord? Did you see that as a body blow? Because normally the peace accord will see it as a show of faith in the process.
Honestly, it wouldn't in any way diminish the impact of the peace accord process. If the peace accord, yes, rightly said, is a show of faith, it's also voluntary. Nobody is being coerced into signing it if you do not feel the need to. I think it's well within the rights of the PDP, having expressed some concerns that they felt have not been addressed, that until those concerns are addressed, then they are also favorably disposed to coming to Abuja to sign the peace accord. So I don't think there are issues, and I think these concerns that have been raised are presently being addressed. And we are very hopeful that within the week, the PDP will come to Abuja to sign that peace accord.
All right, you are not anyway in any position perhaps to even answer this, but the PDP, won the election with the APC being the government at the center 4 years ago, and it didn't really hurt the process at that point. But we'll, perhaps, interrogate this further down the line. But let's come back to IPAC. On the part of IPAC, what are the efforts to galvanize your members, that is political parties, and those state citizens to ensure full participation in this poll?
Yes, we are giving them assurances. Based on the assurances, we equally have gotten from the various security agencies. We're the director of the DSS, we're the commissioner of police. We also met with some candidates of some of the political parties, all the political party chairmen in the state, and there are good assurances that the process will be very peaceful. Hence, we are assuring all voters in Edo State that they should come out and exercise their franchise. You see, there's nothing as sacrosanct as that one vote that you've got, because it has a way of actually shaping the future. It's as if in this part of the world, the state rises and falls with leadership. So it's something we've got to take very seriously. And all our members, all the chairmen of political parties in Edo State, and they are giving us assurances of massive mobilization of their members to go out and vote for candidates of their choice.
All right, in your engagements with the parties, what are their main issues in ensuring the hitch-free exercise?
Okay, yes. So some raise the issue of not being given that opportunity to be able to campaign freely. And some actually also...
but who are they blaming for this?
Largely the government. You know, they believe that if the government...
In Edo State?
Yes, in Edo State, yes. If they provided that enabling environment where people will not be harassed, and well, we were able to... We channeled all this to the Commissioner of Police, and they are looking into it and they are addressing it. And some also complain largely of the fact that the heightened polity in terms of these accusations and counter-accusations between the PDP and APC is actually, not really encouraging them as candidates. As most of their members are having this fear of violence in the election. And we also address that it's not an issue. It's a normal engagement. There will always be accusations and counter-accusations, especially when there's misinformation or probably information is not well managed. And I think what we could deduce from the whole complaint is basically the issue of misinformation, and we were able to douse that, and the confidence as we speak after that engagement and voter sensitization is that these issues have been addressed, and they are confident that yes, INEC will come and do what they are supposed to do, which is conducting a free, fair and transparent election. And the security agencies also will provide a safe environment where voters will come out and cast their vote without being harassed or anticipating any form of violence.
All right, let's talk about your members. You, after all, you are the Inter-Party Advisory Council. Are political parties maturing? For instance, we've seen a situation where one or two governorship candidates are closing shop and dissolving their, campaign councils and, favoring in favor of other candidates in the same race a week to go. Are we taking our voters for granted, for instance? And then, where is the place of ideology? Why are you? Do we get to have we gotten to a situation where you sometimes confuse voters with the messaging? Some people have invested their time in perhaps giving another party a chance, gets to a week to elections, and then you say, no, you are no longer, being a part of the process. You are, withdrawing for someone else.
Well, I think we are in the evolution process. We are still evolving as political parties. There's nothing cast in stone. We have not gotten there. It's actually a marathon and not a sprint. We also appreciate that this is just a little over 2 decades. of our current political experiment in terms of the Fourth Republic. And most of the times we tend to want to compare ourselves with advanced democracy in the world. Democracy in America is over 200 years. That doesn't mean we should take the same number of years that it took them to be able to get to where they are. There's what is called quantum leap. We can take quantum leap into, getting to that point where we ought to be. That said, it's within the right of any candidate to also decide that maybe having looked at things critically, that he sees that he may not be able to muzzle up the critical mass to win an election, and he feels maybe probably there is a candidate or a particular political party which ideology and programs resonate with ease. And if there's that semblance of ideology...
Why I say this is, I wanted to bring this on board before you round off that, thought flow. Why bring this on board is a candidate, steps down. Is it in consultation with his party or based on his own convictions?
No. It's not. We are not running. We are not running a kind of how would I call it? We are not running a barbershop kind of arrangement in our political setting. Naturally, no candidate have got the right independently to say you are declaring for another candidate or another political party. Naturally, the way it's been done is that you consult with your members, those stakeholders who actually entrusted you with that responsibility of contesting for that election. Having done that, you also move upward by reaching out to the national stakeholders of your political parties. And this is upon the agreement at that level is when you now can openly, through a press conference or through any medium, make it known to the world that you are stepping down and the reasons for what you're going to do. However, even as much as we see candidates stepping down, there are also candidates who are also in for this election. Some of them is not about winning. For some, it's just the fact that we cannot continue the way things are. That is, we will keep on pushing what we believe in. That yes, that being among the majority. You see, there's this notion about democracy. Democracy is about a game of number, about the majority. But that does not say majority are always right. Yes, at times that they could be in the majority and they are wrong. So people who still want to see the race through will believe that, look, I would rather be among the minority that is right than to be among the majority that is wrong, because one day that minority that is right will one day become the majority. And that is the belief of some candidates who will also see through this election, irrespective of whether other candidates are collapsing structures for other candidates of their choice. However, you still cannot also overrule the possibility of selfish intentions. There are some people from day one who knew they were not going to contest, and the only thing they will do is just to put up this charade and these political razzmatazz of being in the race, only for them to go and negotiate and with candidates that they feel will win, so that at least they can have a cut in the government if the person. These are things that are quite clear to everyone.
All right, let's move on very quickly. The University of Benin Sports Complex Ugbo campus witnessed the presence of the All Progressives Congress supporters from within and outside Edo State for the mega rally ahead of the Saturday, 21st September governorship election in the state. Vice President Kashim Shettima at the rally urged the electorate in the state to vote for the party's candidate to transform the state.
It is the grand finale of the All Progressives Congress governorship election campaign, holding at the Uniben Sports Complex in the state capital. The president, represented by his vice, Kashim Shettima, arrives in company of the Senate President, National Chairman of the party, 9 state governors, and other APC stalwarts amidst cheers from the crowd. Next, defectors from other parties were received into the APC fold. After which the party's flag was handed over to the governorship candidate with an urge to fly the flag to victory at the forthcoming election.
I ask you to exercise your mandate by bringing about an enduring change, by bringing Edo to the mainstream of Nigerian politics, by voting for Monday of February and James Idafosa. I have implicit confidence in your incoming governor, Monday Okoye. We are overwhelmed because this crowd is intimidating. This crowd is a symbol of victory for our party. This democracy must take place, this election must take place in a free and fair atmosphere, devoid of violence.
For the candidate, his transformative policies and his impact on the lives of the people, while as a senator, makes him believe that he stands a better chance in the election.
We are voting for good health care. We are voting for infrastructural development. We are voting for agriculture.
With the flag to run the race, the APC is putting all measures in place to ensure it wins the biggest political position in the states.
Meanwhile, chairman of the PDP Governors Forum, Bala Mohammed, led other PDP governors to Benin City for the grand rally of the party to show solidarity ahead of the September 21 Edo governorship election. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and the party's leadership were also at the mega rally where the candidate Aswe Gudalu promised purposeful and result-oriented governance if elected.
Garrick Memorial Ground was the venue of the rally. Supporters of the party from across the states, including members of PDP, Board of Trustees, PDP governors, the former Vice President and former presidential candidate of the PDP Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, converged on the venue in show of unity and solidarity. Each of the speakers at the rally say PDP has all it takes to deliver good governance, asserting that with the candidates of the party in the Edo governorship election, Edo will enjoy more democratic dividends, and urge the citizens to disregard any act of intimidation and come out en masse to cast their ballot for the PDP.
Obatege has laid a landmark in this country, and as a simple message to the INEC chairman, he should not be intimidated, but he should create a level playing field. Do you want to go back to where you were before?
He has promised the women of the Edo State political inclusion and participation.
When I came, they said teachers were no good, that they could not read. Today, he said, don't number one in education.
Acting chairman of the PDP, Umar Damagun, said the party is confident in the person of Aswe Gudalu, adding that Edo deserves the best and present the party's flag to the candidate who promised to govern with the fear of God.
The way the people of Edo State had accepted our candidate, they know that they have already decided not to vote hunger.
You shall be proud of us as your governor and your deputy governor. We shall continuously do the things that will make Edo State the best state in Africa, the greatest sub-sovereign in Africa. The work is hard, the work may be tough, but we shall prevail by the grace of God Almighty.
Right, just rounding up podium talk. Very shortly, it will be time to hit the ballot stands and see exactly the direction that the Edo voters will be going. Many thanks to Egbiola Martins, National Organizing Secretary of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC. Thank you for coming. And of course, for you for watching the this edition of Political Update. Between now and Friday, when we come your way again, please play your politics for the greater good and keep it locked on the Nigerian Television Authority. We'll be there live and direct to give you every minute of the votes being cast, and of course every permutation as well throughout the weekend, and of course bring you live the declaration as well in terms of the collation and announcement of the next tenant of Dennis Debe house in Edo State. My name is Visa Ogunfi. Thanking you for staying tuned and urging you to keep it locked on Africa's largest and finest Nigerian Television Authority for news, reviews, previews, and interviews. Bye-bye now.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connects great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
This is the network service of the NTA.
In the embrace of dawn's tender light, Newman awakens. A symphony of energy woven into the fabric of time. Underneath the sun's radiant gaze, the pulse of life quickens. A rhythm of purpose and passion unfurls. Driven by a singular vision, to put Nigeria on the world sugar production map, the Dangote Sugar Backward Integration Project, Newman Operations, sits on 32,000 hectares of land. Along with the Nasarawa Sugar Company Limited, seating on 68,000 hectares of land. A planned precision to build an integrated sugar production project sits on 100,000 hectares of land, making it the largest sugar backwards integration project in Nigeria. The Sugar Backward Integration Project is a 10-year mandate of the Nigeria Sugar Development Council under the National Sugar Master Plan to enable Nigeria become sugar sufficient, thereby eliminating importation of sugar into the country. For the Dangote Group, it is sugar for Nigeria by Nigeria.
Alhaji Aliko, our group president and chief executive Alhaji Aliko Dangote, is very, very passionate about investing in Nigeria. He believes in the Nigerian products. You can see that all his investments, he started here, and I can assure you that about 80% of his investment are still here in Nigeria.
Dangote Sugar has been in the forefront for the implementation of this plan. And since then, it has already implemented significant improvement in the agriculture, cane plantation. It has already invested 180 billion naira so far in the BIP.
This is sugar cane, not the regular sugar cane, you know, but the M14 100 cane, a unique cane sugar grown here at the Dangote Sugar Refinery, Numan Operations at Adamawa State. In this agronomy lab, the journey and the process for the best cane variable begins.
This place is serving two main purposes, agronomy. One is research and development, and another one is crop monitoring. In research and development, we are having a research on sugarcane varieties, research on soil, research on fertilizer, research on agricultural inputs like herbicide and pesticide, research on plant, and research on irrigation water.
Production of the Dangote refined vitamin A fortified sugar starts here in these fields. Whether at Numan or Tsinga, it starts with the field preparation. The land is cleared and fertilized in preparation for planting. The sugarcane must be looked after as it matures, with fertilizer and water. This huge pump, set at the bank of the Benue River, pumps an average of 125 liters of water per second to irrigate the sugarcane farms. These stations, called pivots, feed the canes through these sprinklers called pivot irrigation. As the sugarcane matures, it is crop season, a celebration of nature's bounty and human endeavor. But the Dangote fields aren't the only ones bursting with activity. Through a partnership with the host communities, a robust outgrowers program has flourished, empowering over 1,000 locals to participate in the sugar production journey under the outgrower scheme.
The outgrowers farming, which is attached to the Dangote Sugar Refinery, is to help the committee, the people in the committee, to grow in one way or the other. It assists them through financial means. It assists them to grow, it helps them to grow financially and otherwise.
This scheme is made so to support our various villages financially, to alleviate poverty all over.
The first step in the sugar processing is crushing the cane stalks to extract the juice. That journey starts here at the mills. Inside these crushers, the juice is carefully extracted. Nothing goes to waste here. As the cane is crushed, it produces a byproduct known as bagasse, which is used as a biofuel to generate power for the factory. The juice is further purified here at the clarification unit. During the clarification, another useful byproduct is produced called the filter cake, which is used as manure. This is the evaporation unit, where sugarcane juice is transformed to concentrated syrup and then to muscovite. What you see here is pure crystallized sugar, 99% sucrose. Sugar is almost ready. Now white sugar, then the sugar is fortified with vitamin A, a mandatory requirement for food products in Nigeria, and then the product is ready for bagging. This factory cannot function without this massive power unit, a 17.5 megawatts output, enough energy to power DSR Numan operations, the estate and its surrounding communities. Additionally, Dangote Sugar Factory Numan has been upgraded and its capacity increased from 3,000 tons cane crushing per day TCD to 6,000 tons cane crushing per day. Further upgrade to 9,800 TCD is ongoing. Yet, beyond the production process lies a deeper commitment to the communities that call Numan home. From education to healthcare, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC's social initiatives touch the lives of thousands, leaving a lasting impact on the region. Dangote Sugar is catering to 5 local government areas in the Numan Federation: Numan, Lamurde, Guyuk, Demsa and Sheleng, servicing over 56 communities, as well as 68 more communities in Tunga, Nasarawa.
When you talk of Numan Federation, you are talking of 5 local governments, as I said earlier: Numan, Lamurde, Demsa, Guyuk and Sheleng. But when you look at the number of tribes, you have more than 50 tribes just within these 5 local governments. So we also start thinking, what can we do so that we can create that brotherliness and bring a kind of peaceful coexistence, not only between the company and the host communities, but also among the host communities.
Water is the driving force of all that is nature. And the people of Numan Federation testify.
Kai gaskiya muna shan wahala sosai. Muna shan wahala sosai sai mun doki roba mun yawo ko ta ina muna neman ruwa amma da an kawo mana gaskiya sauki ya zo.
Before the arrival of this company, Dangote Sugar Company, we people in this village, we are suffering of water a lot because we used to go to Tunga to fetch water and bring it here. And from here to Tunga is almost about 4 kilometers far away. So since the company came now, we get boho, and the boho is giving us water. We are enjoying the water.
You may take your seats. Love is not what you say about, love is what you do. So love is an action word.
To promote quality education and learning, Dangote Sugar has built several schools as well as implementing several educational activities for schools and youth in the host communities.
With the presence of this project here, it has actually made room for those students that wouldn't have accessed education from far because of the nature of places where they were. It has given them room to be able to come here and access education easily.
Where we used to go and fetch water and drink and even wash our clothes. So these are very many things that they have did, which we really appreciate them for.
Complemented with free education and scholarships for over 1,000 indigents.
Being a beneficiary has really provided me with basic support, the most necessary support to pursue my career, such as payment of school fees and other university clearance.
I'm an orphan and I lost my father over 15 years ago now. I found it very difficult during my primary school, SSC and other stuff. And then for finding myself as a beneficiary of this scholarship scheme, it's made me feel very good and very joyful. It's because it supports me with the basic need of my academic pursuits, such as school fees, accommodation, and other schools materials.
The community provides free Medicare for over 3,000 members of the host communities at the Dangote Sugar Numan Clinic and is setting up primary health care centers in the communities.
As part of Dangote corporate social responsibility and the Dangote Group actually brought this clinic to take care of the health needs of the staff and then also the neighboring communities and also far beyond. And even the passers-by that ply the road, whenever there's any problem, they come into the clinic because it's the only facility around this neighborhood.
Dangote intervention with this facility, before, the facility is not up to this stage. There is no window, no ceiling, no plaster, and even the floor. But with the intervention of Dangote, now we have the facilities up to the tax. There is window, there is a plaster, ceiling, and even the floor it has been in good shape now.
CSR is an intrinsic activity for our group. We believe in the inclusive development. Wherever we invest, we believe that the local population should also benefit and enrich its life. So Dangote has been forefront in the CSR, and particularly in Numan when we started our project. Since then we have invested several billions in the various projects by developing roads, dispensaries, water supply, electricity supply, schools, and all related training, development, and improving the lifestyle of the local resident.
Sugar for Nigeria campaign is a project that the Dangote Group is passionate about. Dangote Sugar currently has over 12,000 direct and indirect employees, and amidst tanking investment inflows, so far the company has committed millions of dollars in land acquisition, machinery, infrastructure, manpower, community relations, CSR and other impact activities.
The Dangote Group has a strategy. We call it the Dangote way. Anywhere we operate, anywhere we work, we make sure that we impact on the community. And we start this as soon as our project commences. We don't wait until the end of the project before our impact is being felt.
Currently, Dangote Sugar Refinery at Apapa, Lagos is a behemoth importing raw sugar from Brazil and refining. What you see right here in Apapa will only be taught as case studies in our institutions of learning, as sugar will be produced 100% in Nigeria in the nearest future. From Lagos to Numan, Numan to Tunga, to all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria, Dangote Sugar, the largest sugar company in Nigeria, is ahead on the Sugar Backward Integration Project and will continue to surpass the expectations of Nigeria and Nigerians.
You see, the Dangote Foundation, since it was established, has actually achieved so many goals unnoticed, because the Dangote Foundation is not known for making so much noise about their contribution to society.
The states have already embarked on the distribution of the palliative right after the subsidy removal. So we decided to do it differently, because since it's coming from a foundation, the Aliko Dangote Foundation, we engage our noble NGOs in the state. To be honest with you, to my shock, when I saw some of the pictures, some of them were even backed to come out, because I insisted on having to see some of these people on the ground.
In Obi local government area, we are giving 2,000 10 kg bag of rice, and each local government is entitled to get 100 beneficiaries, and each of the beneficiaries is entitled to have 2 bags of 10 kg of Dangote rice respectively. We have successfully done that. Now there are individuals that are captured in the list that because of their health condition and disability, they could not be able to come to the central location. So now we are going house to house to give the palliative to those individuals.
Saboda mu komo mu zama na kasasu ne yanzu domin ba karfi kuma tafiya da na yi zuwa agwata shi ma da kyare ne, dawowa ma da kyare ne, amma tun da Allah ya yarda har ya kai ga inda kuma su kuma suka ji sakona da na bi su zuwa har can ban same su ba, har kuma kuka bi ni a mamakon su zuwa wannan gida.
Sunana Awe Adole, shekara na kuma 80. Lokaci da na zauna mun zauna tare, Allah ya kashe shi ne kuma na je gida yayin na sake na dawo. Abin shi da yana shi, yara suna kawo mini kada-kada yana shi. Don ban iya komai kuma ba. Da na samu Allah sa albarka. Masu bani kuma Allah ja kwanan su. Allah ja kwanan su, ku da ku zo kuma Allah ja kwanan ku. Sir mota, sir mashin. Ku sauka lafiya, hanya kuma le kiyaye ku sauka lafiya. Na gode, na gode, na gode, na gode. Allah sa muku albarka. Wanda ya sa ku kawo kuma Allah sa mishi albarka, Allah ja kwanan shi.
Dangote Foundation is doing very marvelously well. We're very happy that Dangote Foundation decided to bring this succor at the time the people need it.
I received a lot of testimonies through phone calls, even before the event was over, just thanking the Dangote Foundation and especially Alhaji Aliko Dangote.
As far as feeding is concerned, is what the Dangote Foundation is always taken very seriously from the knowledge that I have of the foundation. So this period of hardship that the foundation decided to select the entire 774 local government areas and distribute 1 million bags of 10 kg is actually in line with the mission and the vision of the foundation.
I've been receiving calls. People are saying thank you. I say I'm not Aliko, but I'll pass your message to him.
wá dùn lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ a tún gbàdúrà pé iléeṣẹ́ ò ní jóná wọ́n á máa tẹ̀síwájú a tún fẹ́ ohun ayọ̀ ohun rere tó tún dáa jọlé Ọlọ́run á dìde fún Ọlọ́run láti lè ṣe é fún wa àwọn Ọlọ́run á bá wọn pàdé.
ojú mọ́ wa gan níbẹ̀ ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ìjà ìṣe fún wa yìí iléeṣẹ́ yìí máa lọ sókè ní lágbára Ọlọ́run Dangote.
You can see that our people are so enlightened, they are so happy to see this happening. Things are quite, a little bit hard. And Alhaji Aliko Dangote Foundation has seen it fit to take care of our nation, his people, to making sure that at least he give back to the community.
dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o Ọlọ́run á wà pẹ̀lú yín o ẹ máa rí jẹ ẹ máa rí mu Ọlọ́run á dáàbò bò yín o.
a máa gbé lọ lé nísìnyí á dẹ̀ máa bò ìyàwó àbò á ṣe ọmọ á jẹ bàbá á jẹ ọ̀rẹ́ á jẹ fámìlì á jẹ tó a dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Dangote Ọlọ́run á ràn lọ́wọ́.
ìtàn wa pín lánàá mo wà nínú community tó gbà á sọ pé bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó èmi náà dúpẹ́ pé mo rí gbà nínú ẹ̀ dáadáa àti bá kódà bá a ṣe gbé dénú ilé àwọn ọmọ mi gbogbo wa la yọ̀ pé Olúwa pé torí bí wọ́n ṣe bí ráìtì ṣe wà ń sìn ó ti lágbára 2 something ní kóńgò ráìsì ẹ̀wọ̀n tẹ́yìn bá dẹ̀ ní àti rà ṣùgbọ́n bọ́n ṣe wá pé fún wa lánàá yẹn kódà inú gbogbo wa dùn pé àyọ̀ wa tún kún pé ó tún a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Dangote pé ó tún rántí wa pé òun tiẹ̀ fẹ́ ní nǹkan kan tóun fẹ́ fún aládùúgbò ó ṣe é púpọ̀ iléeṣẹ́ àmà tẹ̀síwájú títí lọ òkè gbogbo bó ṣe rí Ọlọ́run á máa ràn lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn tó ń bá a ṣiṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run á ràn gbogbo wọn lọ́wọ́.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. Man, this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and it was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. It's going back into the wild where it belongs to keep the ant population in check. Home sweet home. Please say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime.
This is the network service of the NTA.
It is good to have you join us. It's Deadline 360, and I am Omotola Omojola. In the last couple of weeks, reports of flooding in different parts of the country, as predicted, flooded our airwaves, but the impact has been more severe in the northeastern parts of the country, requiring both local and international interventions. We will be moving around parts of that region to interrogate factors responsible for the floods, how it is affecting the communities, and responses to alleviate impact. We start from Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, where torrential rainfall and concerns over dam management have been cited as key factors for the flood being experienced. Fatima Issa reports that it is unprecedented and noted as the most devastating flood in the recorded history of the metropolis.
The flood have caused widespread destruction, leaving thousands homeless and igniting a humanitarian crisis. SEMA DG says over 20,000 people have been rescued so far, while many more remain missing as authorities are working tirelessly to locate the unaccounted for and provide survivors with essential care, including medical attention and shelter.
We are focusing on rescuing those that are living, not focusing on counting the number of deaths or whatsoever, but actually we have had information. We have gotten some data that some people are dead and some people are yet to come back to their community or to be reintegrated with their family.
Medical services within the camps have been reinforced, with particular focus on ensuring clean water and sanitation to mitigate the spread of diseases and environmental hazards.
There is big problem on waterborne diseases where, they will have diarrheal diseases such as even cholera. So far, we haven't had confirmed cases of cholera, but we have opened up a hospital in Bolori, which is to address the issue of cholera in children. But for the adults, any cases of cholera, they will go to our infectious diseases hospital.
The flood have also dealt a devastating blow to the region's economy, with farmers among the hardest hits. Submerged farmland have resulted in significant crop losses, heightening fears of long-term food insecurity. Criticism is mounting over the handling of the dam, with some suggesting the disaster could have been prevented if early warning signs have been addressed.
Dams are the exclusive preserve of the federal government. So the federal government is the one in charge of not only Alo Dam, but all dams, management, construction of all dams and their management is the primary responsibility of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources. So the silting and other aspects of management of dams across the nation squarely rests with the Federal Ministry of Water Resources.
Concerns have also been raised over the management of the Ecological Fund, which critics urge should have been allocated to improve flood control systems.
Engineering failure in the sense that there is excess water that flowed into the Alo Dam. And so the dam was overwhelmed, and this led to a collapse of a section of the dam. And this only means that large quantities of water that have been impounded will now find its way into Maiduguri, and exactly this is what happened.
Despite the challenges, both local and international humanitarian organizations have ramped up relief efforts. Agencies are working around the clock to deliver essential supplies, including food, clothing, and shelter.
We are here at Bakasi camp. At the moment, we are trying to deliver over 600 kits of wash items. We are helping them to improve their water storage, their sanitation facilities, and at least give them a bit of dignity in the circumstances where they are currently working.
The federal government and international organizations have also provided financial and logistical support to aid recovery efforts. In Maiduguri, Fatima Isa.
The story is not different in nearby Yobe State, set to be grappling with one of its most devastating flood disasters in recent history, with widespread destruction across multiple sectors. The 2024 flooding has exposed vulnerabilities in the state's critical infrastructure and emergency response system, highlighting the urgent need for coordinated intervention and resource mobilization to restore normalcy. Adam Yusuf Ali reports on the social and economic impact of the flood in the state.
Data from the State Emergency Management Agency gave that the unprecedented flooding has left 441 communities across Yobe State in disarray, as 20,181 households, totaling 50,631 individuals, have been affected, with families seeing their homes, farmlands, and public facilities severely damaged. The disaster has also claimed 34 lives, with 386 individuals sustaining various degrees of injuries, further underscoring the humanitarian crisis.
This is gamut of everything. It's not only the road, the environmental issue here, there's water issue here, and so agriculture issue here. So partner with all the agencies that are involved to see that a permanent solution is provided, so that future occurrence will be minimized. We've been talking about this climate change for a long time, but some of us didn't take it serious. But it's the reality. And, when this road, nobody expected that this kind of thing will happen at that time. But see, it has happened, and we can't say that it will not happen again, but let's take preventive measures to minimize the consequences in the future.
We are hoping those with their engineers may have what to do to collaborate with the military
have an access bridge for the northern part of the state.
The ravaging flood led to the collapse of a bridge at Derengada in Jakusko local government area, as this road links Potiskum to northern part of Piobe, comprising Jakusko, Bedi, Yusufari, Karaswa, Nguru, and Machin local government areas, with a bridge in Jumbom in Termo local government area also collapsing, disconnecting Gaidam, Yusufari, Ursari from Damaturu, the state capital.
We sit down with the state government, the federal government, and all other agencies that are involved to see what needs to be done now, mid-term, and for long term. But you can see this place definitely need a very drastic approach, either a bridge or whatever, and to ensure that such will not occur again.
There should be a standard bridge here where it may enable the water to pass without cutting off the roads, and it will also avoid the continuous flooding of farmlands and houses in Jumbam and its environs.
Some people who found themselves in such situation want emergency response from authorities concerned to ameliorate their suffering, as accomplishing an easy task becomes difficult in the face of the condition as the roads and the crossing points.
We are having challenges in this road. We are calling on government to reconstruct the bridge for us. We are calling on government to reconstruct the bridge in order to ease our movement. We are calling on government to construct roads for us.
Several factors have contributed to this catastrophic event, as the flooding between April 15th and September 9th, 2024 was driven by heavy rainfall, exacerbated by multiple factors, including defective infrastructure, community attitudinal issues, increased rainfall as a result of climate change, as well as potential discharge from the Dadunkowa Dam, Hadida Jamaare River, River Komadugu, and the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon. In Damaturu, Adam Yusuf Ali.
Adamawa is another state impacted by flooding this year, and it has led to the displacement of several communities. Simon Asher reports that following this development, the state government has created 7 new camps for people affected by the disaster, urging people living in riverine communities to relocate to safer grounds.
The recent flooding in Adamawa State, occasioned by the overflow of the river Benue, has led to the loss of lives, with property worth millions of naira destroyed.
The flood has affected above 26,000 people in Adamawa State. It has affected about 4,356 households, and not considering so many hectares of farmland that it has swept away. That's in summary. For now, up to today, we have about 13 lives that have been lost so far.
So you discovered that the same level that you have ever recorded maybe about 30 years ago, the same level you record now, it becomes flood, because the river channel is already seated up. So instead of the same water passing through safely in the channel, it now spread because the river is not seated, or the channels cannot contain that water. So mainly that's the result of the flooding we have been receiving.
Aside the loss of lives coupled with the destruction of farmlands, among other property, the people are also displaced, with the bridges linking Minchika to Madagali and Madagali to Maiduguri have been destroyed by the flood, thereby affecting the socio-economic development of the areas.
I lost many valuables, and I need support from government and people.
The latest rainfall prediction by NIMET that Madagali, Numan, Demsa, Minchika, Shelen, and Yolonet local government area of Adamawa State may possibly experience flood has resulted into prompt action by the state to mitigate the effect of the devastating consequences of the anticipated flood in the state.
The people of Adamawa State and the affected local government should get prepared, most especially from the 16th of September, and go to the safer land, whereby their lives and their properties will be saved. The council has approved all the commissioners of that area should relocate back to the various local government and sensitize with the people of that area.
Asking people not to defecate anyhow, because feces can also bring about infection. So that we are aware, education has been going on for people to boil water and ensure that they drink boiled water when they are not having access to tap water.
It is the hope and expectation of government that those people living in riverine communities will live to safer grounds identified by the government, so as to safeguard their lives and property in order to mitigate the effect of the devastating effect of flood. For Deadline 360, Simon Asher reporting.
Now, 16 out of the 20 local government areas in Bauchi State are reported to be affected by the devastating floods of the past weeks. This, the state's Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs says, has led to the death of 24 people. Muazu Hassan reports on the effect of the flood and measures provided by both state and federal governments.
Northern part of Bauchi State is the most affected zone by the flood disaster. A report by the Bauchi State Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs revealed that over 170 households, in addition to 11,000 hectares of farmland in Sabongari village of Katagun local government area and other part of the state were destroyed.
We've sadly taken the normal measures in terms of sensitization, but the 2024 flood has come beyond our imagination. So the state has become very overwhelmed. And then His Excellency the Governor has approved, given us resources so that we'll be equipped. So we both food items, non-food items, and medicals. But yet, as I said earlier, it's still very overwhelming.
Some flood victims were seen presently using temporary shelters located in public schools, while others are living in the temporary camps they provided, but still in need of food and non-food items.
Here we are right inside one of the house of victims of the flood, and in the house there are 5 rooms which were completely washed away by the flood, and right now was the victims of the flood.
Amfani dai gashi kuna gani gidaje ga su babu, gonakin mu kuma babu amfani. Wani wanda yake sama da shekara da rabi zai ci abinci sa ba da abin da zai ci na sati daya. Mu dai muna zaune. Sai dai muna roƙon gwamnati ta taimaka mana inda
number 2, we need another flood because I don't think we go back to our lake plates because of this flooding. And number 3, we need school because of our children.
A total of 12 federal and state roads were cut off in Bauchi State as a result of this year's heavy downpour, with that of Kano to Maiduguri, where both the federal and Bauchi State government took a quick action.
Kano to Maiduguri road is very, very important. And when I live here, we are going to Session 1, Jigawa, between Jigawa and Kano. We are terminating that job because it has been there for 17 years. The president doesn't want that. He wants to complete it quick.
And send a clarion call to the presidency. And he sent not only a director or the controller of works, he sent the minister himself. We are very, very glad and grateful.
The flood affected 16 out of the 20 local government areas of Bauchi State, more than the 11 number of local governments predicted by NAMIT.
We are right here at Maluri Guskuri Junction along Kano Maiduguri Road, where the flood cut off the entire road recently. But it is presently, the federal government has since repaired the road for the movements of our motorists. Nigerians across the northeast region and beyond are now plying the roads comfortably with going on with their normal day-to-day economic activities. From Guskuli Malori in Katagum local government area of Bauchi State, Muaz Hassan reporting for Deadline 360.
The dynamics of flood devastation in Nigeria occasioned by climate change is gradually overwhelming the mitigation strategies being adopted by intervening agencies across the country. The 2024 climate prediction by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, and the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, NISA, indicate a high risk of flood devastation in the country. Correspondent Ilyasu Yakubu examines the effect and mitigation efforts, especially regarding the overwhelming devastation in Maiduguri, the Borno state capital.
From the 2024 Climate Predictions and Flood Outlook released by NIMET and NISA lies the overwhelming threat to lives and property, which indicated a high volume of rainfall above normal. 148 local government areas in 31 states are placed at high risk of flooding, while 249 local government areas in 35 states, including the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, are within the moderate probable risk areas. These worrisome indications prompted the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, to begin consultation and sensitization of the general public, as well as collaborative meetings for prompt mitigation of the disaster. Notwithstanding, the humanitarian crisis severely affected 31 states so far, with 1,075,485 persons affected and 641,127 persons displaced. 269 deaths were recorded and 2,467 injuries sustained. 126,887 hectares of farmland were washed away, with 97,001 houses destroyed, affecting 180 local government areas. As Nigeria grapples with these severe consequences of flooding across the country, another imminent flooding hit Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State, and almost submerged the entire city as a result of overflow of Alao Dam. Available records from the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, says hundreds of thousands of people have been affected, with 37 deaths so far. The flooded water took over the entire streets and houses in the affected areas, thereby displacing residents.
I never pray for even my enemy to experience such a thing. For you to leave your home without any single thing, just with your own personal clothes, is not something to pray for.
This flooding, we never see that kind of flooding. This is the first time for me to see that flooding.
Director General National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, Zubaida Umar, who accompanied Vice President Kashim Shettima on a spot assessment of the devastation, directed immediate deployment of search and rescue equipment and personnel, food and non-food items, as well as water purification machines to prevent outbreaks of epidemics, and medicaments for the health needs of the victims.
This unfortunate and almost unexpected incident requires coordinated response, hence this meeting again.
Director Search and Rescue of the agency and the NEMA Northeast Coordinator have been on ground to ensure seamless operation to ease the situation.
There are still cases of people trapped. We can't ascertain the figure, but we are sure there are into thousands of people. Our people have been moving into the SSS quarters and the 505 axis through the Abaganaram route. They have been bringing in people.
This effort is being achieved through collaboration with Borno State Emergency Management Agency and international partners. Although the affected areas are still covered with refuse and other particles capable of inducing health challenges, the NEMA team says it will not rest until the entire area is completely safe for habitation as evacuation and rescue mission continues. For Deadline 360, Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
With optimism for relief for those affected by the floods and hope that those displaced are able to return to their homes soon, the expectation is that more attention be given to predictions and residents begin to live in the consciousness of the environment and the need to eliminate predisposing factors to flooding. On behalf of all of us at the NTA, thanks for your time. God bless Nigeria.
The Giza Pyramid, also known as the Pyramid of Khufu, is one of the oldest of the 7 wonders of the ancient world,
and the only one to remain largely intact.
It borders the present-day Giza in Greater Cairo, Egypt.
The pyramid is the oldest and largest of the pyramids in the Giza Pyramid Complex. It is surrounded by a complex of several buildings including small pyramids. On the southern end of the east side are 4 subsidiary pyramids. The 3 that remain standing to nearly full height are popularly known as the Queen's Pyramids. Egyptologists conclude that the pyramid was built as a tomb for the 4th dynasty Egypt pharaoh Khufu and estimate that it was built in the 26th century BC during a period of around 27 years. History also has it that gangs of 100,000 laborers worked on the building in 3-month shifts for the number of years it took to build. The Great Pyramid remains a demonstration of architectural and engineering prowess of Africans as represented by Egypt. The pyramid as built consists of an estimated 2.3 million blocks, approximately 5.5 million tons of limestone, 8,000 tons of granite, and 500,000 tons of mortar. The accuracy of the pyramid's parameter is such that the 4 sides of the base have an average error of only 58 millimeters in length, and the finished base was squared to a mean corner error of only 12 seconds of arc. Initially standing at 146.5 meters, the Great Pyramid remained the tallest man-made structure in the world for more than 3,800 years, but as time went on, the majority of the smooth white limestone casing was removed, which lowered the pyramid's height to the present 138.5 meters. What is seen today is the underlying core structure. The base was measured to be about 230.3 meters square, giving a volume of roughly 2.6 million cubic meters, which includes an internal hillock. This magnificent ancient pyramid is today a major tourist destination, therefore receives hundreds of thousands of tourists from across the world. Indeed, the level of inquisitiveness of a tourist determines how much of this historic edifice he or she is able to explore. Apart from the exterior of the pyramid and its surroundings being wonderful enough to satisfy sightseeing desire, accessing the interior provides the tourists more stories to tell and more reasons for the urge to pay a continuous visit to the pyramid. To do that, the pyramid has a number of entrances. They include the original entrance, which is located on the north side, 7.29 meters east of the center line of the pyramid. There is also the north face corridor behind the entrance, which is at least 5 meters long, running horizontal or sloping upwards, thus not parallel to the descending passage. Today, tourists enter the Great Pyramid via the Robbers Tunnel, which was long ago cut straight through the masonry of the pyramid. The Giza pyramid comprises 3 main chambers, with the king's chamber being the upmost of them. The subterranean chamber, simply referred to as pit, is the lowest of the 3 main chambers and the only one dug into the bedrock beneath the pyramid. The walls of this ancient masterpiece consist of 5 courses of blocks that are uninscribed, as was the norm for burial chambers of the 4th dynasty, with the stones precisely fitted. No doubt, while it satisfies the tourism thirst of tourists who troop the ancient city of Egypt to one of the oldest architectural masterpieces in the world, the question on how the complex design of the Giza pyramid building was accomplished still challenges the thinking of modern architects and engineers who keep researching on the issue, especially looking at the period when it was built. The Giza pyramid is indeed a reflection of the ingenuity of the African people.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Honorable Abike Dabiri-Erewa says the Nigerian diaspora must be intentional and purpose-driven by investing and sending remittances into their country, Nigeria. The NIDCOM boss stated this against backdrop of recent astronomical increase in diaspora remittances to the tune of $553 million in the month of July alone, as she receives the Lord Mayor of Leeds, Councillor Abigail Marshall Katong, in her office in Abuja. That's not all. Chairman, CEO, NIDCOM, Honorable Abike Dabiri-Erewa, urges the Nigerian diaspora to upskill digital technology in Nigeria by investing their skills, resources, and global exposure. The NIDCOM boss dropped the hint when she receives Professor Adedeji Badiru, a retired systems engineer of the U.S. Institute of Engineering for the U.S. Air Force. Details shortly. Meanwhile, if you must japa legitimately and not irregularly, Nigerian youths advised. And the oldest Nigerian living in Canada, High Chief Obafemi Adeite, dies at 104 years. And Pa Nojim Maegun, first Nigerian diaspora Olympic medalist, dies at 85 years in Austria. On the table, we also have our complimentary segment of health tips by Association of Nigerian Physicians in the Americas, ANPA, and our diaspora of the moment. This is your favorite show, The Diaspora. I'm Juliana Vincent Yakubu, your anchor. Please stay. Let's begin with the visit of Councillor Abigail Marshall Katong, the Lord Mayor of Leeds, to NIDCOM in Abuja, where issues of investment and remittances were discussed.
We follow what we do. So many of us might not be directly connected, but we know we have that focal point where when the time comes and when it is needed, we will be there for you. And just knowing that your aims and objectives is not just for those of us in diaspora just to look after us, but it's to make sure that we make our own contributions to the motherland. So just to say on behalf of the City of Leeds, who have humbly given me this position, it's an elected position, it's the 130th Lord Mayor, the first of African origin. It's a huge responsibility, but as Nigerians, there's nothing that we cannot handle when we put our minds to it. I always say our resilience is second to none.
We are there, and if there's anything you would love us to engage with, we are also your representatives. Nothing, thank you. No matter where we go, south, east, north or west, we will always be Nigerians. We only need to open our mouth to speak and you will know that we are Nigerians. So thank you once again for this honor. Thank you for looking after us. And thank you for never leaving our side. We're truly grateful.
Thank you very much for making us proud, for being who you are, for showing who the Nigerian woman is. Beautiful, hardworking, resilient, determined. And we wish you all the very best. And we know that you are the first woman to hold this position, and you're going to hold your head up high with pride and dignity, which you have been doing already. And then we also want you, thank you for your kind words, we want you to participate in all our programs and activities, which I'm sure we'll get your email and share with you. And you have your Kaduna focal person there. We just had the Diaspora Day. It was almost an excellent event. July 25th, 26th, Diaspora Day has been done. This is the 18th? 18th, yeah. But when we came on board, we made it bigger and better. Most people never knew. You, the diaspora, represented much more than we ever expected. In 1 month, $553 million in 1 month. You know, so that is why the diaspora cannot be ignored. In fact, we have to engage more and, you know, even make it more attractive for the diaspora to continue, not just to remit, but to invest in Nigeria. We have the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, November 12th and 13th. I hope you can join virtually. You can also speak to us on the investment opportunities in Nigeria that you can also attract from Leeds. So it's a platform for the diaspora We are the bridge to the diaspora at home. We provide, let's say we are your embassy in Nigeria, we provide customer service, so to speak, for you, the diaspora. So we have platforms to engage with you, and we're proud of the kind of engagements we're beginning to have. A lot of Nigerians like you are coming home, identifying with home. Gone are the days where you say, oh, I'm not proud to be Nigerian. No. And we will continue to be proudly Nigerian. Nobody will celebrate us but ourselves. So we'll continue to celebrate people like you, work with you, and ensure that we bring the best out of our country. It's not just about the president or the government, about us, the people, you know. And I keep saying Nigerians at home, work with Nigerians in the diaspora. We'll build this great country of ours. I want to count on your experience and knowledge in Leeds. There are younger people here that you can also mentor, so that you know that you can achieve anything you want to achieve once you are focused. I know it wasn't easy for you. I know it was tough, but here you are, our Lord Mayor. So welcome home. We have a diaspora policy that guides all diaspora engagements since 2021, so that we can actually engage the diaspora properly. We also have these are proceedings for 2023 diaspora days. So this one for 2024 is not yet out, but it will.
Thank you, Councillor Abigail, for making Nigeria proud. Meanwhile, Honorable Abike Dabri-Erewa, Chairman, CEO, NIDCOM, urges Prof. Adedeji Badiru to work with NIDCOM by giving back to Nigeria through digital technology.
I was heading training of PhDs for the Air Force. That was a big deal.
So how are you going to give back to your homeland with all that you have gathered? So how do your Nigeria?
Actually, I've been doing that by going through the processes for the past 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah. The Systems Engineering Department at the University of Lagos, I was the architect of starting that in the 90s. Actually, at Unilag now, they call me the father of systems engineering at the University of Lagos. So talk about giving back. Also, University of Ibadan, I've organized technical book donations from my colleagues, and we've done that. Talking about registering in your database, there are so many of Nigerians in diaspora that are doing well that I was the architect of how they got to the US where they are. So in the Nigerian parlance, you say, those are my boys and girls. Many of them, if I direct them that this is what I have done in terms of registering, you need to register, and they know how this got to the US, I think we'll get very good people. So I've been giving back in that process for a long time.
I want to welcome you.
Thank you.
Prof, to NIDCOM.
Yeah.
And you represent the very best of Nigeria.
Well, thank you.
You represent those Nigerians. You've developed the American system with what you have done. And I'm glad you are retired now. So we need you here. We need you here to do a lot more things. And I'm also happy with what you've been doing. I saw you at Unilag, you did the DICON lecture.
Yes.
So we hope to work with you too. Particularly the issue of data analytics.
Certainly.
And how we continue to engage Nigerians.
Yes.
Data is everything.
Yes.
So we are building our data portal gradually. So we hope to work with you, count on your expertise and knowledge and intelligence. I also want to appeal to you that as you've retired, mentor younger Nigerians.
Yes.
So when you're home, part of the things we want you to do is in the institutions, young people, you can work with you for a mentoring program with young Nigerians to inspire them to know that there's nothing you cannot achieve if you stay right on the ball.
Thank you.
You wrote all these books: Innovation, System Engineering, Data Analytics. Wow. Yes. And Prof, tell us, you've been in America for 45 years.
Yes.
Wow. You retired as
Dean of the Graduate School of Engineering and Management for the USA Air Force Institute of Technology.
Wow, that is huge. And now that we're going to be seeing you more often, what can we expect for you? What partnership? What are you going to be doing with us in Nigeria?
Whatever program you are doing at NICOM, I want to be a part of. Whatever.
Thank you so much.
I have a wide range of interests, skills, and expertise, and I want to be engaged in Nigeria.
Prof, give me 5 points. Prof will be engaged. Thank you so much. You're such a brain. I mean, one of the most brilliant men in the whole wide world. We're proud of
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've done a marvelous job of harnessing the intellectual assets of Nigeria.
Migration is inevitable and a human rights issue, so Nigerians must jackpot, but it should be done regularly. This is the crux of the communique issued by the Companion, Association of Muslim in Business and Profession, to the youths. Please take a listen.
Some have died in the process, very unfortunately. Most of them, unfortunately, got raped, impregnated, and now bear fatherless children. Some sold their family properties and took loan to embark on this journey, and yet couldn't make it to the destination. Some were deceived to embark on the journey with a promise of prosperity, among other dashed hopes and aspirations. Previously, a team approved by the former President Muhammadu Buhari, including my humble self, that's my chairman, Honorable Abikir Abirirewa, visited Nigerians in Libya, in Libyan detention camps, and ensured everyone was brought back home. Over 10,000 Nigerians, in collaboration with the IOM, were evacuated with a warning to Nigerians to avoid such deadly routes and endeavors. But sadly enough, as we speak, we are still getting reports of many Nigerians trapped in Libya, despite the warnings. The IOM is still assisting in bringing them back from time to time. But for how long? This is the sad reality we are facing today. Several key initiatives to address these pressing issues. The National Youth Employment Action Plan, of course, we are again glad to have the Honorable Minister for State who has outlined almost all of these things. The education and skill development, of course, most Nigerians have now already rushed to NELFON and are assessing all the benefits of the student loan program by the government. And of course, the Muslim Ummah in particular, and Nigerians in general, to let us all join hands in this noble objective, ensuring that every Nigerian youth has the chance to realize their dreams, achieve their full potentials, contribute to our nation's growth, and live with dignity and hope. Together, we can overcome the dilemma of our youth and pave the way for a prosperous and vibrant Nigeria. Thank you all for listening. Jazakallahu khairan.
Let's take a short break. The diaspora continues shortly.
This walk that you're walking, even though it was known as the point of no return, we see it now as the joy of return.
The spirit of Africa could not be broken by the transatlantic slave trade. You cannot move the spirit. And the divine force, the spirit of Africa, has brought us back today.
Welcome to home.
Welcome back. Next is our health tips segment with AMPA Doctor.
Telemedicine, as you know, has been out for a while now, made more popular during COVID. But what AMPA is doing with telemedicine is a little different. Whereas we have a lot of apps that are episodic in nature, you call when you have a cold, you see someone, but you don't see the same doctor, there's no management of any chronic disease. AMPA brings to the fore a new program of continuity of care. Let's remind ourselves of certain facts. We do know that the life expectancy in Nigeria is 55 years. We know that among the top 10 contributors to mortality includes chronic diseases like diabetes and hypertension. We also know that the physician to patient ratio in Nigeria is 1 to 10,000 when the WHO recommends 1 to 1,000. Therefore, there is no effective way to control the risk factors, to take care of patients, and to decrease and improve high, healthy living standards. This way AMPA comes in with telemedicine. Telemedicine has become one very novel contribution to healthcare delivery in Nigeria. How does it work? We have a cohort of patients that we're piloting in Edo State, PHC, about 50 of them. We're looking after their high blood pressure and their diabetes. We have shown so far in our pilot study that these numbers improve as we see these patients weekly and give them free medications. On AMPA side, we're spending about $1,000 per week per physician that is undergoing this consultation for free. We're also spending about $1,250 to provide free medications to the patients. And we are spending about $700 every week, again, for the incentive payment for the staff on the PHC level at the ground level. At the state level, the collaboration and partnership with the Edo State government has brought us into a partnership where they are giving us the telemedicine hub, which is the PHC. They are giving us the telemedicine software, and we are asking also for a vehicle to be transporting the patients to the telemedicine hub. All of this so far is reaching up to $35,000. So when you're talking about scaling up from the AMPA contribution to the partnership with the state government, we are looking at about $40,000 to $45,000 to establish a functioning telemedicine hub that we address those issues I just have. We are mitigating the physician shortage. We are mitigating the care continuum.
Now, to our diaspora of the moment, with Shaliwa Ajila presenting.
Our diaspora of the moment is Ethan Chidebere Nwaneri. Ethan was born on the 21st of March 2007 to a Nigerian parent. Nwaneri is an English footballer who plays as a midfielder for Premier League club Arsenal. Nwaneri started the 2022-2023 season playing for Arsenal under 18s, but such was his form he was quickly advanced to the club's under 21 side. Having made a sole appearance in the 2022-2023 Premier League 2, he joined the first team for training in September and made his first senior matchday squad on the 18th of September. When he was named as a substitute player for the Premier League match against Brentford, coming off the bench to replace Fabio Vieira in the second minute of the second half stoppage time, he became the youngest player to ever appear in the Premier League, breaking the record previously held by Harvey Elliott, and also broke the all-time English top-flight record held since 1964 August by former Sunderland goalkeeper Derek Foster by 4 days. He also became Arsenal's youngest ever player in any competition, breaking the previous record of 16 years and 177 days set by Cesc Fabregas in 2003 to 2014 League Cup. Nwaneri made his Premier League debut against Brentford in September 2022, becoming the youngest ever Arsenal player and the youngest player to appear in the top flight of English football. Congratulations, Nwaneri. We celebrate you as our diaspora of the moment.
Panojim Maegun, oldest Olympic medalist, dies in Austria at 85 years, while oldest Nigerian in Canada, High Chief Obafemi Adeite, dies at 104 years. It could be recalled that Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa visited High Chief Pa Obafemi Adeite in his home in Canada last year and had this interaction.
As our father here, and you are looking very good for 103, sir. Hey, papi, how are you, sir? Well, sir, how's everything,
Thank you for coming.
Well done, sir.
You're from Lagos?
Yes, sir.
You belong to government there?
Yes, sir. Okay. I have to take care of you. All of you in diaspora.
What branch of the government?
Federal government. We have an agency called the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, set up to see what we can do with Nigerians abroad. So it's a new agency for which I'm chairing. So all Nigerians, yes, sir. So all Nigerians living abroad, we try to see how we can get them to work with government. So when I go to know about you, but I have to see Baba at 103. Baba is still very active in the community. Everybody, nobody praise you, sir. They even said you're everybody's father. You don't know how much you're appreciated, sir, and how the whole Nigerian community in Canada truly appreciates you. Popular say Baba is black and shine and strong and handsome.
That's good. This is very nice.
May their souls rest in peace. This has been the Diaspora. Keep a date next week. It promises to be more exciting. I remain your uncle, Juliana Vincent Yakubu. Stay positive.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. Time is a masterpiece. A delicate piece when we wait. A vibrant shard when we're late. A dark fragment when we're sad. A radiant tile when we're happy. An intricate pattern when we're in pain. A long, winding thread when we're bored. But time's mosaic is crafted by our hearts and our minds, not by clocks. So piece together your time wisely.
Nigeria is blessed with iconic wildlife. Elephants, gorillas, pangolins, and so much more. But these beautiful animals are threatened by illegal logging and poaching. And we will lose our national heritage if we don't stand up for wildlife. So please report wildlife crimes and say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects our future.
We are in an age where employers want employees who have the right mix of soft skills and hard skills. Hard skills or technical skills are the specific knowledge, abilities, and expertise required to conduct a particular job successfully. Soft skills, on the other hand, are interpersonal and behavioral skills that will help you work well with other people and also develop your career. Here are some of the soft skills that employers look out for as they consider who to employ. Communication skills. Good communication skills involves active listening, verbal and non-verbal communication skills, written communication skills, visual communication skills, negotiation skills, and empathy. Leadership skills. Employers are now more concerned with hiring someone who can supervise and direct other workers. They now look out for employees who have the ability to influence, encourage, motivate, and organize other workers to actualize the company's goal and objective. Teamwork. In many jobs, organization or industry, you will be required to work in a team. Therefore, your ability to join forces and partner with others in the team to achieve a specific task or goal is key. It involves your ability to connect well with members on the team and others in other departments in joint projects. Problem solving. This involves one's ability to find a way to solve problems and move forward. The ability to think through an issue and make informed decisions. This involves preparing and taking a systematic and resourceful approach by bringing in your creativity and innovation. Problem-solving skills also relate to research, analysis, troubleshooting, resourcefulness, and critical thinking. How do you improve your soft skills? Firstly, identify what skills you want to improve on and practice it consistently. Secondly, observe other people within your organization who can excel and discover how to develop yours. Thirdly, set goals and prioritize which soft skills to improve on based on the requirements for a job or advancement in your career. Lastly, seek out resources that can enable you to get better. For example, books, blog posts, online classes, and podcasts. A popular quote says, hard skills can get you into the room, but you need soft skills to get and keep you on the job.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation.
A warm welcome to you anywhere around the world from Abuja. This is Nationwide on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. More trapped victims of the flood in Maiduguri are being evacuated as the flooded waters continue to recede. Correspondent Eliasu Yakubu reports that the trapped victims in their numbers were seen coming out of the flooded areas. Details would come in subsequent bulletins. Now let's go over now to Maiduguri, where Ladidi will be giving us updates on the current situation of the receding flooded waters in the state., over to you, Ladidi.
Over to you, Ayodeji. Thank you very much. Maiduguri, Borno State, is one of the largest and most populous cities in the country. It is also the capital of the Northern Region. It is the home of the largest Muslim community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Christian community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Muslim community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Christian community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Muslim community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Muslim community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Christian community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Muslim community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Christian community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Muslim community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Christian community in the country. It is also the home of the largest Muslim community in the country. It
And welcome to Maiduguri. Glad to have you join us. Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has assured that the Nigerian Police Force will provide generous assistance to alleviate the suffering of residents badly affected by flood crisis in Maiduguri and environs. The IGP gave the assurance when he paid a sympathy visit to Governor Babagana Muslim at the Government House, Maiduguri. Abubakar Musa reports.
Commiserating with the government and people of Borno over the recent flood crisis that resulted in colossal loss of lives and property, Nigeria's Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, extended heartfelt sympathy, describing the unfortunate incident as an issue of global concern that requires holistic support.
I want to assure Your Excellency that the Nigerian Police Force stands with you. We are going to work with you to ensure that relief finally comes to the people.
Kayode Egbetokun affirmed determination of the Nigerian police force to rebuild police facilities affected by the flood, among other interventions. Governor Babagana Umar Zulum described the Inspector General of Police visit as encouraging, coming at a time when Borno is experiencing the most difficult humanitarian crisis in history so far. The governor recalled efforts of the police in effective management of the recent nationwide protest, as well as continuous protection of lives and property.
The police-civil relationship is also very excellent in Borno State. This might not be visible without the kind of leadership that you have been providing.
The Inspector General of Police later visited the Borno State Police Command Headquarters, where he inspected a guard of honor and also had a closed-door meeting with officers and men. In Maiduguri, Abubakar Musa, NTA News.
Senior pastor of Dunamis International Gospel Center, Pastor Dr. Paul Eneche and wife Dr. Becky have demonstrated profound compassion and solidarity with Governor Babagana Umar Zulum and the people of Borno following the catastrophic flood disaster. Their empathetic gesture includes provision of essential aid comprising food, mattresses, and medical care to alleviate the suffering of the flood victims. Pauline Kujavana has details.
Upon arrival, Senior Pastor Paul Eneche and his entourage visited the government house where he prayed for God's replenishment upon Borno State and disclosed to Governor Zulum the quantum of relief materials donated by the church to the victims. According to him, the 8 truckloads of food items and mattresses were meant to alleviate the suffering of the victims, saying the gesture embodied the Christian principle of showing love and compassion.
To let the people of the land know that we are with them and to commiserate and stand with them.
Governor Zulum expressed gratitude for the pastor's visit and generosity, acknowledging Dunamis International Gospel Center as the first religious organization to formally sympathize with the state since the flood disaster.
This is the first state organization that we receive to purposely to commiserate with us. Therefore, on behalf of the government and the people of our state, I want to most profoundly convey my deep appreciation to you and indeed your church.
Dr. Enenche then proceeded to Dunamis Gospel Center, Maiduguri, where he prayed with the congregation and provided medical assistance to vulnerable individuals. He also visited the Yerwa Adipis camp, addressing the victims and initiating the distribution of food and other relief materials. In Maiduguri, Pauline Kujavana, NTA News.
Those are the trending stories from Maiduguri. Nationwide continues with Ayodeji in Abuja. Ayodeji, it's back to you.
Thanks, Ladidi, in our Maiduguri Network Center. President Bola Tinubu has condoled with members and leaders of the Tijaniya movement in Nigeria over the death of 40 members killed in an auto crash on Sunday. The victims were on their way from Kwandari in Plateau State to a Maulud Nabil celebration event in Samunaka, Kaduna State, when their bus collided with a truck at Lere town of Kaduna State. Statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, says President Tinubu condoled with the families of the dead, injured, as well as the governments and people of Kaduna and Plateau states. The President directs the Federal Road Safety Commission to improve highway monitoring and reduce the number of road accidents nationwide. The National Hydroelectric Power Producing Area Development Commission has opened a high-level training for staff on 2024 needs assessment enumeration and community mapping exercise for states under the mandate of the commission. Of course, details of that would come in our subsequent bulletins. Moving on to the Nigerian Air Force, where the air component of Operation Delta Save have executed air interdiction missions in Rivers State as part of its intensified efforts to curb crude oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and economic sabotage in the Niger Delta. Deputy Director Public Relations and Information Group Captain Kabiru Ali indicates that the air components conducted the two separate missions targeted at specific sites along the Imo River, including Owaza, Ozaku, Obuzo, Oswaku, and Obiaku. The air crew proceeded to conduct armed reconnaissance mission in Owaza and Ozaku, during which they identified an active illegal refining site at Ozaku and immediately engaged, resulting in the destruction of 4 tanks and 2 canoes. The second mission originally was intended to support troops northwest of Umuahia, but adverse weather conditions forced the crew to divert and conducted further air reconnaissance around the Obuzo section of the Imo River, thereby destroying 12 tanks, along with several jerrycans and other equipment used by the criminals around Owaza, Obuzo, and Oswaku and Obiaku. The NAF will continue to conduct air operations against the activities of the oil thieves and other criminals in the Niger Delta and in support of ground forces across the region, calling on citizens to key into the efforts of security agencies to deter the activities of these economic saboteurs with a view to checkmating their activities. The growing dependence on artificial intelligence and digital platforms is increasing cyber and security threats in the country. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports that the federal government, through the National Cybersecurity Coordination Center, Office of the National Security Advisor, is rising to the occasion to address these threats.
Africa's Cybersecurity Report 2021 indicates that cyber attacks in Africa increased by 300% in 2022 in the face of digital growth, while 71% of organizations in Nigeria recorded cyber attacks, resulting in huge loss of revenue. These attacks, that are likely to triple in 5 years, are a major challenge to global domain targeting socioeconomic activities.
AI does a lot of criminal activities as well, not just as a service. But
this platform is preparatory to the 2024 Cybersecurity Conference aimed at addressing threats relating to artificial intelligence and cybersecurity.
What we intend to do is to bring to ground from all stakeholders to understand that cybersecurity is important, that you must build defenses, and that you must collaborate in building those defenses. And you must learn from the weaknesses of others and to generally protect ourselves as we get to more interconnectivity.
We are also looking at within the law enforcement framework. How does that happen? What are the investigative ability? Our law enforcement are being trained now to look at the AI in total. How will you use AI to commit a crime? I think we will be looking at what are the futures of this AI. What can we do with AI? How do we also protect ourselves against AI?
The conference will also provide possible solutions to threats posed by AI. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
We now go for a break on Nationwide. After the break, it will be time to join Obehi in our Benin Network Center. Do stay tuned.
Lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Conversation on flood and its impact on food security and the economy continues on NTA Tuesday Live. What are the short and long-term strategies to mitigate the national disaster? Find out on NTA Tuesday Live, coming up on the 17th September 2024. Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. It promises to be incisive and educative as ever. Join us.
We go here after today.
Back then I used to be Rasaki, but now I'm a branded. Call me Shek, you can call me no guest.
How did you meet your lovely wife?
It was an amazing journey.
Adewale, mention a characteristic of a deceitful person.
Cheating. Yakoni. Pretense.
You're selfish.
A new edition of TV Guide is out.
This time, we got up close and personal with the transformational legislator, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin.
It created a difference in terms of representation through interventions that have brought an unprecedented infrastructural development to my area.
This edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from technology, entertainment, economy, media, politics, family, and lots more.
It is indeed a park of excitement as we take you through every aspect of life. Pick up your copy and get abreast with issues and trending features within our space.
TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
Welcome to Benin. Muslims in Edo State now have a Hajj house built by Edo State government. The governor, Godwin Obaseki, while inaugurating the project, said it is to give Muslims in the state a sense of belonging. Goodluck Enaini reports that the governor also inaugurated the Muslims Welfare Board.
The gesture is to provide a befitting facility that will help serve as a meeting and coordinating point for Hajj activities and welfare of pilgrims in Edo State. The governor acknowledged the support of the Muslim community towards his administration in the last 7.5 years and urged them to extend same to the next administration.
So far, I've had a great deal of pleasure working with you to ensure that the proper structure was set up to provide for your welfare and promote social cohesion in your community.
The governor also inaugurated the State Muslim Welfare Board with a charge to the members to carry out their duties in the fear of Allah and for the benefit of mankind.
I hereby inaugurate all of you who have been duly appointed by the government of Edo State to the glory of Allah and to the benefits of the Muslim community in Edo State.
Chairman of Edo State Muslim Pilgrims Welfare Board, Sheikh Ibrahim Oyarihwa, thanked the governor for his love for the Muslims in the state and promised to remain committed to the will of Allah. Meanwhile, Governor Basaki has been decorated with an award as the best Muslim-friendly governor in the South-South. In Benin, Goodluck Enaini, NTA News.
And now to election matters. The 25 long-term observers from Yega, Africa, deployed to the 18 local government areas of Edo State on the pre-election environment have come up with some emerging concerns. Bukola Robus reports that they have, in the course of a press conference with journalists in Benin City, come up with some recommendations for INEC, security agencies, political parties, and the citizens. The report.
Director of Programs, Yaga Africa, Cynthia Mbamalu, revealed increasing desperation of political actors with a lack of discretion and sportsmanship, physical violence and verbal attacks during party rallies, and poor participation in mock accreditation exercise, which they observed does not augur well for a democratic process.
It is imperative to resolve these conflicts in order to guarantee a credible and tranquil election. We implore these public personalities to exercise moderation and tell their followers to follow the rules.
They therefore recommended that INEC should make the PVC collection data public in the state and also make it available on its website. They also called on security agencies to ensure that security personnel on election should be adequately trained, while political parties and their supporters should adhere to their commitment to the peace accord.
Yaga Africa also recommend that political parties should adhere to their commitment to the peace accord and promote peaceful participation of their supporters in the election. To our media friends, we also recommend that they should ensure fair coverage of all candidates and parties contesting in the election.
They call on citizens to shun all forms of voter inducement as they undermine the democratic process. In Benin, Udwakobong Achibong, NTA News.
Bukola Urubusi's report was presented by Udwakobong Achibong. And that's the update for now from Benin. It's back to Abuja for the continuation of Nationwide.
Thanks, Obehi, in our Benin Network Center. Back here, let's go to Zamfara State and tell you that search for persons drowned in a boat's mishap in Gumi local government area of the state is still ongoing more than 48 hours after the incident. This is as 9 dead bodies are recovered out of more than 40 missing passengers. Haliru Muhammad tells us more.
The unfortunate incident occurred when the boat was crossing the Bakin Kaswa River of Obandawaki community in Gumi local government area to convey more than 50 farmers to their farmlands. Both the boat and more than 40 passengers were said to have drowned in the river. According to eyewitness, 9 dead bodies have so far been discovered and 6 others rescued, while search operations are still ongoing in an effort to finding the remaining ones. The residents, however, made keys for provision for modern means of transportation.
Through the office, our office that is here in Sokoto, we will recommend from the authorities to look into the possibility of acquiring a new one for them to ease their movement, because water transport is very, very important.
The federal and state governments appear to have shown serious concern to this tragedy, which is coming few weeks after a devastating flood occurred in the area following an unprecedented rainfall. NTA News has observed the need for urgent humanitarian intervention to provide more emergency support and temporary shelter to the affected population. In Gusau, Halir Muhammad, NTA News.
And back to our earlier story that the National Hydroelectric Power Producing Area Development Commission has opened a high-level training for staff on 2024 needs assessment, enumeration and community mapping exercise for states under the mandate of the commission. The strategic engagement is aimed at equipping field operators under the commission with master skills in diversifying processes of inputs, collection and maximizing of resources for effective and result-oriented outputs.
That we have additional states, we just felt we should not just be in the office and start allocating projects or interventions to communities that are not even in need of what we are providing. We want to make sure whatever we provide is what the community is yearning for.
In this phase, we are also going to add application of celestial techniques, space techniques, remote sensing and geographic information system technique in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of transportation, in terms of safety, in terms of security.
The Commission is also frontally approaching challenges of water safety and security, education, health, sanitation and other social interventions that will add value in communities in hyperdeck states through engagements and regular assessments of projects.
And then theoretical sessions that will equip them with the competencies they need on the field.
We will be integrating remote sensing and GIS this time, which we expect it to give us an edge to have better output.
The objective is to equip the master trainees with the right knowledge, right learning experience.
Hyperdeck 2024 Master Training is basically to share experiences and adopt workable solutions in driving a process that will guarantee a more robust and reliable data for implementing its policies and programs. President Bola Tinubu has assented to the National Center for Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons Bill in line with the UN Charter on Arms Proliferation. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports that the center is further domesticating the UN Charter and mainstreaming gender in the fight against illicit arms trade.
In the past, weapons like guns, bow and arrows were basically used by hunters, gaming, and to protect communities from wild animal invasion. With civilization, more sophisticated weapons are manufactured and are mostly used by state actors like the military and paramilitary. Consequently, there are more than 12 billion rounds of ammunition manufactured annually, 857 million small and light weapons in circulation globally. 70% of these are said to be in Africa, with Nigeria having the largest number. These have amplified different criminal activities in parts of the country, with women mostly vulnerable during these armed conflicts.
The illegal flow of small arms and light weapons has devastating consequences, fueling violence, instability and insecurity in various parts of the world. As we all know, the most traumatic effects of this crisis usually befall women and children. This workshop on gender mainstreaming is especially important as it corresponds with the United Nations Security Council resolution, which emphasizes the role of women in conflict prevention and peace building.
The Office of the National Security Advisor is focused on tracing and tracking the root of this illicit trade.
Just recently, the President assented to the bill establishing the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons, a major milestone in our commitment to curbing the proliferation of illegal arms. This legislative backing strengthens the center's mandate and paves the way for more coordinated and decisive action.
With the presidential assent, the center is committed to further domesticating UN charters on arms. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Art for Democracy exhibition took the center stage in Abuja as part of activities to commemorate this year's International Day of Democracy. The day aims at celebrating the values of democracy as a way for everyone to participate in public discussions on what is important to them. Nigeria's democratic journey, its struggles, victories, and ongoing quest for equity and justice were areas of focus. Timothy Yusuf reports.
Expressed fusion of spoken word and dance, examined hopes, challenges, and aspirations tied to democratic governance. All of this here with vibrant celebration of democracy through the lens of art, performance, and dialogue at this Art for Democracy exhibition event.
We have pieces that speak to people, the power of the people. We have pieces that speak to the resilience of the Nigerian people. We have pieces that speak to what the future of democracy looks like.
The theme of this exhibition is Art for Democracy. So it speaks to a certain issue that we are facing as young people in Nigeria and Nigeria as a whole.
This event brings together creatives, thought leaders, and citizens to explore the power of democracy in shaping the nation's collective future using visual and performing arts. Discussion centered on making democracy deliver for citizens with prominent voices from civil society and the creative sector, sharing insights on strengthening democracy to better serve Nigeria. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
A major energy reforms introduced in Nigeria since June 2023 have focused on improving energy security, attracting investment and deepening collaboration with key partners like the United States government. Special advisor to the president on energy, Olu Verejen, stated this at a luncheon as part of the inaugural U.S.-Nigeria Strategic Energy Dialogue hosted by the U.S. Department in Washington, D.C. The dialogue was established in June 2023 to deepen bilateral cooperation, advance the implementation of shared energy and climate action ambitions. Nigeria seeks to create a robust regulatory framework and attract new investments for the production of gas for power, transportation, and clean cooking. To support the reform, President Bola Tinubu issued 5 new executive orders aimed at providing fiscal incentives for investment and reducing the cost and time of finalizing and implementing contracts to develop and expand gas infrastructure. The directives aimed to immediately unlock up to $2.5 billion in new oil and gas investments in the country. Data shows that digital technology contributed 14.8% to Nigeria's GDP in the first quarter of 2024, higher than oil. Correspondent Moplang Dakok reports that for Nigeria and other countries to increase their contribution as well as institutionalize the framework for implementing the e-government master plan, experts are identifying digital technology as strategic for Africa's e-governance. These professionals say digital economy is the engine room for implementation of economic and business policies and programs for Africa. These are the outlook as the Africa Digital Economy Summit AFRIDES with the theme Digital Transformation for Sustainable Growth, Africa's Path to a Connected Future comes up in Brazil by October this year.
We need to take the lead. The outlook is very, very promising because with conversations like this, carrying a front burner seat at the G20, it therefore tells us that even global leaders are beginning to look towards advancing digital transformation, particularly in Africa.
AI, of course, everybody knows AI is there. Everybody's talking of AI now. But we must not react to AI because the West is pushing it. We can all have our own structure, the superstructures, to drive our AI.
We need to drive this technology as the new frontier of doing business.
Let's move on and tell you that farming is not just an occupation, but a way of life, which can create employment opportunities for Nigeria's teeming youth population, help diversify the economy and guarantee food security, especially with more hands and right tools. Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu stated this during the official launch of Young Farmers Club, Nigeria by the Renewed Hope Initiative in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. State House correspondent Adeniyi Taiwo reports.
Recent past, the picture of students with writing materials in one hand and the other hand firmly gripping a farming tool, ready to till the ground, was commonplace.
To respect our land and resources.
The launch of Young Farmers Club by Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu is not only expected to bring back those old days when agriculture and education share the same space, but also answer the question of who will feed the future in a world with rising population.
The aim of the Young Farmers Club Nigeria is to catch them young by making farming more appealing to our pupils and students. We are not just teaching them how to farm, we are also nurturing a generation that will transform our agricultural landscape, imbibe modern farming techniques, and ensure that Nigeria remains self-sufficient in food production, in line with the food security drive of the administration of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. The Renewed Hope Initiative, RHI, is launching the Young Farmers Club Nigeria with some pilot schools in the Federal Capital Territory to kickstart the club nationwide. Each member is proudly kitted in their club uniform and has been provided with a watering can and hoe as starter tools, with all expenses paid for by the Renewed Hope Initiative.
Handing out club's handbook, membership cards and farm implements to 240 members of the club, the First Lady says the institutional framework for the Young Farmers Club has already been worked out by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security.
This they have done by making financial provision in their budget to scale up the club rollout nationwide. Interested schools nationwide should register with the First Ladies of their respective states. This registration will then be channeled to the Young Farmers Club desk office at the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security offices in their various states for necessary provisions and support.
Formally inducting the members, Minister of Agriculture Abubakar Kyari says the initiative marks a milestone in ongoing efforts to promote innovation and innovators in the sector.
As you embrace the opportunities that lie ahead, may you lead with integrity and contribute positively to your communities and nation at large.
The recent federal government policy, which focuses on vocational education and the development or attainment of the SDGs, definitely aligns with what we are doing here today.
And the new inductees are poised to embrace their new role in nation building.
I'm expected to farm and to inspire others to promote agriculture in my school. We are going to have to plant everything because it's going to be useful in the future.
By enlisting their participation, the Renewed Hope Initiative is achieving its set mandate in agriculture, one of its key priority areas. From the banquet hall of the Presidential Villa, Adeni Itaiwo, NTA News.
Let's go for another break on Nationwide. When we return, there'll be more stories.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, with undying demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we are more than just a nation.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry life. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
NTA Television College Jos, with a pedigree of producing indelible professionals in the media space and an affiliate of the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, for the award of degree in mass communication, calls on prospective candidates to leverage on the following courses it offers for 2024-2025 academic session. BSc Mass Communication, those with minimum admissible score of 180 and above who sat for the 2024 JAMB/UTME and direct entry, while 100 to 179 minimum admissible score can apply for the National Innovation Diploma NID in Film and Television Production, Broadcast Journalism and Television Engineering. For more inquiries, visit our website www.nta.tvcollege.edu.ng or call 0803-383-4343. Announcer, Registrar.
I think Amaka should just move out of the house. Yes.
No. Standing out of the house is not the right thing to do.
Oh, there you go again with your sentimental family stuff.
Baby, if our aim is to stop this affair, it is best achieved under our roof.
You do something terrible and you'll be acting innocent.
What are you going on about?
Don't ask me that question again. You couldn't even control yourself in the presence of our visitors.
What are you accusing me of, woman?
My son, I don't know how serious you are with my daughter, but there's something that needs to be done urgently before you move any further.
Anything, I mean, just anything, just say it. I'm ready to do anything.
There is a spell that needs to be removed.
A spell?
Family forever. The story of our lives.
You're welcome back. Let's go over now to our Lagos Network Center, and Adeola will be our guide.
Ayadeji. By embracing technology, preserving language, documenting intangible heritage, and conserving cultural landscapes, we can ensure that our cultural legacy endures. This was the submission of speakers at a hybrid symposium organized by Lagos State Records and Archives Bureau, LASRAB, with the theme Lagos, Bridging Knowledge and Unraveling History. Joy Keta Bakoya completes the report.
The symposium was geared towards creating historical narratives, strengthening collaboration between academics and culture, while upholding the legacy and the rich culture of Lagos. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who was represented, urged both the public and private sectors, civil society groups, and residents to work with government in addressing the challenges of urbanization.
Our sincere apologies. We have to disconnect with our Lagos Network Center. I'm sure if time permits, we will still reconnect with them before the end of the bulletin. But back in Abuja, representatives of countries within the West African sub-region are in Nigeria to brainstorm on areas to strengthen cooperation to safeguard intangible cultural heritage for prosperity. Elizabeth Omori reports that the three-day workshop by UNESCO aims to accelerate actions for ratification of the 2003 UNESCO Convention for State Parties yet to comply.
UNESCO's Convention in the field of culture, drafted and adopted in 2003, following the request by member states to develop international standards that could serve as basis to draw up national cultural policies and strengthen cooperation among them. The adoption of the convention became an instrument to promote cultural diversity and diplomacy. Intangible cultural heritage, ICH, includes oral traditions and expressions, performing arts, social practices, festive events, traditional craftsmanship, among others. Recognizing the importance of ICH necessitated this workshop for representatives of West African nations to share experiences, good practices in safeguarding ICH and better understand the 2003 Convention.
We have now obtained the support of UNESCO and the EU to review and deliver the updated national cultural policy, with the policy development process being led by the Ministry and the National Economic Summit Group.
Communities who are bearers of ICH should be, and in fact must be, at the center of it all.
Sierra Leone and Liberia have not yet ratified the convention, which is the basic actually, before really gaining and benefiting from the convention.
West African nations are expected to commit to the objectives of the convention to drive sustainable tourism. Elizabeth Omori, NTA News.
Now, earlier we told you that there was the search for drowned people in Gumi local government area of Zamfara State is still ongoing, and I'm now being joined by Haliru in Zamfara State to give us the current situation of things and reasons to be optimistic that at least there will be survivors. Haliru?
Hello, good afternoon, studio, and welcome to Gusau, the Zamfara State capital. Right away, I am in Gusau, but yesterday I was in Gumi to assess the situation on the ground concerning the boat capsize, which happened over the weekend. Unfortunately, as we have seen, about 9 lives have been lost to the accident, and efforts are being made and are being intensified to ensure that other persons that have not been seen since the incident occurred are being rescued. I was with the officials of the National Emergency Management Agency, who were also on ground at Gumi to assess the situation, commiserate with the families of the victims, and of course promised them and other persons who have been directly or indirectly affected by the incident of an urgent intervention by the state and federal governments. So what is actually on ground now is that efforts are being intensified to ensure that those who have been lost are being rescued, those who have been found earlier have been buried in accordance with Islamic provision.
Haliru, this that you're giving us now, what other things do we know concerning ensuring safety of water transportation in the states?
Yes, what we have observed from what has happened is that the boats been operational in the river in particular, where this incident happened, has been very weak, and even the to transport themselves within the river safely and easier.
Oh, Haliru, they're having some glitches and giving us some of the updates we need to have concerning the boat's mishap in Gumi. But we hope and pray that things will get better there for especially a recurrence of such incidents. Let's move on from Zamfara and go over now to Morilio Jom in Enugu, who will be giving us the next sets of reports there. Over to you. Comfort time, I beg your pardon.
Welcome to Enugu Network Center. In fulfillment of the promise to revitalize all state-owned moribund assets, the Enugu State Governor, Dr. Peter Mba, has flagged off the revitalization of the Enugu United Palm Products Limited, EUPPL, located at Ibitolo Ezago local government area. Chika Ugu brings us the report.
It is again my honor and privilege to formally break the ground and flag off the Enugu United Palm Products Limited.
Flagging off the 100 billion naira investment, which is in partnership with Pragmatic Palms Limited. The governor said the investment will create wealth and employment for the people of the area. He restated his administration's determination to transform the state to be more conducive for investment, business, tourism, and living.
We have so far, as you have heard, revived and continue to revive a lot of our moribund assets.
Assuring the people of their commitment to succeed, the managing director of the partnering company said a 5-year plan has been drawn to reposition the EU PPL as one of the leading integrated oil palm establishments in Nigeria.
We want to set up world-class processing mills. We want to produce crude palm oil, palm kernel oil.
The once viable industry had been crippled by mismanagement, obsolete equipment, and limited market assets. Some top government functionaries say the company, after its revitalization, will help boost the state's economy.
It is an important opportunity for us to harness our resources, engage the youth, and bring innovations into the agro-industrial sector.
Enugu is on the cusp of an economic transformation.
The host communities are grateful to government for the step towards reviving the ailing company. In Enugu, Chika Ugu, NTA News.
The federal government is engaging stakeholders in the southeast geopolitical zone to foster the way forward in the fight against crime and insecurity. The workshop holding in Enugu is focusing on the development of modern strategies to sustain the current gains made by security agencies in the zone. Chika Ugu again reports.
It is no longer news that Nigeria has been grappling with security challenges, which has resulted in loss of lives and property. The good news is that the present administration is strengthening security for peace and prosperity as one of its 8 priority areas. This is yielding the desired dividends as the security situation has relatively improved in most parts of the country. However, the Southeast region has over the years been confronted with separatist agitations and imposition of seats at home, which has paralyzed socio-economic activities and impoverished the people. The desire to raise public awareness and address these challenges necessitated the stakeholders' engagement for the region by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation.
As part of the efforts of the federal government to raise public awareness, my office is organizing this 2-day stakeholders engagement for the Southeast geopolitical zone to provide a forum for exchange of ideas to address the challenges associated with the operations of non-state community-based security outfits in the zone.
The Enugu State government says it is working assiduously with security agencies in the state to promote security with the institution of a distress response squad, as well as the installation of CCTV network surveillance.
There's no doubt that a platform for periodic meetings of vigilante groups or heads of town unions or Igwes in the Southeast will help forge a seamless synergy and enhance our strategy for security.
It is hoped that at the end of the workshop, participants will come up with a workable framework to support security personnel in bringing the menace of insecurity in the geopolitical zone to an end. In Enugu, Chika Ugu, NTA News.
That's a package from Enugu Network Center. Let's now rejoin Abuja for continuity.
Now, Comfort, thank you for your contribution from our Enugu Network Center. Today is World Patient Safety Day, an international observance spearheaded by World Health Organization to raise awareness and promote strategies aimed at ensuring patient safety. The theme for this year, Engaging Patients for Patient Safety, emphasizes the importance of involving patients, families and communities in efforts to safeguard healthcare systems. Hakimat Aliyu tells us more about the challenges of patient safety in Nigeria.
One critical concern over time in Nigeria's healthcare system is the high rate of medical errors and avoidable complications, which have become a growing public health issue. Studies have shown that about 50% of adverse events in Nigerian hospitals could have been prevented with better safety protocols in place. Hence the significance of World Patient Safety Day in Nigeria. Head of Clinical Services at the Federal Medical Center, Jabi, Dr. Bioku Muftau, speaks further on the day.
Hospitals under the umbrella of Federal Ministry of Health have been notified. This year's team, dwell more on the diagnosis as regards to patient safety. If you delay diagnosis, you are likely going to delay treatment. So, incorrect communication with the patient of the diagnosis of your diagnosis too is not also very good. So it affects patient safety.
He adds that there are challenges in hospitals where patient numbers far outweighs the available resources, and despite efforts to improve, the nation faces widespread of other issues that contribute to compromised patient safety. As this year's theme underscores, patients themselves are pivotal partners in ensuring their own safety and are expected to play a crucial role in identifying and preventing medical errors. For now, many remain hopeful that with greater awareness of the issues and stronger patient advocacy, the safety and quality of healthcare would get better. In Abuja, Hakimat Aliu, NTA News.
With just days to the 2024 Edo governorship election, it's time now to link up with Oduak to tell us what is the situation on ground and how security forces are preparing for the exercise. And of course, they have a crucial role to ensure law and order. Oduak.
Thank you for joining us in Benin. What has really happened today as far as the Edo governorship election is concerned is that the Edo State Police Command has organized a workshop for its officers with focus on discipline and conduct of a policeman on election duty, human rights and democratic policing, and also stop and stage and also rescue mission. All these are geared towards ensuring that the officers are up and doing to help deliver a free, credible and peaceful election.
Now tell us about the reaction from residents of the state to the presence of security forces. Of course, they have a crucial role to play on the day of the election.
Yes, of course. We know that residents too have reacted like stakeholders. They are urging INEC to ensure that election materials arrive voting centers quite on time, and they want a conducive environment whereby voters have no fear coming out to exercise their franchise.
We'd like to thank you for your contribution from Benin concerning the countdown to the 2024 Edo governorship election. Thank you one more time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, Oduak there as the countdown to the 2024 Edo governorship election continues to tick. And that's nationwide. I'd like to thank you for watching. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. On behalf of the entire production crew here in Abuja, enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye-bye.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
Water is life. It is not a cliche. It is a fact. Medical experts say 60% of the human body is made up of water, just like 75% of the Earth's surface is said to be covered with water. Plants, animals, and humans all need water for various purposes. You may think the call for constant drinking of water is overrated, but here are some benefits of this colorless liquid. Water is the #1 cleanser of the skin, not just from outside, but within. Without water, the skin cannot function at its best. It becomes dry, tight, and prone to aging. Drinking enough water helps to flush toxins from the skin, keeps the skin moisturized, and also reduce acne. Did you know drinking water first thing in the morning fights toxins in the stomach and boosts metabolism? Many health experts say drink at least 8 glasses of water a day. This will prevent dehydration and keep the body at a normal temperature. Water is a great mouth cleanser. It rinses some food particles from the teeth, prevents some buildup of bad bacteria which causes mouth odor. Also, drinking water frequently keeps the mouth moist. Water is a great source of weight loss. Health practitioners advise that water be taken at least 30 minutes before meal. This prevents overeating by creating a sense of fullness. Did you know water helps the kidney remove waste from the blood in form of urine? Every day, the kidney filters about 120 to 150 quarts of waste in form of urine. If the kidney does not function very well, waste products and excess fluid can build up inside the body. This also can lead to some diseases such as the kidney stone. Drinking water helps the bowel to function properly. Lack of water can lead to digestive problems, constipation, and increases the risk of heartburn and stomach ulcer. Indeed, nature has blessed us with water, not only to quench the thirst, but also as a medicine.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Yes, welcome to the most fun and entertaining kiddies game show ever. is brought to you by Checkers Custard.
This is custard.
My name is Obi Anene, and I've got two wonderful schools here with me today. Please put your hands together for the beautiful beginning school. And let's also put our hands together for the Green Hill School. And let's not forget Turtle Title. All right, as always on the Turtle Title Game Show, we will be going on an adventure, but not before I tell you the rule of the game. Every correct answer gives you 20 points. Now, whoever scores more points will be going home with a school bag and a pack of Checkers Custard that contains 6 whole jars of 400-gram Checkers Custard. Yeah! And the runner-up will also be going home with a pack of Checkers Custard that contains 6 whole jars of the 400-gram Checkers Custard. Woo! And now, here's some fun facts about Checkers Custard. Now, Checkers Custard contains essential vitamins like vitamin A, which helps to boost your vision, and vitamin D, which helps to build and strengthen your body's immune system. So I would highly recommend Checkers Custard for your family's breakfast and in-between meal at any time of the day. Checkers! Custard! Turtle Title! We've all been waiting for. Let's all get set as we are going on an adventure to Ekiti State. Please, while we're on that adventure, make sure you pay attention to the information that will be shared, because you might be called upon to represent your school, okay? Because the questions will be coming from that adventure. All right, just right before we go, please let's stop over and have some Checkers Custard.
People, they ask me how rich I be, and I sabi the reason. If you see better dressing, big house, solid car, come join them with. Also, where everybody know, people still they ask questions. I'm rich because I dey spend quality time with my family. I'm rich because I fit enjoy my creamy Checkers custard with my loved ones. Junko, richness not be by money, but by the love wey we dey share. Una still dey wait make I tell una my net worth. Abeg, Checkers, na custard be that.
Raise your hands, bend your knees, do the title dance with me.
Hello friends, my name is Turtle Title. I am on an adventure across Nigeria. I'll be going to all the cities in Nigeria, and it's going to be fun. I am now in Ado Ekiti, the capital city of Ekiti State. My friend Dada is here to meet me at the motor park.
Hello Title, welcome to Ekiti State.
Thank you Dada, how are you?
I am fine, thank you.
I am sure there are many exciting places in Ekiti State. Where do we go first?
We will go to the Evacuation warm spring, but before we go, let us go home and eat.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon, Taido. I have prepared some pounded yam and egusi soup for you and your friend.
Oh, nice. Thank you, ma. This egusi soup is delicious. How do you make it?
Egusi soup is made from melon seed and vegetable leaves. I also added crayfish and dry fish.
Very nice. One day I will learn to cook egusi soup.
Me too.
Thank you, Mom, for this delicious food.
Thank you, Ma.
It's my pleasure, my children.
We will now go to the Evacuation warm spring.
Oh yes, let's go.
Here we are. This is the Evacuation warm spring.
This place is beautiful. Where is the famous warm spring?
I will show you. This is the spring. You have warm and cold water flowing side by side.
Ha! That is amazing.
Yes, people come from all over the country to see this natural wonder.
But where is this water flowing from?
It flows from inside the rock up there. Now, let me show you the swimming pool.
Yes.
The warm spring flows into this pool.
Oh, great. Let's swim.
do you do that?
Very easy. Oh, that was fun.
Yes, now let's go to Fertility Park.
Where is that?
Ado Ekiti.
Okay, let's go.
This is the statue of the great Adekunle Fajuyi.
Who was he?
He was a very brave soldier who died to save his friend's life. This park is dedicated to him. Now let us go to the Arinta waterfalls.
Where is the waterfall?
It is on top of a rock.
A waterfall on top of a rock?
Yes, Taido. There are many rocks in Ekiti State. Some of them have waterfalls, and we have to climb the rock to get to it.
That sounds interesting. Let's go.
Now we have to climb the rock.
See, what animal is this?
That is a porcupine.
A porcupine? It looks scary.
Yes, that's because of those sharp-looking claws on his body.
Hello, porcupine. What are you doing here? Ha 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 ha. This is a perfect place for me because I can climb and I can also swim. Will you climb to the top of this mountain with us? Yes, let's go.
A porcupine. Perfect meat for dinner.
Perfect meat for dinner?
Oh, yes.
How did you do that? I have these clothes on my body so I can protect myself from enemies. This place is beautiful. Oh, yes. I come here to relax and sometimes I swim. See you and goodbye. What an interesting animal.
Yes, Taido. The porcupine is an amazing animal.
Dada, my friend, thank you for making me enjoy my visit to Ekiti State. I'll be leaving soon.
Thank you, Taido. You saved my life.
You're welcome. I have to continue with my adventure.
Okay, Taido. Bye-bye and see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Raise your hands, bend your knees, do the Tidal dance with me. To Tidal.
People they ask me how rich I be, and I sabi the reason. If you see better dressing, big house, solid car, come join them with. Also, where everybody know, people still they ask questions. I'm rich because I dey spend quality time with my family. I'm rich because I fit enjoy my creamy checkers custard with my loved ones. You nko, richness not be by money, but by the love wey we dey share. Na still dey wait make I tell una my net worth. Abeg, checkers. Na custard be that.
Turtle Tidal! Yes, welcome back from Ekiti State. If you are just joining us, this is the Turtle Tidal Game Show, brought to you by Checkers Custard. This is and you're just in time for us to select the contestants to come and play the Turtle Tidal game. But before I select those contestants, please, I would like to give you some fun facts about Checkers Custard. Now, Checkers Custard comes in 4 different flavors. You have the chocolate flavor, the milk flavor, the vanilla flavor, and the banana flavor. All right about now, Turtle Tidal will be coming forward to assist me to select the contestants to come and represent the 2 schools here. First, the contestant to represent the beautiful beginning school. All right, let's put our hands together for Michael Olumide. Keep clapping for him as he comes forward. I'd like check your excitement. Come forward, stand over there. Stand over there. And now, the contestant to represent the Green Hill School. Please, let's put our hands together for Alancha David. Keep clapping as he comes forward. All right, David, stand over there. Turtle. Turtle tighter. Checkers. Custard. Turtle tighter. Yes, rubber soup. Cross River State. What animal did Tidal see in the lake?
Crocodile.
And right about now, we have both our contestants representing the two schools here. To my left, we have Michael representing the beautiful beginning school. Put your hands together for him. And over to my right, I have David representing the Green Hill School. Put your hands together for him. All right, just before we begin, let me bring your attention to the scoreboard. Now, the scoreboard represents the journey that our contestants will be going on. Now, the green car represents the beautiful beginning school, while the yellow car will represent the Green Hill School. Now, Michael, are you ready?
Yes.
David, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we're going to begin with you, Michael. Please pick a number from 1 to 10.
9.
Question number 9. What are the sharp points on a porcupine called? A. Quills. B. Spears. C. It's correct! And that moves Michael to 20 points. All right, over to you, David. Please pick a number.
Number 1.
Question number 1. What is the capital city of Ekiti State? A. Ado Ekiti. B. Ishe Ekiti. C. Ijero Ekiti.
A. Ado Ekiti.
That is correct! And that moves David to 20 points. All right, back to you, Michael. Please pick another number.
5.
Question number 5. What is the source of the spring water? A. A high rock. B. A tree. C. A volcanic mountain.
A.
That is correct! And that moves Michael now to 40 points. All right, back to you, David. Please pick another number.
Number 2.
Question number 2. What seed is egusi made from? A. Melon. B. Pumpkin. C. Gourd fruit.
C.
I'm afraid that is not the correct answer. The correct answer is A. Melon. Oh, please put your hands together for him. All right, back to you, Michael. Please pick another number.
7.
Question number 7. The park is named after A. A soldier. B. A sailor. C. A doctor.
A soldier.
That is absolutely correct! And that moves Michael now to 60 points. All right, back to you, David. Please pick a number.
Number 5.
Number 5 is already taken. We still have number 3, 4, 6, 8, and 10.
4.
Question number 4. Which two elements meet at Ikogosi Warm Spring? A. Fire and air. B. Hot and cold water. C. Soft and hard rock.
B.
That is correct! And that moves him now to 40 points. All right, back to you, Michael. Please pick a number. Number 3, 6, 8, and 10 are still available.
3.
Question number 3. Turtle Tidal visited all but one of these 3 places. A. Ado-Ekiti. B. Ikogosi. C. Ikere Ekiti.
Ekiti.
That is correct! And that moves him now to 80 points. All right, back to you, David. Please pick a number. 6, 8, and 10 are still available.
6.
Question number 6. What park is located in Ado-Ekiti? A. Fajuyi Park. B. Ogundele Park. C. Amusement Park.
A.
That is correct! And that moves him now to 60 points. All right, back to you, Michael.
Number 10.
Question number 10. What for? A. For protection. B. As toothpicks. C. For roasting fish.
A.
That is correct! And that moves Michael to 100 points! And the final question, which is question number 8, goes to David. David, what animal did Tidal meet on his way up to Arinta waterfalls? A. Elephant. B. Porcupine. C. Alligator.
B.
That is correct! And that moves David to 80 points! Turtle! Checkers! Custard!
People they ask me how rich I be, and I sabi the reason. If you see better dressing, big house, solid car, come join them with. Also where everybody know, people still they ask questions. I'm rich because I dey spend quality time with my family. I'm rich because I fit enjoy my creamy checkers custard with my loved ones. Junko, richness not be by money, but by the love wey we dey share. Una still dey wait make I tell una my net worth. Abeg, checkers. Na custard be that.
Now, the person who will be going home with the school bag and a pack of Checkers custard that contains 6 whole jars of 400-gram Checkers custard is Michael! Right. Keep clapping. And David over here will be going home with a pack of Checkers custard as well that contains 6 whole jars of 400-gram Checkers custard! David, please. And now, someone from the Beautiful Beginning School is going to get a chance to go home with an extra jar of Checkers custard. Are you ready? Yeah. Now, I'm going to randomly select someone from the Beautiful Beginning School. Okay, are you ready? Yeah. Checkers custard. All right, let's go. Now let's put our hands together for Rihanna Lawal. Keep clapping for her. She comes forward. Keep clapping. Keep clapping as she comes forward. Come on, stand over here, Rihanna. I like your name, by the way. It reminds me of a famous superstar. All right, let's go. Now, Rihanna, you get a chance to go home with an extra jar of Checkers custard if you answer this bonus round question correctly. Can you tell me, can you mention one of the flavors of Checkers custard? One flavor. I mentioned 4 earlier, didn't I? So mention one flavor of the Checkers custard. Can you speak up, please? Vanilla. She said vanilla flavor. Please put your hands together for her. So, Total Title is going to assist me to present her extra jar of Checkers custard. Done. Well done, Rihanna. You can go back to your seat now. Total Title. Checkers. Custard. All right, on the Total Title Game Show, we believe that everyone is a winner, which is why each and every one of us will be going home with a jar of Checkers custard. Yeah! Please do not forget to like us and follow us on all our social media platforms. And please keep your eyes peeled to your local and international TV stations so that you can know the viewing times for the Total Title Game Show so that more children can join in on the fun and learning. Until next time, when we come your way again, it's Total Title.
People they ask me how rich I be, and I sabi the reason. If you see better dressing, big house, solid car, come join them with. Also where everybody know, people still they ask questions. I'm rich because I dey spend quality time with my family. I'm rich because I fit enjoy my creamy Checkers custard with my loved ones. You unko, richness not be by money, but by the love wey we dey share. Na still dey wait make I tell una my net worth. Abeg, Checkers. Na custard be that.
Embark on a delectable journey of Nigeria, where flavors come to life in Niger's food adventures.
From the savory goodness of akara to the sumptuous puff-puff, Nigerian food is a gastronomic delight.
Stay tuned as we uncover more mouth-watering delight.
Leather industry in Kano is as old as the beginning of the Hausa civilization. Spanning over 1,000 of years, the industry supplied leather materials to the hinterland and also served as a major trade link between Kano and other parts of the world through transparent trade. It flourished for many years and served as an essential economic mainstay of the Hausa land. In Kano today, Few tanneries struggle to operate at a capacity quite inadequate to feed the local leather industries, and this has no doubt stunted their growth, not only in Kano, but other parts of Nigeria. This is Majema local leather industry or traditional leather industry in Kofar Wambai area of the city of Kano. This place is believed to have existed for over 90 years. It is indeed a heaven for different categories of people, irrespective of their ages.
We grew up into the business of tanning, which we inherited from our forefathers. I think this place is over 80 years. And for how long have you been into this trade? I've been into this trade for approximately 50 years.
As you can see, all activities to do with leather processing is being carried out here.
I happen to see myself in this trade. My parents and their parents were also in the occupation. At least, I have spent over 15 years working here. I tanned a specific leather called tundra, a skin of python, just like this one. I also operate on skin of crocodile and goats, among many others.
In spite of the serious decline in its operations and profitability across the value chain, some business people in Kano still see prospect in leather business and are determined to stay in it.
So now we increase the capacity. Instead for 15,000 a day, we make it as 30,000 pieces. That's our capacity for right now. But we have the plan to increase more, to make it like 50 to 60,000 pieces a day.
When we receive the raw skins, we are going to grade the skins by size. After that, we are going to trim. We want to make the skin to be shaped from the starting stage itself. From there, we will take the skin to the process so that the bacteria will put some chemicals to avoid the bacteria so that the skins will not spoil.
One cannot overemphasize the value this industry adds to the economy, and it is worrisome that this once highly prosperous industry will be allowed to decay.
Well, you can see how many people you employ here. Before, some people here is not more than 200 people are working in this place. Now we have more than 500 people, and we want to increase our capacity. We need more people again.
For the leather industry to strive, government must invest substantially in the local content and re-emphasize on policies that encourage all players in the industry.
Give me a lot of harm.
Okay, it's all going as planned. 10 minutes to closing time. Here we go. Be with you in just a second. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. Please right this way. Yeah, right on time. I hacked all the codes. It's all written right here. It's gonna be a big payday. Okay, that's a 1, 3, 4. 7, 8, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 7. Four, 2, 1. Oh. It's the red wire. No, wait, it's the pink wire. No, the blue one. The blue. I knew I could do it. Oh! Oh! What the? It's okay. It's all right. I'll just.
I saw him looking at you. No, that wasn't me he was looking at. Well, then who was he looking at?
Hello? Who is this? I can't hear you. Hello? Hello? Are you still there? Wait, I can't get a signal. I'm moving over here.
Shh.
Hello? I can't hear a thing. going on here? You guys better clean this up. Huh?
Hey, it's me, Grandma! What's you hang up on me?
Hi, Grandma. It's my cell phone. Bad reception.
Bad reception. My own grandson hanging up on me. What you doing? You should have pulled me back the second you got in a place where you
Sorry,
could...
Grandma. I'm kind of busy here. I'll see you later, okay? Bye-bye.
Yeah, later. Right. I'm just an old lady with only a
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Good day, my viewers. My name remains Dr. Aminu Abdullahi Abdikarim. I'm the GM of Greenland Natural Medicines. Greenland Natural Medicine is a center for alternative therapy. Today, we are going to tell you more about what we mean by alternative medicine, or herbal medicine, or traditional medicine. Yes, traditional medicine has been proven very effective, but different kind of health challenges, or different kind of diseases, or different kind of ailments. Greenland Natural Medicine have gone into world research, where we have researched up to 36 to 26 countries effectively to tell you and to pick more about what we call traditional medicine. Traditional medicine is just 3,000 BC back, has proven is the first medicine when it comes to medicine. Traditional medicine is what our forefathers, or our fathers, have been using. Our great-fathers have been using to take care of our health challenges. And this has been proving that it has been very effective. They live longer than even what we are using today. Traditional medicine has shown us the difference between the conventional medicine and the alternative medicine. Why will we call it alternative medicine? If you have been moving helter-skelter about your health-related issue, you have used different things and it's looking more abortive and it's not that effective in your body has getting resistance to them, your body is not responding to those medications anymore, you run back to what we call alternative medicine. If you have anything that has to do with malaria, let me tell you, in abroad, you'll be admitted because they don't have it much. But you see, in Nigeria here is a common norm. Malaria is not minor, rather typhoid is minor. But please, try as much as possible. Get use of this alternative medicine that has to take care of your malaria and typhoid. Please, if you have anything that has to do with your malaria or typhoid, try and give us a call. You have noticed this frequent malaria or your fever all the time, you notice you shave, you have headache, you have running nose, you have catarrh, you have all those things, they can be as a result of the malaria you have. All those things can be, fever can be the symptoms of malaria. You have headache all the time, you take paracetamol, you take all those things, or you take pain reliever to just bring up your headache down. Meanwhile, you don't know that it's malaria you are suffering from. Please, don't do self-medication. Try and visit us, and we assure you your problem will never remain the same. give us a call on that numbers you have on your screen. Our offices may not be in every state in Nigeria, yes, but we have our head office strategic area like Port Harcourt, Lagos, and Abuja. These offices can serve you. Some of the medication you need is just medication. You don't even need therapy. We can waive those things to you. You can get it at your doorstep. Brilliant Pharmacy is a registered company. We can't take or fraud you. Your money is secured. This is a national TV, please. We can't go. They can't just come and give a thought on something that we don't have a research. Please try and visit any of our branch. We assure you your problem will never remain the same. Then give us a call on those numbers.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to Mother Care. It's always a pleasure and privilege bringing the show to you every single week. And it gladdens my heart to know that you're out there and you're going to stay with us from the beginning of the show hopefully to the end of the show. My name is Marianne, and it's always a pleasure to be here. As usual, we have a very interesting topic for you, and something that is getting much more common than we think. But I will not say anything about it. We'll start with our feature documentary, which will introduce the topic to us, and then when we come back, we'll get a feel of how mothers are dealing with this issue. It's Mother Care, and the show starts now.
Bipolar disorder. When a child has bipolar disorder, he or she experiences extreme shifts in mood or behavior which can either result into manic episode, which is the period when the child feels overly excited and confident, or a depressive episode, which is the period that describes when the child feels very sad. Children may not have clear-cut episodes. Instead, they may have mixed episodes and exhibit both manic and depressive episodes. This condition can be challenging to diagnose, as it can take several years for a healthcare provider to follow the patient and make an accurate diagnosis. Symptoms of mania in children include acting unusually silly, happy or hyperactive, while for depression in children may include feeling very sad, withdrawal from friends and activities, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, and thinking about death or suicide. Right now, there is no cure for bipolar disorder, but treatment such as medications and therapy can help control the symptoms. Early diagnosis and treatment are key to helping kids learn how to manage symptoms and succeed in life.
Welcome back. It's still Mother Care, and so our feature documentary has actually introduced the topic to us. It's bipolar disorder. Yes, it sounds like it's not normal or common here, but it is actually. We're going to go to the streets and find out if people are dealing with this issue and what solutions they've tried to prefer for this disorder. Let's go to the streets.
Bipolar illness is a mental condition in which, like the name sounds, has two poles, in which we have one pole, which is a manic episode, and then the other pole is a depressive episode. So if you have one as an episode and then one at another time, we say that the individual has a bipolar disorder.
The opposite side, which could be in a depressive form. Somebody extremely happy now. On the abnormal side, we are now looking at somebody also on the depressive side.
On the slightest provocation, they become irritated. They have so much energy. They can do as many things at a time. They might not even finish one before starting the other.
When you wake up in the morning, you want to start your day. Start with Kellogg's, with Kellogg's. You can reach your race, stay active and alert. Start your day right.
Because Kellogg's is fortified with the essential vitamins and minerals you need to start your day right. With Kellogg's, you can reach your great.
The safest time is Kellogg's time.
Welcome back. It's still Mother Care, and I've got my doctor with me in the house. He's a consultant psychiatrist. I've got Dr. Ade Jejeluye. It's great to have you back on the show.
Thank you very much.
Now, today we're talking about bipolar disorder, and I have to confess, I'm one of those people that has always seen that phrase and thought of all the novels I've read and all the movies I've watched, and I always think, I might think I'm just a local baby that is an Oyinbo disease. It's not just something you connect to our own society. You know, I feel like we've got our feet screwed on the floor, our heads, you know. Sure. But it's now becoming an issue. But first of all, I'd like you to explain to us, in simple terms, Doc, what is bipolar disorder?
All right, thank you. Bipolar disorder or bipolar affective disorder. We call it BAD for short.
Okay.
It's a major mental health, chronic mental health disorder, which affects both males and females and it could occur at any particular age.
Wow.
And you see it more between adolescence to early adulthood in those particular group of people. Now, it comes with a certain or some symptoms or signs and symptoms or features of the disorder. One, in this particular or these individuals, you see them having expansive, elated mood, which could become irritable at the very least. At the very slight switch, they could become very irritable. And in this particular people also, you see them, they have these exaggerated feelings of self-worth, or we call it grandiose delusions. So they may start telling you, I own this, I own that, which is all not true. And they have that, I can do anything, I can do miracles, which is not also true. Then they have reduced need for sleep. Now, when I say reduced need for sleep, so they could sleep for less than 3 hours and they are fine. Oh, wow. And there's also this added increased energy component. So they are always working. And they will tell you, I don't need sleep. Now, the problem with the way they work is that they actually carry out goal-specific activities. Okay. So this individual could be having BAD, and you see him at his workplace. He'll be the first to get there at as early as 5. He's already there, and he's all throughout and working. They just keep working, goal directed. But there's something about them is that they may not be able to finish their task. So they may do it in a very disorganized way, and they are very distracted. They can easily be distracted. Now, other components you can see in people who have these disorders is that flamboyant stressing. So you see people wearing their party clothes to go to the office. Oh, wow. Yes, you see the ball gown in an appropriate, and you see this flashy, for females, flashy makeups, which is not in keeping with where they are going to. And another thing is some activities they indulge in during that phase of them having this particular episode. They involve or indulge themselves in excessive spending. So they could collect their salary today or their income and they blow it on shopping spree. Well, that is dangerous. Now, that is where those are the dangerous aspects. Some of them could involve themselves in risky sexual behaviors, yes, and having multiple sexual partners, having unprotected sex, and then they may be involved in substance use during those phases. Now, bipolar occurs in phases.
I was going to ask, because you keep using the word phase.
Yes. So this individual, they could be, the thing about bipolar affective disorder as compared to some other, it's a spectrum. When I mean bipolar, maybe that's where I started from, it's a spectrum. So we have the manic episode and we have the depressive end on that pole. That's why it's a bipolar. So in between is where most of us stay. We are happy, we come back, we're sad, but then they go to the extremes. So an individual could go to the extreme of the manic episode, which is all those things I highlighted earlier. And at some point in time, these individuals could switch to the depressive point, whereby you now see them having the low mood, reduced energy, loss of interest, feelings of hopelessness, worthlessness, guilt, poor concentration, and suicidal ideations and ideas, and some of them. So it's in one particular individual, you could see them switching from one pole or one phase to the other, as compared to an individual who just has pure depression. So it's a difference. So in these people who have bipolar, they move from depression
all the way to the other side of the
Yes, they could move to depression. They are okay for a while, and within, if you don't observe them or they don't monitor them closely, they switch to the manic phase of the illness. And another major thing is that all these symptoms must affect areas of occupational, social, and broader social context, so they cannot function as well as they would. But there's a catch. Most creative minds, a good number of creative minds fall in that, and they tell you, and they will tell you that they are quite productive because they have so much energy, and they will tell you that they are very productive during that period. And it affects therapy because some of them may not want to use the medications they are giving
because it slows them down.
They will tell you that, Doc, I don't want you to slow me down.
Now you said when you were talking about the age gap that is common in young adults.
Yes.
So are you talking about teenagers?
Yes, you could. Yes,
Wow.
It could occur right starting from teenage years, moving on to the early adults, and it's a spectrum. It can also even, you could see it, but most times it starts at that early age and continues throughout life. Yes.
How do you manage it? What do you do? First, can it stop? No.
Well, in mental health, we don't talk about cure. We talk about management.
So first of all, so we're going the route of management.
Yes.
So how do you manage this?
Yes, it can be managed, and a lot of big shots and people are on treatment.
Oh.
One major thing we advocate is, one, you really want to do your assessment, know where this individual falls, how severe those cases could be. Now, you may use the psychotherapy, talk therapy, in some cases, whereby you use CBT, that's a cognitive behavioral therapy, supportive therapy in some other cases. However, in a lot of cases, you may need medications.
Okay.
Yes, so we give them what we call mood stabilizing drugs. And if there's any psychotic components, when I mean psychotic components, some of them could be having hallucinations, both auditory hallucinations and visual hallucinations.
They hear voices.
Yes, they hear voices of people that are not there. And then some of them will have delusions. So they start believing, paranoid, that people want to harm them. It could also color the whole thing. So at that point in time, we may need to add the group of drugs we call antipsychotics for them. But in rare cases, when we see that these individuals are not settling as fast as they would, and they are likely to burn out or exhaust themselves, meaning that the activities are so much that this individual could actually go into exhaustion and die. Then at that point in time, we actually give them what we call ECT, which is the electroconvulsive therapy.
Oh, wow.
But we have to actually be sure that this
That's
individual,
where they are.
Yes, at that point.
Is there a role for people around them to play? You know, maybe your partner, a sibling, a friend, someone who you're in close contact with has this, and maybe we know. Is there a role that we can play?
Yeah, thank you. The thing about mental health is that always has to just involve a lot of people, as different from medical or conditions whereby you could have it and nobody would know. You keep it to yourself. Mental health comes out, especially, and bipolar is a sort of illness that everybody will see that this guy is odd, and he's wearing...
He has mood swings.
He has mood swings. Yeah, that's the normal word we use. Or you see a guy wearing red, off colors, and everybody would know. So there's a role for the family. And when in mental health, we just don't manage the clients. We also manage the families and the caregivers, because they are the ones that bear the enormous burden. During those phases, the individual is not even aware of what is happening. So it's the relatives. Most times it starts with the direct father, mother, and siblings. Then if the individual gets married, it transfers to the spouse, and also the children. So they are also affected. You can imagine a child seeing the dad having a crisis or a relapse. It could be traumatic for children. So what we try and do is that we involve everybody into the care. We let them know what is happening to this individual, educate them, continually psychoeducate and encourage them. And we also assess their own mental states, because they, like most of our disorders, it runs a genetic cause. So within the family, there could be other people who are more, and it could be that particular episode in this individual that can trigger in another. So in another individual, you could see them becoming depressed as a result of. So we evaluate and continue to encourage them. And generally, society, there's this stigma which we fight with. Mental health, a lot of people with mental health problems, stigma. Our culture has somehow stigmatized them that they say this particular family, they have this.
Don't marry from there. Yes,
stigma,
that's so
and
true.
so those are the narratives we are trying to change. And with people like bringing out that
it can be managed.
It can be managed,
and so you don't even hide, because there's a fear of losing your job, losing everything. Literally losing everything.
Your name and identity in society.
That is so true.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Doc. This was a lot of information today. Honestly, thank you so much for being here. And of course, we'll hope to have you again soon for more education. So remember, information and knowledge is the key. I always say there's nothing as bad as ignorance. So information, knowledge is the key. And they're out there. They are always willing to give you the information and knowledge. And no stigma, please. No stigma at all. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it's still Mother Care. Just stay with us.
Some say learning is fun, but as a mom, I see how demanding it can be for my child. That's why I ensure he starts every day with a cup of Bonvita. Bonvita, prepare them to win every day.
I'm here again to spend this special moment with you, as I like doing this every week. How was your week? I hope you remained safe. We are continuing with our questions, our very numerous questions that you sent in, and we want you to keep sending in these questions. And the first question goes this way. My baby is 6 months old and has been passing stool with foams and also having cold. He was treated with cefuroxime, but it hasn't stopped. What do I do? Well, I would rather want to approach this question by telling you some of the things that you could do or what could be causing your child from passing this stool. First, you have to watch your meal. Could it be that you are currently on cow milk, or you're on chocolates, or you're on gassy foods, or you have spicy foods, or you're on caffeine? In other words, what you consume can actually affect the pattern of your baby's bowel movement. So you have to look at that. Instead of placing the child on medication, you could just adjust what you take. And it is also good you discuss this with your doctor who initially placed your baby on that medication. So question 2 says, hello doc, what could cause forced labor and how can it be stopped? At 7 months, she's already in labor and serious pains. Well, like we discussed when we talked about preterm contractions, we did identify infection as a cause. We identified hypertension or high blood pressure as a cause. High blood sugar could also be a cause. Hormonal imbalance could be a cause. So when you have preterm contractions, it is not usually the best for you to be at home. You go to the hospital and the doctors will be able to help you prolong the labor so that the baby does not come out too early. So we advise that you go straight to the hospital and you be attended to. Question number 3 is from Yinka. Yinka is asking this question from Ibadan. I wish to know more about hepatitis B positive patient who is not having symptoms, and can that patient undergo chemotherapy? Well, chemotherapy is not usually the first step for managing hepatitis B, even if the patient is in active phase. So since the person is not replicating or is inactive, you need not do anything. Maybe you just relax the liver by giving some supplement, but it is better to actually leave it alone. There is no need for that. Now, question number 4 says, can a woman of 40 years of age with multiple fibroids still conceive? The answer is no. But however, other factors has to be considered. Where are the locations of this fibroid they are talking about? Now, what is the hormonal stability of this woman? As a woman grows older, the ability to conceive actually reduces. So, but however, no singular factor can be attributed. You have to investigate and then come to a conclusion. This is the next question. A woman has 2 children in her 30s. She is 45 and finding it difficult to conceive, though still seeing her period regularly. What can she do? We've made an attempt to answer this question. A woman at 45 years old, the ability to get pregnant reduces because the ovarian reserve is going down. The oocyte, the eggs, are not as healthy as they used to be, so conception may be difficult at this age. Hi doc, I'm Mercy and I'm 27 years old and have stayed up to a year and have not conceived yet. What do I do? The issue of infertility is not usually blamed on the woman alone. If you are not getting pregnant, could it also be that your husband is not producing healthy sperm cells to make you pregnant. So the need for you and your husband to go for investigation is very important here. So we do not want to say you are the fault or he is the fault. It's better that two of you find out why you are not getting pregnant. Hello, Doc. I gave birth through cesarean section in 2014, and since then I noticed that I have been having menstrual cloth and a sharp pain at the left side of my lower abdomen. I feel pain anytime my children hit me. Please, what type of test should I undergo, because I have been trying to get pregnant since then? This is Elizabeth from Lagos. You need to be investigated further. You need to be investigated further. It may just be more than what you are seeing. That you are seeing clot shows that your bleeding is heavier than it should be. And lastly, at what month should a baby start sitting without support? At 4 months, a baby typically should be able to sit or hold its head, but it can extend even up to 5-6 months. So we hope your baby will sit as soon as possible. So that is how much we can take in this very episode. We hope to continue in our very next episode. Before then, I still remain Dr. Clement. I'm always interested in your health, and that is why we keep enlightening you. Keep safe.
Breast cancer. It is a type of cancer that starts when cells begin to grow out of control in the breast. It can start from different parts of the breast, such as in the ducts that carry milk to the nipple, or the glands that make breast milk, or other tissues in the breast. The first symptoms of breast cancer usually appear as an area of thickened tissue or a lump in the breast or armpit, while other symptoms include redness of the breast skin, rash area in the nipples, a sunken or inverted nipple, peeling or scaling of the breast skin or nipples, and discharge possibly containing blood. In 2018, it was estimated that 627,000 women died from breast cancer. That is approximately 15% of all cancer deaths among women. While breast cancer rates are higher among women in more developed regions, rates are increasing in nearly every region globally. It's important to understand that most breast lumps are benign and not cancerous, but can increase a woman's risk of getting breast cancer, which should be checked by a healthcare professional. Risk factors of breast cancer include older age, family history of the disease, and exposure to estrogen. While there are risk factors one can't control, a healthy lifestyle, regular screenings, and any preventive measures the doctor recommends can help reduce risk of developing breast cancer.
That's the show today on Mother Care. So much information. You know, the issue of bipolar is amazing because sometimes we don't like to admit what is right in front of us. Sometimes you know someone like that, but you know, it's just something we don't like to talk about. But knowledge is key. It can be managed. And for all of you there who want to get married and your people will go to the village to find out if there's a madness in the family, honestly, let somebody do that to my child and you know. But that's aside, because some people were going to my village, but I'm not going to say anything. But it is a stigma that we should get rid of so people can actually get the help and the care they need and they do not hide. That's it on Mother Care today. I do hope you had a lot of information, education, and all the knowledge you can actually acquire. Remember, all our links are there for you, so get in touch with us if you have more questions or you need clarification on anything we've discussed on the show today. We are always willing to help. My name is Marian, and to every mom out there, being a mom, best job in the world. Thanks for watching.
Nigeria is blessed with iconic wildlife: elephants, gorillas, pangolins, and so much more. But these beautiful animals are threatened by illegal logging and poaching. And we will lose our national heritage if we don't stand up for wildlife. So please report wildlife crimes and say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects our future.
We are in an age where employers want employees who have the right mix of soft skills and hard skills. Hard skills or technical skills are the specific knowledge, abilities, and expertise required to conduct a particular job successfully. Soft skills, on the other hand, are interpersonal and behavioral skills that will help you work well with other people and also develop your career. Here are some of the soft skills that employers look out for as they consider who to employ. Communication skills. Good communication skills involves active listening, verbal and non-verbal communication skills, written communication skills, visual communication skills, negotiation skills, and empathy. Leadership skills. Employers are now more concerned with hiring someone who can supervise and direct other workers. They now look out for employees who have the ability to influence, encourage, motivate, and organize other workers to actualize the company's goal and objective. Teamwork. In many jobs, organization or industry, you will be required to work in a team. Therefore, your ability to join forces and partner with others in the team to achieve a specific task or goal is key. It involves your ability to connect well with members on the team and others in other departments in joint projects. Problem solving. This involves one's ability to find a way to solve problems and move forward. The ability to think through an issue and make informed decisions. This involves preparing and taking a systematic and resourceful approach by bringing in your creativity and innovation. Problem-solving skills also relate to research, analysis, troubleshooting, resourcefulness, and critical thinking. How do you improve your soft skills? Firstly, identify what skills you want to improve on and practice it consistently. Secondly, observe other people within your organization who can excel and discover how to develop yours. Thirdly, set goals and prioritize which soft skills to improve on based on the requirements for a job or advancement in your career. Lastly, seek out resources that can enable you to get better. For example, books, blog posts, online classes, and podcasts. A popular quote says, hard skills can get you into the room, but you need soft skills to get and keep you on the job.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
This is the network service of the NTA.
to know you're there on this week's episode of Focus on FCT, a program that highlights policies and programs of the FCT administration, all geared towards making Abuja take its rightful place in Committee of Nations. I am Mariam George Jitbo.
Residents of the Federal Capital Territory are hereby alerted to the activities of scavengers, also known as Babambula, which security agencies have identified as a high-level security threat to not only the residents, but also to our infrastructure as they perpetrate petty stealing and acts of vandalism on public utilities. More so, they are drug peddlers, serve as spies to terrorist elements, and are ready-made tools for the public disturbances during which they attack people with dangerous weapons. The Federal Capital Territory Administration therefore reiterates that the ban on scavengers, aka Bababula, operating within the Federal Capital City is still in force. These miscreants are advised to stay off the streets of the Federal Capital City for their own good, as defaulters will be apprehended and prosecuted, including parents of underage children involved in these practices. Relevant agencies are carrying out enforcement of this ban as stipulated. Be law-abiding always. Let's together build the FCT of our dreams. Management announcer.
Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has expressed his administration's readiness to enhance the nation's economy, leveraging on the Idu Industrial Park. The minister made this known during the inspection tour of the park in Abuja. The Idu Industrial Park is one of the commercial nerve centers in the nation's capital. The park is regarded as a free trade zone, housing different companies that produce a plethora of products, including iron rods, pipes, and other building materials. After being taken different sections of the park, the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike describes the project as mind-boggling that will increase the economic fortunes of the country. The minister adds that the road infrastructure linking the park is being expanded, while security is also provided.
First of all, we gave back this land to them. Years ago, we are constructing that road. Without that road, this person cannot take place. So government is providing the infrastructure that will give the movement of this national land. And then talking about this one day future. We don't have all incentives like I've done for Mr. Paul. Is where they are not taxed. And there is a to so many companies. To where there is power. Of course, what gives most businesses is because we have no stability of power and non-taxable people manufacturers. When they are not stability of power, there is high cost of sale to run their generator. To most of the businesses, but then you are sure that the power is there, which means what every government is interested is, first of all, creating employment. If you can create not about 40,000 jobs, you know what it means. It reduces the money, it reduces the rate of unemployment. Two, it will grow the economy. It will grow the economy. How many grow the economy? Of course, like many of our government to a global corporation that go to the exported house, go to the exported house. And I'm not going to have raw material. What I'm not going to do. And I'm doing that. And that's what I'm calling. It's not everything you talk about export. What's important is great job. Well, one job is created. And production is made. And it's a good quality product. People will buy. Also buy. So it's important to do that. I would not say that if you are going to know which you are like look at lives, they are going to quality lives. One they are not attractive, one they are not you say you don't buy. When you compare to other parties that are not of no standard, you will encourage somebody because it is made in Nigeria. No. already here, so people will come and buy. So for us, it is the quality, and we thank God some companies who are committed to making sure that the companies are better. When you consider the what security agencies are doing, they are doing their best for if you are not safe, this does not protect this. But they have confidence in the security agencies that they can invest and they can manage how much we put in there. So Abuja is safe, Abuja is safe, and encourage people to emulate companies like this who have belief that this country must grow, and that's why putting millions of dollars in this kind of investment. If you don't have that belief, if you don't have that commitment, you won't put such amount of money. So people should believe that everybody is fighting a lot. We should come. In fact, I can tell you personally that I personally think that the role of seen as far as the bank is concerned, because it's a land of the
Meanwhile, the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has reiterated his administration's resolve to link up the expanded roads network with bus and taxi terminals to checkmate the one-chance crime within the nation's capital. The minister disclosed this during the flag-off ceremony of bus and taxi terminal within the Central Business District, Abuja. The flag-off ceremony is the third in the series. Strategically located, the facility stakeholders believe will be eco-friendly and meet the transportation needs of the residents.
Before now, we have flagged off 2 of the bus terminals, one in Mabushi and one in Kubo. This is for the Central Business District, which is at the center of the city. So many people, virtually of us who have had the privilege of traveling overseas, of traveling to other countries, what we think about these facilities. What comes to mind? Why is it that we cannot also have the same facilities that we enjoy when we go outside the country? Abuja is a beautiful city. By the grace of God, through the support of Mr. President, we are continuing to expand the road infrastructure. Yes, if we expand the road infrastructure without linking it with the various bus terminals, we don't think we're able to achieve what we should achieve. What we're trying to do is to integrate and improve our transport system. It is going to cut off this so-called one-chance crime that is always committed. Here, this is a bus terminal, taxi terminal, where you can come in, and the management of these bus terminals and taxi terminals will know these are the vehicles that go to social place, and these are the vehicles you have boarded. For security reasons, we'll be able to identify. Unlike where you go and stand on the road, you don't know who is flying the vehicle, and you wave, and then the person will stop. Where are you going to? I'm going to Baitama. You enter. That's the end of the story. And then people will ask him, what are we doing to stop this one-chance crime? And so part of what we're doing today is establishing the bus and taxi terminals that you can go there and say that I'm going to Maulana, and we're aware if anything happens, this is the vehicle, this is the driver that will held responsible. 2, you can come here and relax yourself until when their own bus or taxi will take you out. With all the modern facilities, sometimes when we go to train stations overseas, we see the facilities, restaurants, people go and watch film, people just relax. That is the way it's supposed to be in a city like Abuja. And I can assure all of you, by the grace of God, that this Green Hope agenda of Mr. President, I have said severally and I continue to say, it's not just by talking, it's by showing is reality. Seeing is believing. I believe by the grace of God, the NTA as a contractor has promised us we will formally commission these 3 bus and taxi terminals to the glory of God. This is not a project that is being awarded and then we say there are no funds. Here, we have told the contractor there is no augmentation. We are not going to do any augmentation. I'm not going to rush back to the Federal Agriculture or to the President, please, augmentation. The money is being provided. I have told the contractor the funding of this project will not be a problem. So do all you can and tell us when the next payment will be. Be assured that you get your money. FCT does not carry a project where the fund is not there. We are not going to do that. We are not going to award contracts just to satisfy people. We must award contracts when we know the funding is there. No amount of pressure will make us to go and award projects in order to satisfy particular individuals or group of individuals. On this note, let me therefore invite my brother, those of them who have given us the support, the backup, because without the National Assembly, it will also be difficult. Because if we submit our budget and they don't agree with us, there's nothing we can do. The Chairman House Committee and FCT have been very, very supportive, very supportive.
First and foremost, I must express our sincere appreciation to Mr. Project, the Honorable Minister of FCT, His Excellency Barrister Elson Wike, for his visionary leadership and guidance. I must state categorically that your vision and commitment have been instrumental in bringing this important infrastructure to fruit. In the same vein, we are proudly grateful to the staff of the Transportation Secretariat for their pivotal role in ensuring the successful commencement of this important project. Like previous projects, your hard work and determination have laid the groundwork for a development that will significantly enhance the transportation network in Abuja. Our heartfelt appreciation also goes to the construction company and engineers whose expertise and dedication will be crucial in bringing this project to completion. We trust that your craftsmanship will reflect the high standard and aspiration we hold for this bus terminal. To our esteemed residents and other critical stakeholders, we extend our deepest gratitude for your continued support and cooperation. Your input and enthusiasm have been invaluable throughout the journey. And we look forward to working together as we move towards the execution of this project. In conclusion, let us all take pride in this milestone and remain united in our commitment to seeing it through its fruition. It is my sincere prayer that this project serve as a testament to our city's growth and our commitment to improving the public services.
The contractor, while giving the overview of the project, expresses his desire to make the facility iconic to reflect the beauty of the nation's capital city.
A little over a month ago, the FCT handed over land to us in Kubo and Mabuchi to construct bus terminals. We were flagged off early July, and I can say to you today that if you go to those sites, indeed the site we handed over to us is not what it is today. Work has advanced progressively. We have done quite a lot of construction work on those sites. I want to assure you we are all well on our way to deliver the project ahead of the state. But what we are doing today is the flag off of the CBD bus terminal. This is very unique in the sense that this is right the center of Abuja. This is the center of Nigeria, and we can't do anything less. Like the center of other most cities around the world, you must always have a befitting public transport infrastructure. Something befitting is what we have brought forward this afternoon, and therefore we have changed the concept. Just like Mrs. Virginia Abu mentioned earlier, The terminal we have in the city in Abuja is even more romantic, and actually, I would say it's a lot bigger. You can take a look at one of the photographs that we have there. It's truly iconic. And that is where we have decided to change the design to make it more iconic and more beautiful, befitting for the city center and the federal capital of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And not only that, part of the facility we are putting there is actually cinema. She mentioned something about people meeting at bus stop and getting married, dating at bus stop and bus terminals. Indeed, I think we have that in mind when we decide to put cinema in this terminal. It will be what you have never seen anywhere in the world. And we promise you that we are going to deliver this to what we have on the wall and in our drawings. Some of the facilities that we have here include lift, public address system, elevator, lighting, ATM. It's meant to be a center not only for transportation and also for commerce. We want Nigerian people to travel freely. When you close from work, you can travel to every part of Abuja, from Bragalada to Nyanya. You are everywhere you're going, and you can interconnect. This is what has been done in advanced countries in other parts of the world. And we are happy that a Nigerian company, indigenous company, Planet Project is going to make this happen. We have done this before in several places in Nigeria. In Oshodi we have done it, in Ikeja we have done it, in Ibadan we have done it, in Fertility we have done it, and we are probably doing it in Enugu and Abia. This is going to be the best we have ever done. We keep improving on every project, and we also want to thank the Honorable Minister of FCT for giving Nigeria a chance. We thank the Administration of Bola Tinubu for giving Nigeria a chance. That if given chance, there's a whole lot that we can do, and we will not disappoint you on this program.
With funds being provided, the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike assures of timely completion of the project, which he describes as hope renewed for the residents. It will be recalled that similar exercises were carried out at Mabushi and Kubo areas of the Federal Capital Territory.
Residents of the Federal Capital Territory are hereby alerted to the activities of scavengers, also known as Babambula, which security agencies have identified as a high-level security threat to not only the residents, but also to our infrastructure as they perpetrate petty stealing and acts of vandalism on public utilities. More so, they are drug peddlers, serve as spies to terrorist elements, and are ready-made tools for the public disturbances during which they attack people with dangerous weapons. The Federal Capital Territory Administration therefore reiterates that the ban on scavengers, aka Bababula, operating within the Federal Capital City is still in force. These miscreants are advised to stay off the streets of the Federal Capital City for their own good, as defaulters will be apprehended and prosecuted, including parents of underage children involved in these practices. Relevant agencies are carrying out enforcement of this ban as stipulated. Be law-abiding always. Let's together build the FCT of our dreams. Management Announcer.
Let's join the FCT administration to make Abuja the pride of the nation by obeying the extant rules and regulations guiding the city. Up next is review of FCTA activities for the past week.
In line with the city master plan, only few districts and satellite towns within the nation's capital are enjoying potable water. The ongoing Greater Abuja Water Supply Project is one way of addressing water challenge, especially in satellite towns and rural communities. It is against this background that the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike signed this memoranda of understanding with Chinese firms to embark on selected projects expected to be delivered in record time to mark the 50th anniversary of the creation of the FCT. The minister says the president has given him a mandate to ensure adequate water supply in the satellite areas of the FCT, which is also contained in the MOU signed.
Of course, you know what we call Greater Abuja Water, which is being handled by the CGC Group. And that has been awarded for some years. But by the grace of God, they have now up to 70% completion. We believe, by the grace of God, by this December or thereabout, they would have completed it. But Mr. President, he said, look, you can't only provide for the cities. You also have to talk about the satellite towns, the rural area, the area councils. And so we came up with this idea that, look, that the need to have satellite town water supply in Gwagwalada, in Kwale, and Kuje. So we're able to sign that memorandum of understanding with CGC for them to carry out this assignment.
The minister reiterates his administration resolved to meet the yearnings and aspirations of the residents by lightening up the nation's capital city, which will be 50 by next year. Responding, the heads of the Chinese firms expressed their appreciation for the confidence reposed in them to execute the project, while assuring the Minister of Quality and timely delivery of the projects.
This project is a trail project for this FUCAC spirit. Regarding this project, it is benefiting the people's lightening or the waters. It's really the social benefit project.
On the minister's entourage were the Permanent Secretary Treasury, Executive Director, Rural Water and Sanitation Agency, Director of Procurement, and other senior officials of the FCTA. The Federal Capital Territory Administration is poised to ameliorate the economic hardship presently being faced in the country. To this end, the Abuja Enterprise Agency is supporting medium and small-scale enterprises to generate wealth. Devices such as laptop and other gadgets have been released to residents for empowerment.
This particular program will in no little way enhance the capability and the ability of MSMEs operating in the Federal Capital Territory to position their businesses not just for profitability but also for sustainability. So indeed, it's a very good program that has come at the right time.
Some of the beneficiaries described the gesture as a right step in the right direction, promising to make judicious use of the equipment provided to enhance their well-being.
I'm very happy. I appreciate Abuja Enterprise Agency for this bold step they've taken to help the entrepreneurs, the small business, the SMEs. Let me put it that way. At least it will go a long way for us.
It will give me a very good reasoning, because when I diagnose, no matter whatever the code they gave me, I will go to my phone, that is for this thing, and then I will get the solution immediately. It will make job easy for me.
Both women and youth benefited from the assistance, which is part of the FCT Cares program.
This is where we draw the curtains on the program this week. Keep a date with us next week, same time, same station. Goodbye.
Dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
You're welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Lami Ali. Hannah Olainka is the sign language interpreter, and these are the headlines. Nigeria's First Lady launches Young Farmers Club. National Center for Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons to incorporate gender mainstreaming in fight against illicit arms trade. Plus, Pager's explosion injures hundreds of persons across Lebanon. President Bola Tinubu has assented to the National Center for Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons Bill in line with the UN Charter on Arms Proliferation. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports that the center is further domesticating the UN Charter and gender mainstreaming in the fight against illicit arms trade.
In the past, weapons like guns, bow and arrows were basically used by hunters, gaming, and to protect communities from wild animal invasion. With civilization, more sophisticated weapons are manufactured and are mostly used by state actors like the military and paramilitary. Consequently, there are more than 12 billion rounds of ammunition manufactured annually. 857 million small and light weapons in circulation globally. 70% of these are said to be in Africa, with Nigeria having the largest number. These have amplified different criminal activities in parts of the country, with women mostly vulnerable during these armed conflicts.
The illegal flow of small arms and light weapons has devastating the consequences, fueling violence, instability, and insecurity in various parts of the world. As we all know, the most traumatic effects of this crisis usually befall women and children. This workshop on gender mainstreaming is especially important as it corresponds with the United Nations Security Council resolution, which emphasizes the role of women in conflict prevention and peace building.
The Office of the National Security Advisor is focused on tracing and tracking the root of this illicit trade.
Just recently, the President assented to the bill establishing the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons, a major milestone in our commitment to curbing the proliferation of illegal arms. This legislative backing strengthens the center's mandate and paves the way for more coordinated and decisive action.
With the presidential assent, the center is committed to further domesticating UN charters on arms. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
A week after the signing of the Cape Town Convention Practice Directions, Vice President Kashim Shettima has again assured stakeholders in the country's aviation industry of the federal government's commitments to creating a more conducive and better operating environments for airlines. He gave the assurance during a meeting with airline operators in Nigeria at the presidential villa. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila has the details.
Members of the airline operators of Nigeria coming back to the presidential villa after the signing of the Cape Town Convention Practice Directions, describing it as a major boost for ease of doing business in Nigeria's aviation industry. This meeting is part of the government's bid to address foreign exchange issues and the backlog of payments with the Central Bank of Nigeria, the National Hajj Commission, and the Airline Operators of Nigeria. Noting the fragile nature of airline operations, Allen Onyema, representative of the operators, said airlines are exceptional and any little infraction can take an airline out of the market, stressing the need for continued support in line with global practices to ensure the sector's sustainability and growth.
Everybody wants to do business with Nigeria. The foreign lessors have been contacting some of us. They say, oh, congratulations. I've been getting congratulatory messages from all over the world. Even from representatives of Boeing and other manufacturers. They are very happy with what the president did. The vice president has taken it upon himself to make sure that Nigerian airlines are giving their dues abroad.
We're going now to continue the discussions. It was a productive one. All the agencies that were involved in some of the issues that were raised by airline operators last week were present, and some was also delegated to the Honorable Minister of Finance. The Honorable Minister of Aviation is also keeping close tabs on this. But because His Excellency has put such an importance on this, on supporting Nigerian businesses in aviation and other sectors, there was another company in another sector in attendance. We're going to have a follow-up meeting immediately and get back to him. He's giving us by Monday to have some concrete outcomes.
After the meeting, stakeholders in the aviation industry agreed on continuous engagement with a view to addressing challenges and making the environment conducive for improved investment and better service delivery. From the State House, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
Farming is not just an occupation, but a way of life which can create employment opportunities for Nigeria's teeming youth population, help diversify the economy, and guarantee food security, especially with more hands and the right tools. Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, stated this during the official launch of a Young Farmers Club Nigeria by the Renewed Hope Initiative in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. State House correspondent Adeni Taiwo reports.
In the recent past, the picture of students with writing materials in one hand and the other hand firmly gripping a farming tool, ready to till the ground, was commonplace.
To respect our land and resources.
The launch of Young Farmers Club by Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, is not only expected to bring back those old days when agriculture and education share the same space, but also answer the question of who will feed the future in a world with rising population.
The aim of the Young Farmers Club Nigeria is to catch them young by making farming more appealing to our pupils and students. We are not just teaching them how to farm, we are also nurturing a generation that will transform our agricultural landscape, imbibe modern farming techniques, and ensure that